Wait, what's that sound? I've heard that sound before.
Breaking news. Reports are coming in from around the world.
Something new is arriving.
Witnesses say crates are descending rapidly.
It's an airdrop!
Crates are emerging the public.
A new way to experience the battlegrounds.
PPP.
Now, the perspective you played for years is now becoming the new way to watch PUBG Esports. PUBG Esports. Now TPP.
They kept pushing forward for an entire year, all for one goal. Places that once felt warm and safe, like spring, became fierce battlegrounds. Summer arrived with blazing gunfights that tested both mental and physical endurance. Autumn followed, filling every moment with unforgettable highlights.
Buckleton.
Glory for some, tears for others. This was our history, and now a new story begins. A major turning point. 2025 PUBG Masters Invitational, Seoul, South Korea.
Oh, it's typical. You got a big logo behind me. Hackatory, yeah!
我说实话，兄弟们，如果这次 4M 能拿冠军，我从首尔走回深圳。
Guys, you have to support Twisted Minds because we will the tournament. Let's go. Let's go, Twisted Minds. We are going to win the tournament.
배고파. 우리가 3인칭 치킨은 진짜 맛집이거든요. 다른 팀들은
ก็เก่งดีครับผม แต่ว่าเจอหน้าผมก็โดนผมยิงหัวแตกไป
Хороший гравець. Раз на 60 ігор може щось видати, показати гру.
ก็ขอบคุณที่ให้คิว 4 คิวใน PDS 10 บ่อยๆนะครับ
Це була просто стратегія пропустити складку команду в фінал. То є все.
ชนะทัวร์นี้ไหมไม่รู้ แต่ชนะนาวีแน่นอน
Перемога буде за Наві. Ми його не будемо давати дихати.
17 게이밍의 중국의 사다라고 들었는데 가볍게 물어 죽여버리겠습니다.
我觉得经济连 PGC 决赛小组赛都打得不太好的队伍，怎么赢我们呢？有点太可笑了啊！
아, 어려운데? 선수끼리 얘기하는데 구단주분이 오셨네? 좀 빠져주시면 좋을 것 같아요. 꼭 우승해가지고 2025년 꼭 웃으면서 아름답게 마무리해보고 싶습니다.
而且我们会好好教一下经济，我们这次会怎么夺冠的。
상처 입은 호랑이는 적을 찢습니다.
上次 PGC 呢，你们经济只是一个游客，我觉得这次你们也一样。
我们最强大的劲敌就是 T1， 因为我们在艾伦格这张地图上跟他们有跳点冲突。
에이, 보이엠은 저희 라이벌 아닙니다. 기억 속엔 그냥 플러스 4점밖에 없어가지고.
我们一定会有的，因为外城是我们的地方，不允许其他队跳进来。
에이, 집주인 바뀌었어요.
从我家滚出去 T1。
T1의 전통이 하나 있는데요. 저희도 이어나가 보려고 합니다. T1은 PCL에게 지지 않습니다.
虽然他们看得像豹子一样很凶，但是终归结底还只是一个动物。
Sabe aquele time que foi pra casa logo depois da PGC começar? Então, a JDG.
我并不认为他们的说法很有说服力，因为他们是16支队伍最菜的。
JDG, vocês são tão fracos. Tu vai pra casa cedo de novo.
ค่อนข้างมั่นใจเลยครับว่าทีมเราจะทำได้ครับเพราะว่าเราจบท็อป 2 มาเรากลับไปแก้ไขข้อผิดพลาดมาค่อนข้างดีเลยครับมั่นใจมากครับ
우승을 말로 하는 건 쉽죠. 근데 우리는 우승자 출신이라 가능할 것 같아요.
Nhất định bọn mình sẽ vô địch giải đấu lần này.
รู้จักครับค่อนข้างดังในเกาหลีเลยครับแต่ผมก็ไม่รู้ว่าไปอยู่เวียดนามได้ไงผมก็คิดว่าน่าเปลี่ยนชื่อโซเป็นฮานอยหรืออะไรสักอย่างของเวียดนามเนี่ยครับคุยกันให้รู้เรื่องก่อนไหมครับแล้วค่อยมาเล่นแบบเป็นทีม
Không cần lời nói, chỉ cần nhìn vào ánh mắt là đủ hiểu rồi.
DNF are always the runner-ups. They never win, and I don't think they ever will.
팀 팔콘 되게 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하는데 항상 보면 4등, 5등권에 있더라고요. 4등, 5등이 딱 어울리는 팀인 것 같습니다.
I like Salute a lot. He's a great guy, but he will be saluting us when we win.
누구 선수요? 시림프 선수. 그분 제가 또 잘 아는데 정도 아닙니다.
If DNF wins, I'll post a photo of myself holding a shrimp on social media.
이야, 오케이. 그러면 저도 진짜 팔콘이 우승하면 경례하는 사진을 SNS에 올리도록 하겠습니다.
Okay. Noob.
Làm gì có chuyện Tuấn Vũ thua được Example. Example là một tay súng cừ khôi nhưng Tuấn Vũ đẳng cấp hơn Example. Tuấn Vũ sẽ đọ súng bắn súng tốt hơn Example.
Сколько процентов?
0%. Đội của chúng tôi đã vô địch BGC 2024. Vậy đội của các bạn đã vô địch BGC nào chưa?
Те живут прошлым, они выиграли последний раз в 2024 году. Команда Twistman сделала 90 киллов.
Tôi sẽ làm thêm một kill nữa.
我觉得这么多队伍，我觉得实力比较一般的就 BGP 吧。
당장 PC가 저번 주 했는데 그랜드 파이널도 못 올라온 팀이 그런 말 해도 되나요?
我会让 BGP 一直饿着的。
들어오시죠.
比他们年轻多了吧？因为我们队伍还有个刚20岁的小孩子。형들 방송이나 하세요.
들으셨죠? 이거 참교육 해도 되나요?
ระวังสิงโตส้มตัวเล็กๆตัวนี้กัดนะครับ
저희가 꼭 우승하겠습니다.
All of the other teams aren't as good as us, and Falcons will win this turn.
저희의 밥이 돼주시죠.
Có đội tuyển The Expendable chúng tôi đang ở đây mà.
집으로 가는 문은 이쪽입니다.
안녕하세요. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 팬 여러분. PUBG 배틀그라운드 디렉터 김태현입니다. 먼저 지난 7년간 배틀그라운드 e스포츠를 향한 변함없는 관심과 열정으로 함께해주신 전 세계 팬 여러분과 선수 여러분께 진심으로 감사의 인사를 드립니다. 그리고 지금 2026년을 앞두고 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 지금까지의 경험을 바탕으로 또 다른 도약을 준비하고 있습니다. 그 변화의 시작점은 바로 3인칭 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 시작입니다. 배틀그라운드는 지금까지 전 세계 10억 명 이상의 플레이어가 즐겨온 가장 대중적인 배틀로얄 경험입니다. 그리고 그중 상당수의 플레이어가 3인칭 시점에서 배틀그라운드를 플레이하고 있습니다. 물론 지금까지 배틀그라운드 e스포츠를 만들어 온 중심에는 1인칭 시점에서의 치열한 경쟁이 있었습니다. 그 무대에서 최고의 실력을 보여준 선수들과 선수들을 응원해온 팬들의 열정과 헌신은 지금의 배틀그라운드 e스포츠를 있게 한 가장 소중한 자산입니다. 지금까지의 1인칭 e스포츠는 깊이 있는 경쟁 구조를 만들어내는 데에 분명 강점이 있었지만 동시에 많은 플레이어와 팬들이 느끼는 실질적인 게임 경험과는 조금 거리가 있었던 것도 사실입니다. 그래서 이번 변화는 기존의 1인칭 e스포츠를 부정하거나 대체하려는 것이 아닙니다. 오히려 그 유산 위에서 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 가능성을 더 확장하려는 다음 단계의 진화입니다. 저희가 3인칭을 도입하려는 이유는 보는 게임과 하는 게임의 일체화, 즉 라이브 서비스와 e스포츠가 하나의 흐름 안에서 연결되도록 하기 위함의 변화입니다. 게임을 플레이할 때의 경험과 플레이를 지켜보는 관람의 경험 사이에 존재했던 단절을 줄이고 공감과 몰입의 폭을 넓히기 위한 시도입니다. 배틀그라운드는 단순한 슈팅 게임이 아닙니다. 지형 지물의 활용, 위치 선정, 정보 싸움 등이 중요한 복합적이고 깊이 있는 배틀로얄 게임입니다. 그리고 이러한 플레이의 본질은 시점과 상관없이 살아있으며 3인칭 시점에서는 오히려 더 많은 관객과 플레이어가 공감할 수 있는 방식으로 확장될 수 있다고 판단했습니다. 이번 결정은 결코 짧은 고민 끝에 이루어진 것이 아닙니다. 물론 새로운 변화에는 언제나 다양한 의견이 따르며 현재 커뮤니티 안팎에서도 여러 시선과 우려의 목소리가 있는 것 역시 잘 알고 있습니다. 지난 1년 동안 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 총 3회 이상의 팀, 선수들과의 소통 세션을 통해 현장의 목소리를 꾸준히 듣고 공유해 왔습니다. 그 과정에서 수렴된 다양한 의견들을 실제 게임 업데이트와 대회 운영 구조에 최대한 반영되도록 노력했습니다. 이는 단순한 의견 수렴의 과정이 아니라 함께 논의하고 함께 방향을 설정해 나간 과정입니다. 또 하나의 중요한 검증 무대였던 PUBG 플레이어스 투어에서는 시즌당 약 5,000명 이상의 고유 참가자가 참여하며 3인칭 기반의 경쟁 경험에 대한 가능성을 직접 보여주었습니다. 앞으로도 팬들의 목소리와 데이터를 바탕으로 더 투명하고 신뢰할 수 있는 방식으로 배틀그라운드 e스포츠를 함께 만들어 가겠습니다.
So I think the TPP hopefully should bring in more viewers because the casuals, we know that I think more than 80% of the players play TPP worldwide.
프로 선수들이 또 3인칭을 적응하면서 스크림을 많이 하다 보면은 똑같이 잘할 것 같아가지고 크게 걱정은 안 하고 있고요.
Mình nghĩ là mình sẽ cải thiện về vấn đề đi bo và khả năng giữ người ở trong bo tốt để có thể giao tranh với tất cả các team khác.
I think this new change is going to bring some new ideas to us and we're just going to work hard as always.
I'm excited about the transition to TPP in 2026 because it's going to give these players a new challenge to try and kind of figure out. And for us as the talent, obviously we are going to be along for that ride to see how it's all going to work.
많은 유저분들께서 또 선수로 도전하시기에도 최적인 그런 기회상이 열리지 않았나 싶고요.
观赛的门槛会变低一些。至于最后的结果，我觉得还是要看实际的比赛效果。
2026년 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 3인칭 전환과 함께 보다 정교하고 체계적인 글로벌 대회 운영을 이어갑니다. 시즌은 3월 PGS 개막전으로 시작됩니다. 2026년 PUBG 글로벌 시리즈는 대회 수와 경기 수가 대폭 늘어납니다. 총 12회로 확대될 예정입니다. 글로벌 파트너 팀을 포함해 지역 리그를 통해 진출권을 획득한 다수의 팀들이 함께 출전하게 됩니다. 6월에는 2025년 최고 시청 기록을 세운 PUBG 네이션스컵이 다시 한번 개최됩니다. 그리고 12월 최고의 팀을 가리는 PUBG 글로벌 챔피언십으로 한 해의 여정이 마무리됩니다. 2026년 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 대회 수 증가뿐만 아니라 글로벌 파트너 팀과 진출팀에게 지급되는 지원금과 상금 규모 확대 통한 투자 강화로 생태계 전반에 걸친 지속 가능한 성장 기반을 마련할 계획입니다. 이는 선수와 팀에게는 더욱 안정적인 환경, 그리고 팬 여러분께는 새로운 도전과 더 큰 즐거움을 약속드리는 변화입니다. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 2026년이 그 어느 해보다 더 특별하고 더 오래 기억에 남을 시즌이 될 수 있도록 다양한 변화를 준비하고 있습니다. 저희는 앞으로도 팬, 선수, 팀의 의견과 데이터를 기반으로 끊임없이 고민하고 더 나은 방향으로 개선해 나가며 선수와 팬 모두가 신뢰할 수 있는 경쟁 환경을 만들어 가겠습니다. 2026년 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 다음 장을 향한 도전에 여러분의 응원과 참여를 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
What is up, everybody? It is Paper Thin here along with Bella once again to get you guys ready for today. It's a major turning point here, especially, with the TPP, the first event that we've done globally with that here at the PUBG Players Masters Invitational, and we're going to finally crown our champion.
Yeah, it's been a fast-paced 2025. I mean, I am so excited to see who will take the title home today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a really tight race at the top. The gap between first, second, and third place is very tight.
I mean, like, the point difference between first place T1 and DN Freaks is only 5 points. And right behind them, third place is Twisted Minds, and they're behind 13 points. So after the first match of the day, I think anything could happen, and it could be flipped upside down as well.
No doubt about it. I mean, our hearts are going to be racing the whole way through here today. It should be very exciting.
But in the end, I guess like the lesson that I took away was that we don't know what will happen. E-Arena had only 20 points on day 1, but at the end of day 2, they were up 49 points and they jumped from 12th to 4th. So lesson of the day here in PUBG Land. Anything is possible.
Exactly. You know, on day 1, we had some teams that didn't do so hot. But the teams that were in 11th, 12th, and 13th after day 1 shot up the leaderboard. Like, they're way up there now. They had big days, so they really proved that anything can happen.
Yeah, and another thing to watch out is that I guess you could see the incredible plays that the players are making here at PUBG Players Masters Invitational as well.
Exactly. All of our players are streaming here, so you can tune into their streams, check them out, and just watch how unbelievably talented. These guys are all cracked, unbelievable aimers.
Cracked.
They're all cracked.
And another thing is that I don't know who has the best play. It could be the impact of the kill prize, right?
No, for sure. I mean, we've had a ton of players that are doing some serious damage in the kill department, 4 at 20, which means each of them has already earned $2,000. I'm a little jealous.
Me too. Well, but nothing surprising because Example has the highest total damage and he dealt an incredible 3,701 damage. So, wow, kudos to Example.
Not surprising at all. The guy is, it doesn't matter what mode it is. Does not matter. Example is absolutely insane. We all know that. He's a player who's just not afraid to take fights. You know, once again, clearly showing that it doesn't matter what mode we're in, he's the best. So, what else can we focus on here today? What should our fans be looking forward to?
I mean, speaking from T1 side, it's a matter of can they defend the title or will it be taken away? They already have 3 Masters title and a 4th title is just within their reach. But anyone that watched day 2 and has been with us the whole journey, they know that, you know, it could very, very easily be taken away from them.
Yeah, for sure. That, you know, we saw 50-plus point days from both T1 and Bago Pa on day number 2. So I had to get it in there. I just had to get a Bago Pa in there somewhere, you know? So if another team has a performance like that today, there's a chance that, you know, they can do a lot of damage here.
Yeah, another thing to look out is day 3 winner. Who will it be? Because, you know, it's not just the champion that matters, right?
Right, exactly, because there's a day 3 winner as well.
Overall champion will be winning $50,000, but daily winner is also proof that they are the team that performed the highest level that day. And even if the team is currently sitting on 16th place or what other rank, it doesn't matter because they'll be taking home that extra cash because they're the daily winners.
Exactly. So you can still, if you put up the most points, you can still be that daily winner. So keep your eyes on that on the leaderboard and just see which team's going to step up. So what's anything else you got for us that we should be looking for, Bella?
Who is the most terrifying player here in the PUBG esports scene in PUBG TPP land?
Yeah, I think we're looking for those players that are just going to knock your socks off. We already talked about Example as being somebody who could do some damage.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to be looking out for who has the most kills, who's going to be the top kill leader in the TPP world. Current highest kill count is 20, but, you know, we all know there's already 26 players with 10 kills or more. By the end of today, it's going to be a different story. Who knows what's going to happen here?
Yeah, precisely. It is a pretty insane day. So, we have finally reached the final day here. It's the 2025 PUBG Players Masters Invitational. This is it. It all comes down to this. The drama, the action, the excitement. Guys, buckle up. We're going to get this day kicked off right now.
PUBG Players Masters Invitational Day number 3, and we are here to round out 5 more games to determine who is going to become our champion for the $50,000 prize at the top, as well as who gets all those juicy kills and be able to get themselves even more money, even more for good old Christmas. I'm Kalaris, your host, to get things rolling here for day number 3. But of course, I'm not alone. We've got ourselves Matrim as well as Toffee's joining me here to start things off, and then we'll check in with Michael a little later on. Look at these guys, looking snazzy, looking smart. I've got questions for you boys that we're going to talk about. Nice banana. Steve, I want to talk to you first. Not only who you think is going to take all of this home, but also, don't you think Clinton would make a great Father Christmas?
I think Clinton would make a great Father Christmas. Can you see him with the beard and the hat and the jovial personality?
Yes.
The jovial personality really ruins it. Okay, taking it home, I'm gonna lean into T1. All right, I was talking with the paper thin, else paper claws, if you will, back during PGC, and he was on board. We both were like, kind of T1 looks like the team that's gonna make the transition the fastest. They've been training, they've been scrimming, they've been doing their private, personal games all in third person. I think that's translating right now.
How about yourself, Matt? What do you think is going to happen? I thought it was maybe a 3-horse race at the end of yesterday, considering T1 Freaks and Twisted Minds. But what's your perspective on this?
I mean, it's still kind of back and forth. We have a couple of opportunities. We did see some faltering that happened with the Freaks, not necessarily putting up the point total that we saw them on day 1, but Freaks usually have their best day on day 3. So I'm a bit more leaning on that side. We've seen Guman really step up, feeling extremely comfortable in the situation. Salute also started to power up yesterday, really becoming his own fragging power. But behind that, if we are starting out on everything on Miramar, T1, all that other fun stuff, we can get a lot of interesting actions with that.
Yeah, of course, if you're just tuning in right now, obviously we have a system where the teams pick the map that they win, that they're able to actually win, and then get themselves a choice afterwards. But here's how it all breaks down. We got first place, $50,000. If you win a match, it's $1,000. If you end the day, and that includes today, you win $5,000, and of course it is $100 per kill as well. Toffees is intrigued, but I think the map selection as a whole, Toffees, has been really fun to watch, especially with, in a small sample size, we've watched like a lot of Tego because of the teams that have picked it.
Yeah, so we don't really know what the format's going to be for the rest of next year, right? It's our big launch of TPP. This is the thing where, like, last night, I couldn't stop thinking about it and what it's going to add to the game. The idea of, like, running percentages, having teams that pick certain maps because it hurts other teams. Like, I think that the long-term effects of having this sort of map pick at events could be really awesome because it's been great so far.
Yeah, definitely. Gives a little bit of a boost and a boon to those teams that have been able to show exceptional performance on the previous map. As we say, Erangel, Miramar, Tego, and Rondo are eligible. Obviously, we do start things out on Miramar here at Matrim, so we didn't see much Miramar until the very tail end of yesterday, where finally it kind of reared its head.
Yeah, I was talking to some of the players, and I asked about 3 different teams kind of why everybody was having such an aversion to Miramar on day 1. And it does come down to the foot pushes. Since the trenches and the hillsides are set up that way, they were a bit hesitant coming in TPP right off the get-go on Miramar. They wanted to come in a bit more comfortable, but now that's kind of opened up the doors, and the teams are a lot more, I guess, comfortable playing in that environment.
And one thing's for sure, South Korea looks comfortable in TPP, Toffees, because T1 and Freaks, I mean, T1 with that 28-point game to round out yesterday was insane.
Yep, it is. And I think seeing E-Arena also having this big sort of glow up after how they struggled a little bit in Thailand has also been pretty exciting.
And of course, as we take a look at 2 of our big names here in DN Freaks and T1, they're so strong, they've broken the system. There's no wins, there's no kills, but we know that they've been able to put them up plenty here, Matrim.
Infinite power. It's uncalculable. The numbers are just too high. It's over 9,000, one could say.
Definitely. Very impressive stuff by them, Toffees.
I mean, so I just want to go back to this map pick thing because I kind of hope it stays, right? Like, this idea that Miramar hasn't been picked, but if you go parse all the numbers, Miramar is one of those maps where, like, if you're drafting and you go, oh, this is so-and-so's best map or so-and-so's worst. Like, if Twisted Minds got to first place, I expect double Miramar picks because the teams would know they're the worst at this.
Check in with
Paper place. That means they choose Tego. So let's just get into it. We're ready to go. The last day here at the PPMI. Let's get it on.
Away we go. It is time to get everything set up for game number 1 of day 3. It's all on the line. Toffees here with me, taking you through all of the action. And we are kicking it off on the map that has been getting so much attention today.
It's gonna be a big day. This is the last 5 games of a 15-game series, $50,000 for first, and it's even bigger than that. You can watch the perspective of every single pro who's out there. You can go over and watch their streams, and as the door to Tego opens, it opens the door for you to see everything from all of your favorite streamers, their perspectives. We even saw some gems, things we won't repeat, come out from some of those streams yesterday. So I encourage you to pop open that second monitor, but also stay here because we're going to be calling all the action. We're following your Western teams as well as the teams that are in the race. And to me, it has been an incredibly fun event in terms of showcasing the different pacing style that we're going to get, as this is the first Matchroom Big Championship. We are crowning the first international TPP champion since 2018, and that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some show matches, a couple of things here and there, but nothing on this scale. And I love the way that this has been set up, where we're getting like prize pools per match, overall day winner, and then like a grand total winner. And so there's just every single kill matters. It's got its own money that's going to be backing it, and it's really invigorated a lot of these squads to realize if they're in a bad spot, hey, at least maybe I can try to find like an extra $300-400 by just ruining this other squad's day before I go out.
Yeah, I think it's going to drive players to play it a little bit differently, right? And this idea that, oh man, we're at the bottom of the board. If you're Petrichor, it's not, you don't have to mail it in, right? Under normal circumstances, Petrichor would be like, well, guys, let's just die quick and move on, right? But that's not the case, because if they have a day of their life, they'll get a little extra cash, but more importantly, they'll win $5,000 for having the best day ever, right? Plus kills, money for kills. So I do think this motivates a lot of players to get out there and get active early, as Hakatori pulls out the bolt action, says it's worth a couple of shots over towards AL. But, you know, actually, it's worth a charge.
I mean, at least try to scare them out, see if you can get some more territory control on this, as this has been a point that we've been playing from quite a while, and this is a very hefty commitment to go after it at this point. I mean, anyone's legend can be a bit of a problem, but it looks like they're also kind of jockeying around on different positions on the map. This is not going to be inside the new circle. Circle has gone for a much more mid-eastern lean, so it means that Falcon's going to be around airport in a good spot. 4 Angry Men, Twisted, Jinji, all feeling pretty good right at the start of today.
Falcon's really comfortable with a Middle Eastern lean as the shift does head in that direction. I like what you said about 4 Angry Men, but also Twisted Minds. This for me is the big one. With third place looming large, they need to make some moves here. Now, they're in a unique situation because Molodoct is subbing in right now, as Perfectix couldn't get here for this event. Example has been the hard carry. When we watched them at PGC, it was a multi-person contribution at times. It has been all year, and it feels like right now, Example has been the overall damage leader in the entire lobby and is sort of carrying their surge up that leaderboard. It's not over. I just think we need to see Molodoc sort of fall into that system a little bit better today.
Well, I mean, they're still doing so good right now. It's, yeah, a bit of a drop-off between them and Freaks, but easily surmountable for them. The drop-off down to E-Arena is where things get a bit more dicey. That 17-point line where we've got E-Arena, 17, and JDG, but we also did see 17, JDG, and E-Arena all have big pop-off games, so if there's any faltering at the top, there's still big opportunities. Clory is going to get pretty close to So-Said.
He's got a Panzerfaust. He's watching him, man. He's going to try to put that through this doorway, potentially. Meanwhile, Chewy goes ahead and gets that wipe on Shen elsewhere, so kind of spread out, but this Clory's attack has been building for a minute.
This is the way Expendables like to do it. Exploit early picks. Oh, the wall eats most of it. Some damage does come out. So-Said down to 6. Delwyn on the other side of this one, waiting for his moment. Gonna go for some shots between them. Delwyn getting the better side of it, and So-Said finally falls.
They double Panzer pushed that poor man. Both missed, but it didn't matter. There was enough going around to stop them. The rest of Na'Vi is going to come in now. Delwyn playing a little bit of a defense game. Both the Panzerfausts have been used, and it looks like because of the flush, Na'Vi might decide it's just not worth it.
They've got to go because all the Expendables are after this. Remember that Na'Vi went a bit stretched to go after anyone's legend right at the start of the game, so that's going to leave them more vulnerable as far as loot situation goes. The Expendables are making a path to the circle right next to Na'Vi. So the regroup nowhere near done, so Delwyn should be able to just hop in. Reinforcements are here. Is that going to be all they want? And I think it might be. Do believe that we have Mark.
Yeah, there you go. As we go through transitions, Mark's got to get in here. Come on.
So let's tag in Mark as he's got some extra information for us, and let's get an idea on what's going on in the stadium so far today. Mark, are you here with us yet? We'll give him a second. We know, looking at the setup for the circle right now, external teams that are going to be on the move is going to be T1 just now getting into the circle. The Freaks are going to be just to the north of them. Looks like they might be lying a little bit more onto the shipyard bridge, where Begapa's also making a rotate. E-Arena is way over into the west on the island itself, so they've got to rotate. JDG, of course, the Expendables and anyone's legend that we just saw a second ago. FW and Furia, all still outer lays on this one, as JDG is now starting to cross the bridge right down below them to the south, but that's going to be kind of close to the Expendables.
It is. This is the posturing phase. The circle is nice and easy, as you brought up earlier. It's in a centralized location, lots of transition spots. When we saw it take on other days, there was a lot of tough movement.
Team very close to Twisted on this. This is just a grouping around center right now, so Couple of jockeying points for position, but I don't think that 17 is going to overstep this one too much, so it's just going to be a bandying between these two squads to keep a little bit of control. So let's go ahead, bring Mark back in here and get an insight on what's going on.
Hey guys, hopefully you can hear me now. I had to run back to my desk. Look, that's actually playing into what we were talking to with Na'Vi before the games. The whole objective now for Na'Vi today is going to go aggressive. They really want to climb this leaderboard. They're going to try and get as many kills and bag as much money as they can. On the other side, though, we've got teams like Furia. They want to try and get the lessons learned, though, from the last 2 days. And again, it's about keeping bodies alive for them. So for them, it's about keeping these bodies up. The fight's about to kick off, though. I'll throw it back to you guys.
Jinji making a dedicated push right on the T1, our present leaders. One player already down in reigning, been flushed. Jinji trying to get a climb on the leaderboard, down in 14th right now, but there is a chance for a big climb. It is dicey all the way up into Falcon's position in 9. T1 wanting to play a bit safe at the start. They've just got to get out of Dodge as fast as possible.
You got to go. Gen G, our previous international winners back in 2018. Different roster, same brand. Not playing as well as I hoped that they would during the reemergence of TPP, but I think give them a little bit of time. They spent a lot of this year rebuilding for PGC with that hopes of sort of coming out here and proving GPT is what they deserve to have. Meanwhile, we got 17 who has been wicked consistent. They're up on top of the hill. 7-7-0 gets that knock on Hakatori, but extends is immediately there for the trade.
17, look at Little Ghost on the other side of this, setting up a bit more of a strong angle on the side. Looks like it's not going to be capable of getting a flush onto Hakatori. So just going to stall this out a bit more. This is right on the edge of the zone. JDG also getting close in the perimeter of this. There's a hillside just to the west of where we see 17 laid up at that I wouldn't be surprised if JDG stops at. So the longer we end up with this fight going, 17 could be more vulnerable than they think they are.
Have to worry about that as we see some more pressure coming out. Freaks was peppered by Bagopod, but they've got to turn back around as Akon gets knocked. DL out on the right side, trying to go head-to-head with Pio. He is surrounded. Guman also flooding the zone, and he's got a little bit of help from Park Pro up on the bridge, but Salute's got him pinned down. I really feel like this is a win scenario for Freaks in terms of this fight.
The way that everything is kind of lined up, they still have Songjong that's going to be on the outside of this one. He's kind of in the gatekeep trying to control the Freaks, and it's going to be how well the Bagapa can play around these smokes. You can see doing a couple of bounces, seeing if they can get some vision, but Salute, very little fear, can retreat back to the defensive line that has been set up by the Freaks. This is a rotate situation that happened up around the shipyard bridge line, but Pio on the side flank. This could come up pretty big, get some damage onto Salute, but doesn't manage to take down anybody, at least being a bit more vulnerable. Park Pro playing from that angle. They might not know that Pio is here. That nade they could think came out from him, and Pio is just creeping closer and closer by the second.
I can see him doing a little bit of smoke jumping, trying to get as much vision as they possibly can here. Salute's bouncing there, but he's about to dissipate on his first smoke. I don't think they're prepared for Pio to be willing to backstab this. They thought he would withdraw after the earlier exchange, but he is very, very close. There's the spray as Park Pro ducks back behind cover, gets that knock on Salute, and DL trying his best to put in cover and lock down Park Pro.
Got to keep the control and angle. This is a beautiful point to play from, but Pio playing the other side has spotted it. Got some damage. That's going to definitely reveal him. How much more of a push are we going to see coming out from the other side of it? Yes, of course, Songjong in a vehicle, coming up to support, surrendering that back position that he's got. Get closer, but it's all on to DL. On this point right now, he's the linchpin for everything the Freaks are trying to get, and Pio realizes instead he's going to go flank down below the bridge. Is DL even expecting this? Because Pio could yet again be the X factor that turns this around, and DL, I think, is starting to get an idea that things could go awry.
You can hear a little bit of movement there, but Pio has the peak advantage here as he tries to come up this hilltop as long as DL is back by that car. Park Pro and Songjong continue to move forward, playing this very, very aggressively. Pio slowly but surely should see him in the grass in 3, 2, 1. He doesn't look to the right. He actually scoped in, and that's what cooks him as DL is behind the car, catches Pio off guard, and now they go up with the man advantage.
Nades just not connecting the way that Begapo wants. DL played that so well. Pio had an idea that he was there, and I guess just thought he repositioned, went for the easier shots, and the Freaks now starting to get themselves back into a much stronger position, using DL so efficiently. Songjong on the other side of this one, just kind of trapped. Look at this point that he's having to play from right now. He can't get the peaks, but he could potentially drop down low and go for a flank around.
It's a really cheeky spot because he can call movement without exposing himself to the entire DNF Freaks and then get a backstab when they stand up. Really smart to move forward on that ledge. A lot of players are not going to be utilizing that. You can see DNF is going to move right past him, and now he's in a backstab position. Heaven did hear something, though, so he is holding that angle to see that till this smoke dissipates in order to make sure he covers that play.
Very sneaky. Is he just going to go for survival? All he's trying to do is allow Park Pro to get out. The new circle has popped, and it's just to the south of this position. Everybody is clustered in the southern section of the circle. So if Songjung can actually survive, be sneaky long enough here, he could have a chance to regroup. But does he let the Freaks just path in front of him is the question, or does he want that 1 point? I think survival is just really what Vegapo wants at this stage.
He's going to go for that heal as DNF falls back to their vehicles. They got a little bit out of this. It's hard. You feel like for that $100 a kill, Songjang could have really probably got 2+ flushes if he really wanted to, but you're right. He's playing the team game. I respect that.
I mean, they already took 2 casualties. No surprise on playing it a bit safe. JDG and anyone's legend on the hillside that's very strong inside the circle right now. The northern section of the circle almost entirely open, and I think the Falcons are going to use that to their advantage. They're going to shift a bit more up in that direction where T1's also going to be playing. Our 2 most northern teams really not even a little bit more than halfway through the circle. The north entirely open, and I think I see some shots. Maybe Songjung has been spotted or decided to get active. We'll have to
by taking a few
see
shots
how
there.
that goes off in the kill feed.
Meanwhile, we got JDG sneaking up on anyone's legend as they come up over the top of the hill. Seoul has been looking in the opposite direction. I'm not sure that they know about this JDG slow push that's been moving up the hill, as they've kind of had their eyes over here on, I believe, Furia, who's in a little bit of a better position on the north. So Spaceman does see the angle. Wicked has no idea that he's there. Opening shot for Wicked. Ooh, he didn't take it. I thought he was going to go for that one. Still got the visual. Easy. Cold 119 with the bolty. They do the double tap, call the opening. Sololzi immediately flushed.
I mean, just slow pacement coming out from JDG. That was very efficient in the way that they approached it. Now going for the regroup cold. Now that he's a bit more vulnerable in that angle, going to play back together with the other teammates. Jinji is going to be very close. Fury to the north of anyone's legend, but back over with Songjung, you can kind of get an idea on what's going on. Na'Vi caught up with the Expendables yet again, right on the edge of the zone. It's going to be 17 and T1 also providing some referee, but Calores peeks back around. Very efficiently played. Na'Vi down to 2.
I'll tell you what, man, you put Expendables in a compound and let them run at you, these guys are just as nightmarish as they were at any event in the last year. Hakatori, though, trying to make the difference here. He had a bit of a slow day yesterday. A big day one, comes around that corner. Duck Juice going for the res. Switches over, gets that gun ready. He's listening. Has a little vision of Clories.
Everything is slowed back down right now, playing in the smokes. Hakatori's got so much information, but Little Ghost and the rest of 17 looks like they're trying to backstab. A couple shots now going to come out from Little Ghost to apply more pressure onto this. Na'Vi, at least in the safer angles to play from for right now. Got to be careful. No, 7-7 has spotted out Hakatori. That is terrible. He's down to 5 HP. Nowhere to go. He's going to go down. It's just Theorist versus all of the Expendables now.
And not only is it him, he's also got 17 behind them. They're going to probably try to crash a third party off of this by taking the hill just above them. And that puts Ferris in a really tough position because you saw Hakatori only had 1 escape path, and it was covered by 17. So Ferris is going to go ahead and get those flashes out. But Glorious Expendables, their third Panzerfaust of the match so far.
Unnecessary, but you know, better safe than sorry. Just pops him. Gloria's going to find another one. Expendables have to head in the circle. The circle did pop and reveal itself, and it has gone north into the no man's land where we've got the river that's cutting through everything. That means that we have most of the lobby all in vehicles getting ready to rotate, and that hillside where we saw the firefight with JDG a second ago, it's got a spattering of teams. They're all trapped next to each other.
It also means that it is a dead even watermark, so they have no idea where this next shift is going to go. All the team's going to have to sort of hope that it's not away from them as they pick their spots right now. Example gets a nice shot on AZ after he gets a shot on Molodok. Both these teams trading at massive distance.
But they're managing to weather this position. It's going to be very hard. Fury's going to be back behind taking shots onto Twisted as well as Petrichor Road. Jinji going to be very close in position as well. That's why Twisted's trying to take those shots to try to shoo them away from point. Up on the hillside, we do have Fury that's taking those shots that we talked about just one moment ago. We have JDG that's been in a firefight with the E-Arena for a while, and 4 Angry Men on top of it. All these squads, no options, nowhere to really go, and yes, we do also have an emergency pickup that has been called by the Freaks to jump right into the middle of all of this.
Got to get in there and mix it up. I like that aggression by the Freaks. They're currently in second place. They got to make big moves. Lou gets shot the second he moves the car. Twisted Minds trying their best to hold Petrichor down, but This is not a lot of cover, and they're being attacked across the water. They also now have Furia backfilling behind them. Twisted Minds, I think, is running out of time.
With the river that's cutting through this, we've got FW in control of a lot of the circle, as well as Falcons to the northeast. To the southwest, it's going to be T1 and Gen G in very prime positions. Right on the edge of the zone is what we're looking at with Twisted. And there is a death funnel of squads that are back behind. The Panzerfaust could be a big play, as also the mortars raining down on top of Twisted. At range, it looks like Furia might be playing with the idea of a bit more of an aggressive push, but that's not really their style.
Now, they're doing leapfrog scouting, so they're kind of sending one, holding, and then jumping over him with a car. You're right. They have not been very engage-oriented in this event, which has been a little bit surprising considered how well they did in TPP in the Americas region during the PPI tour. So I'm fascinated to see why they've chosen to play this so passive, and I think some of it might just come down to the fact that Korea has come out clearly ready for TPP in a way that the Americas region was not during West.
Falcons are the ones that are throwing those mortars over on top of Twisted, and eyes on this is going to be Banana 1 from FW. Orca actually also going to get involved. He wants to have some mortar fun, and Bean going to be able to pop the Tulans, as well as Orca getting the kill onto Lou. This is just mortar upon mortar. Mini red zone right on top of Twisted, and it is just example the last one up.
This, it's brutal. I mean, that's one of those you're going to wake up screaming, remembering that time you tried to hold that power supply. Meanwhile, we got Tanvu coming back from the sky as he was brought back by the rest of his team, and E-Arena has relocated to the middle of the map with an E-pickup, completely uncontested, able to land in a nice little pocket in the high ground center.
Freaks did that just a moment ago and landing right along the river facing. They don't want to get too aggressive. They want to let everybody go in front of them. Furia is going to have Tanvu very close in parachute to him, so curious to see if he's going to do any scouting or if he's just going to go for a regroup. Looks like he's now starting to get a bit more vision on him. Furia is starting to feed that over and say, okay, where is he going to land? The Expendables look like they wanted to try to get over next to him to try to pick him up, but it's going to be so hard running right in between Gen G, Furia, and even being vulnerable potentially from the angles that are going to be set up for Petrichor Road. But the Expendables, they don't care. They're just committed. They want to get him, and whoa, Furia just destroys him.
The Expendables look so ridiculously out of sorts in TPP. I'm just gonna call a spade a spade. They are driving around like chickens without heads. They love their reses, but they are crashing and just hoping for the best, making kill money. And I think it's gonna be a rude awakening for some of our top teams that you do need to prepare for this. You do need to get ready for a different perspective and a different style of play.
I mean, the Expendables are trying to figure out how to make their style work, and you're right. It is much harder to do in TPP. They've said in their interviews they're very, very focused on trying to figure out a way to make it happen. But whenever you look at Furia, who opts into a more passive play style, presently ahead of them by 1 point at the time being. Mortar is still continuing to rain down as the Freaks have to find some way to get into this zone. Gate kept on one side by FW, and 17 already in the circle.
The circle looking good. Falcons have been in for a while as they have a nice little split. You can see in the distance, DNF, who had to fight through the hell that was Bagopa, is in the circle, but they're being held out by 17, who's exchanging back and forth peppers, not only with them, but E-Arena as well. I think that's the hard part of 17. 17's got an interesting spot down here on the riverbed, but they are just surrounded, and their only hope is the UAZs and the foldable shield. Like, this is a great spot once the circle closes, but right now it is a nightmare.
How good is that bounce? That is really close. 17 feeling a lot less comfortable than they did a second ago. You can see they were trying to set up, I believe, a mortar. That no longer feels good. It's going to be Ian that spots out Little Ghost. And now 17 in a ton of trouble in this side of their split. Sure, they still have the other two that are holding down the other side of the river, but there's just too many shots. And Ian going to find 7-7. And that is the go signal from T1. They are cutting into the circle fast.
H1 with the links out there as Gen G crashes into Petrichor. Coming from the backside, no one saw Chewy as he ends up getting the easy backstab to go down. Tozy hoping to make something out of nothing as Ming Ming just closes that gap. A perfect nade, it's in his pocket, goes boom. That's a dead Chewy as he tries to get through this. Ming Ming on the rotation around. He knows that he's behind that rock, would love to win this 1v1. JDG eliminated in the meanwhile. Tozy gonna go ahead and smoke out, see if he can't get back there to save his partner. Meanwhile, BRDM murders from FW.
I mean, FW's had control of this territory for a really long time, but it's just been the way the shrinks have happened. They've got to be careful. Sure, they've got the BRDM, but they also have the remnants of several squads all around them. 4 angry men just kind of off in the distance with just one player still up and alive. T1 trying to make that cross down in the river, but there's just too much of a defensive line set on this hill. E-Arena up on top. Freaks down low right next to him, and then, of course, FW, who's also been taking a spattering of shots in their direction.
Just out in the open, there's nothing the Freaks could do, and now T1 suffering the same end as Heather is knocked. He at least got to knock Deal before he went down. E-Arena has been in a great spot here on this high ground, but the shift away from them could prove tragic. That said, they'll still be happy. 4 kills, probably going to be able to hold out FW, and may get even bigger as we go forward.
FW just got to fight their way in, but it's E-Arena. These guys, whenever we get in later stages, they know exactly how to play around terrain and well-defended positions. FW having to be the ones that are breaching into this. Sure, they've got the BRDM, but the shots are going to be very hard to deal with. On the other side of this, of course, we do have the Falcons that are doing a bit of corralling and finish off 4 angry men, but it's going to be low ground control for the Falcons, high ground control for E-Arena, and to the south, Furia trying to get in the circle right next to Twisted Mind.
Petrichor ends up running up against Twisted Minds and goes down. Meanwhile, we're back to Jacob as the 3 members of E-Arena still trying to hold this FW push. They got Doritos, they've got a blown up BRDM, and they got a prick. But FW seems like they've just got more utility, and they're using it to clear space and make this push work.
Falcons now getting more aggressive, trying to see if they can get onto this hillside as well, get a part of it. T1 also wants to pounce low on players, trying to get the kills that they can, realizing that this is the perfect opportunity to jump into everything. Couple of nades going to go a bit awry after where a already flushed member is at, but it's going to be FW doing a good job on pretty much surviving in this point. But it is a pressure cooker, and it is going to continue to get hotter and hotter, and there is just too many angles around them. This is going to be really hard for FW.
Yeah. FW continuing this grind, and now here's that Twisted Minds position. I thought they were cooked earlier. The shift worked out in their favor, and they've held 2 different teams' pushes, and now their only real issue is that Furia is trying to push them from behind. Meanwhile, T1 backstabs FW and maybe gives a little bit of a lifeline to the White Rabbits.
Falcons in this high ground, so much information, and they've got to focus in on E-Arena right now, so we're going to try to prep up and get an idea on what's going on with the Falcons directly. Let's listen in on their comms.
9 alive.
Yeah.
Running rock, running cross rock, Tig.
I'm healing.
Insta.
Smoke it back real quick. FW.
I already did. His team's still on green, guys.
T1's running out.
Nice.
How many is T1?
They're big. One could be under us already.
Not sure. One peeking, careful.
I don't have ammo.
We are giga fed, so try to mind that push there.
Here, I'm dropping you some bullets.
I'm trying to run back, guys. They're still they're about to influence from green from the shot.
Okay, we need to reset the compound.
Yeah, they're going edge. They're going edge.
Tents.
They're going edge.
Okay,
I'm running.
let's reset.
We need to get back to compound. Hey,
they're going all the way to. They're gonna crash. Yeah,
guys,
we're looking at orange. Yeah, we're coming. Grab the Panzer. It's in the car. Nice, brother.
One's on the tent still. Okay.
Is he in the car still, Adrian, or no?
Never mind.
Is there a guy in orange?
No, I knocked the car guy. There was 3 cars. Okay, 3 different cars.
Okay, they're just gonna play field.
T1's gonna have our hill, and it's gonna
ammo on
shambles.
me.
T1's gonna have full hill control. Yeah, we can't really.
We should go back to the hill now. No,
Right.
like
Well, there's
Fury can shoot us from blue.
There's 7 alive. What are the numbers? Talk about it.
I'll
Choice is
look
a
in a
duo
second.
still. Choice is 100% a duo still on the power. Okay, so that makes 5, and then the other 5 are Furia
I'll
and
58
T1.
for you, Dig. I left 58 bullets in there.
Massive control for the Falcons. T1 still clinging to life. Furia trying to find a way into the zone. Just Kawazine in there right now, and Twisted still alive with their 2 players. Have to find some way to get in right next to Jinji and their solo.
Yeah, I love that Falcons hold against Furia. For those of you guys who might not play as much or be on a pro team, when he says they're in pushing, he means it's kind of a aggressive, over-the-top, all-committed push to try to cash that compound. And they were able to stop them. Getting that link shot forced them over to sort of backshoot here on Twisted Minds and gave Falcons just absolute control over that entire region.
Great shots from Gizera to keep control on this angle. There's a road that's going to be right on the edge of the zone, and he is trying his best to make sure that he controls that. Gives more opportunity for the rest of the squad to play a bit safer along this southern territory. T1 also has eyes on that pathing, but Falcons realizes exactly what was trying to be set from Furia, going to force them away. Now Furia's got to keep an eye on the Batulans. He's trying to sneak his way in. We've seen him try to make some big plays, but Gizera is going to get the nade right on top of him. That means it's just being on the other side, trying to find a way in right next to T1.
It's going to be a tough order here. Falcons looking so good. I just don't know how you wrest control away from them as they have the entire circle to themselves. Furia does try to sneak in, but Kickstart is waiting. He has had their number since they made that initial park. He has just been sitting here waiting for them to expose themselves. Shumsy comes in and helps with that flush, and the 2 wrap back around, knowing they do have to be aware of that threat from the side.
Kawazine tries to go for the nade onto Bean, but Bean just runs right next to the shack, takes some damage. but has an idea that there's backstab, goes out to blue to see if maybe he can play around the solo. He's going to take so much damage, it's going to be hard to survive. It's going to be Type that actually picks it up, and Kalazine has to run. He realizes that T1 is way closer than he wants him to be.
Type literally stole $100 out of his pocket as Kalazine now has to run forward with that MG. But it is a tall order. 2 for T1, 1 for Furia, and Falcons out hunting like it is the most dangerous game.
Falcons high ground on this hill right now. They've got a ton of information to play for. They already heard the shots come out from T1. They know where Kalazine's going to be playing from as well. So it's just making sure that there's nobody hiding behind little small independent points. Remember that they were playing the other side of this hill, so they don't know if anybody's around that rock. They're going to try to slow back down the pacing, make sure that they can try to funnel everyone on top of each other, because that just makes their life so much easier. This is just pure efficiency on how to stranglehold a late game circle.
Absolutely. It's a great spot with this perspective. They can get lots of vision with those jump peaks. There's really no way to push up this hill without showing Falcons exactly what it is that you're working with. And so you can see T1 trying to make that outside flank. They're doing the same thing for information gathering, but the fact that Kickstart has the highest spot on the map means that it is an almost unbreachable position if you don't have a couple of smoke launchers and an extra utility to sort of make that push.
Just getting to the point where there's nowhere to go, and Kalazine realizes it. He does try to get over to the rock, but Ian spots out Kickstart. They go for the peak at the absolute perfect moment. Yeah. T1, top of the leaderboard right now. They're not done yet. They want to try to find a way to stab back, and they're using Kalazine as a distraction to really enable that. But all these nades coming up from the Falcons, one of them has to roll close, but it just doesn't get any damage.
They're just I will say T1's doing a great job of sort of rabbit peeking. They sent Ian up to peek, and the second that he drew Kickstart out, he had gone back down, and Type was in an off angle to get his counter peek. So they're doing a good job working as two to try to break into this spot. But Tiggleton with that off angle, sure, he's not going to maybe get the game-winning clutch if it's all open field, but this is a huge stop as Ian tries to make his way around the left side. That is the most important anchor I've seen in a minute.
Yeah, it makes it really hard because Kalazine on the other side of this means that T1 just has to run up the top of the hillside. They can't play the lower section of the hill because you can see it's going to be entirely cut off. Instead, firm regroup, realizing the fact that, okay, they have to step up along this other ridge line, and we've got control over that one. We're in phase number 7, so everything's kind of slowing down. Waiting to see where phase number 8 is. The duo and the solo praying that maybe the circle will give them some love, but up on top of it all, it's drawing a lot of attention. Kalazine does get the knock on H, but Kalazine goes down.
What a turn by Shrimsy. That was a tough one. He was just sort of waiting to get that pick, and it was interesting because I thought he would just hold. They weren't going to push him and get the easy second place, but he decides to get active, and I respect that. Shrimsy actually has plenty of time to rotate over here and get H-Win up, but that does open the door if Type and End are paying attention to try to force a 2v2 right now.
That is a good read. Ian tries to play the lower section of the hillside, realizing that they're going to lose some information, the Falcons are, by trying to go for the res, essentially making 2 players out. Type playing the other side of this means that there's a bit more of an open angle as they try to push up this hillside, but it's going to still be very, very hard. When the new circle has popped, it does kind of shift away from this hillside the Falcons are playing for, so let's listen in on T1.
Okay, can we sweep it all? Because if not, we have to take an angle.
I think Shrimsy go orange, and then Matt and I can push to yellow after.
We have smokes?
Yeah, I like that.
I can just smoke line down and nade them?
Yeah,
I mean, if I get to cover, it's going to be hard. Can you give me smokes?
Yeah,
give me all the smokes. Can you give me any smokes? Listen, H1.
I just threw some here, that's all I got.
Shrimsy, you're going to drive to orange, yeah?
Yeah,
I mean, I'm in the world where I just get fucking destroyed later. I'm going to smoke line in the middle, and I can nade, okay? I can nade off of spraying you. There should be one on green, though.
It's popped. Alright, Shrim's go orange.
I'm ready whenever you are.
You ready?
Yeah. Matt,
I'm gonna start driving. Let me know when I can drive.
I'm already close. I'm
ready.
ready. I'm throwing one stun for you.
Oh, big nade coming up from Kickstart. Gets knocked onto Ian. Makes it really complicated. Type now the last one up. Falcons in complete control. They even know exactly where Type's at. Molotovs getting thrown out. Tons of control. Nowhere to go. Falcons take game number 1 of the day.
Oh my gosh. Win for the Falcons. This is killing me. I talked to Gunnar at the start of the day, and he said, well, Chief, I don't think we're winning this event. Hate to break it to you. The boys are feeling sick. They don't look sick in that. Actually, they look sick, but the good kind, I should say, at the end of that match, as they come out with a blazer of a win and the flag to pick whichever map they want next.
Cannot wait to see what they're going to go for. We're going to go ahead and tag back in Kalares, get his insights. Where are we going? H-Win's picked it, flips around, and it is Aaron Gal.
There we go.
We go. And of course, I've got Michael here as well to talk about that game. Falcons with a proper lockdown. Go to Toffee's first to get things rolling because, man, Falcons had that in the bag when it came to the extreme control they were holding for the hillside as well as the compound, man.
I mean, you heard H-Win, right? He was like, in the comms, boys, we got fed, right? Like, let's make the most of this, and they did. They did a great job of flexing out. They eliminated all threats from behind. They used Kickstart as a really great defensive backstab hold, and they used Tingleton as an anchor through the entire endgame, and everyone was willing to play those roles. It was a master's class in how to win when you should.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, Falcons gets the win, but we're looking at a moment here where Expendables and Na'Vi are embroiled in a fight. And Michael, I think we were a little bit apprehensive about the aggression from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I know today Navi's going to be trying to play a bit more aggressive, but when you're playing on Tego where there's a lot more loot, that also means there's a lot more Panzer spawns. So that means every aggressive early fight you're taking, that at least one player on each team should have a Panzer. And I talked about BRDMs are less effective on this map as well, but especially when you go against the Expendables early, it's not the right team to be taking early aggression on.
No, they also want to be aggressive, right? That is the MO of the Expendables, Matrim, as obviously they do go down. But I'm impressed, Matrim, by T1 and their resilience here, because I thought on the west side, trying to cross this river was going to be a death sentence, but they played the cover game with the hill that Falcons had very well against all the eastern and southern teams.
Well, whenever it comes to T1, it's so interesting because they have like 4 different gears. We've seen them, of course, very often in their high gear where they're just going super kill heavy after anything that moves, but they also have this very defensive, slow approach that they can shift over to whenever they need to, specifically if they've lost a player or two. And it's really just propelled them into this game because whenever you get in TPP and you can control pacing, you just control everything around you.
Definitely. Toffees, obviously you said that you're a bit conflicted by the Falcons win. Did you take any Falcons members off of your fantasy team?
No, I dropped them because they have 3 people who are sick right now, and their coach said, we're cooked. We got to go back and do some more prep work for this. And then they come out on this map and absolutely lambast everyone. That's the thing about the Falcons, though. They get this spot. They make good strategic calls. H-Win put them on top of the high ground. There was like once they had that spot, it was just an inevitability of when the win was going to come.
Yeah, Matrim, I think that the Falcons listening that we got there was fantastic as they get 21 points to their name. But hearing those kinds of dynamics, how they want to control the high ground, the hill, how they're cognizant of where Fury can potentially see their line of sight as well, I think was brilliant comms here by the Falcons.
Yeah, and because there's vulnerabilities when you play the top of the hillside, right? Is you're profiling up for everybody that's in the low ground, especially in TPP, that can get those perfect shots in on you. So it's very, very dangerous whenever we look at trying to keep that hilltop control. But they realized that they just had all the authority. Instead, they were going to play it a bit more bold, a bit riskier, and it does end up paying off.
And will be another boatload of points for T1 as well, as they still have that #1 spot. Michael, from your perspective, can any teams wrestle this away from T1 and South Korea in general?
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I was skeptical about T1 coming into today. At PGC 2024, they were in first place after 2 days, and they dropped to 5th place after the tournament ended. So I thought maybe they wouldn't have what it takes to win, but they are maybe changing that now. And I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe they just carry it on.
Yeah, they're terrifying Toffees.
I mean, it feels like they've just been on standby for this for the last year. They've been sort of building up. They put this roster together. They've been like, you know what? We're going to keep playing FPP. We're going to be good. We're going to kind of keep showing up these internationals. But when it goes TP, it's on time. Because they are. They're playing really smart. They're running good 2-2s. The way that they're leapfrogging on their pushes looks really, really good. I have been deeply impressed with T1 and their sort of fledgling mastery. As again, TPP has not been a competitive format truly at the highest level since 2018. And these guys are kind of going back to their old ways. They've been doing it in pubs. They clearly have a little bit of a foot up.
Is paper thin ready is the question here. As we're taking a look across Falcons, you were mentioning that we thought maybe they were going to have a bit of a harder time, obviously battling some illnesses, but it looks like we are... Was that Mark is ready? What was that? Oh, okay. He's ready soon. Sneaky Mark. Okay.
Sneaky boy.
Yeah, but
I'll tell you what.
He's doing a full T1. He's controlling all the pacing. We just got to rotate around him.
So there was this time Trevor, who I think Michael is pretty familiar with, once told me he coached H-Win at an international, and he said he has the best game sense of any IGL that he's worked with and was blown away by his ability to sort of track movement on the map. And I do think in this format, particularly in that last game, we saw H win at his best. Those comms, the first set of comms, the second one was a little more confused. Apparently everybody desperately wanted smokes. The first time around, though, it was super cool. It was very collected. It was them feeding him information and just a really smart, tight comm system, which I always am excited to hear.
Let's check in with Paper Thin down on the stage.
Number 3. Still tons to play for. They're getting some extra money in the bag. And of course, just like we saw on day number 1 when they got their win, they're going Erangel again. So that's where our next plane will be taking us. Buckle up. It's time for the Grassy Pastures, the El Clasico. It's Erangel.
Just can't get away from boxing. It's all over social media, everywhere. Now even Paper shadow boxing against us. Toffees, it's just violence everywhere today, I guess.
Hey man, there's nothing I love more than boxing, all right? Other than the time that Poro punched me in the face at PGC and I had to have a black eye, it's generally my favorite part of the week. These guys are here to fight. We actually saw it at PGC too. I don't remember Tab and a bunch of the guys doing some shadow boxing out there. It does seem like being willing to take a fight has become the primary focus as our drone pilot shows off just how skilled he is at that awesome skate park there in the middle of Seoul. Next game getting underway, we're transitioning back to Erangel. I'm excited about this. I'm a little curious why it is that the Falcons choose this map specifically when a lot of other teams seem to be picking ones that are a lot more cover-oriented and have central drop spots.
I mean, yeah, if anything, it just feels like you go to your comfort food. We do know that the Falcons have had a pretty decent run on Erangel for the year. It feels like where they feel the strongest. Middle maps sometimes can be a bit dicey for them, and Miramar, which used to be a very strong point for them, not always consistent. They have had some very big games on it. So instead, I guess, just lean into what you know, especially if you're sick, right? If you have some illness going on, just play it slow, play it steady, stick to basics. Keep it simple, stupid kind of situation.
Yep, I do. I also think teams like Anyone's Legend, where you're not forced to sort of manage the calls as much, are going to benefit on a map like this. Our teams that can kind of go for 2v2s with holds that have a little more defensive position should be pretty interesting. As I think we're on Erangel, I think the teams are learning right now how to push some of these compounds. When we go to Tego, there's a lot more functionality there.
We getting the hot drop coming in? I don't know. We saw T1, but it looked like they were isolated. I think that 4 Angry Men is going for a bit more of an eastern drop. Yeah, they're not going to make... Well, actually, no. Some of 4 Angry Men have actually jumped into Yasnaya itself. Heather also off in the distance. Circle pops, and it's going to be centered around Rozhok.
Nice middle circle. Everybody's going to be happy about that one. Yaz should be big enough to hold everybody. Meanwhile, Falcons getting shot at just a little bit, or a little cover, I should say, from the Falcons as they get the Dragon off. He says, jump in, man. Should we go kill this guy? No, maybe not. So they're going to back up and head back. I think it is. Nope, no free kill today.
Well, Longs is still kind of out in the open right now. He's in the
field.
Oh, no! Tongmu hits a great shot, Trimsy down.
He jumped out. They thought we'll go hunt this guy, and Togmu, with the iron sight, is going to go ahead and get that knock on Shrimsy. That is absolutely crazy. I think he had I thought I saw a 2x for a second. But if that was an iron sight Shrimsy popper in the head, that is wild.
Now Shin on the hunt after kickstart. Gonna make a full commitment and just crashes the building as fast as possible. He's got the shotty ready to go.
Yep.
Peeking around the side. It's all gonna come down. Who has the better aim? Closes the door on one side of it. Nowhere to go. Out the window. Pop on top. And kickstart goes down.
That was great. He saw him driving. He knew that he only had the Dragunov after the quick loot. And so he capitalized on that and made a big push, knowing that he could overwhelm him with his automatic firearm. And it was a really good push here from 4 Angry Men. Falcons coming off a win, picked the map, now down 2 players.
So a little bit of distance away from T1 on Yasnaya. Going to feel really good now as they finally winning a hot drop over here, as T1 has been making their life absolutely miserable on Erangel. So good start for 4 Angry Men. It's down towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Anything that you can kind of get the ball rolling. But Falcons on the other side of that, after coming off of a solid victory, already down to 2.
With a great circle, too. If this hadn't happened, they had a solid transition into the mid, sort of where T1 was doing a big spread. They would have easily moved to a good compound, somewhere probably in the vicinity of Volcano. So this is going to really hurt them. And it's tough when you think that you're so far behind coming in. You have a big first game. To have the second one go that way has got to be heartbreaking, especially because if you guys are watching at home, which I know you are, There's only 5 games today, so it's not traditionally the 6. There's less makeup space. If you want the $50,000, we're almost done.
This is really interesting looking at the way that the circle is kind of landed. Rozhawk is going to be in the center of it, entirely open, but the Freaks have got a 2-2 split entirely around it. Nobody is in Rozhawk itself right now. Petrichor Road is going to be in School and Apps. Of course, we get 17 and down in Pachinki itself. So JDG is doing a bit of a stretch. Most of our teams kind of doing a bit of a split around Rozhawk, and finally it is going to be the Freaks running through it, but it's pretty open, all considered, in the circle so far.
No one wants Rozhawk. Rozhawk is the absolute worst town to be in a third-person lobby, right? Because across the river, above you at the radar tower, the houses by the bridge, every single one of them has a rooftop or a hilltop access where you can be watched in anywhere that you transition inside of Rozhawk. So that is going to be, I think, a last-ditch location for some of our teams who will probably try to avoid getting into any kind of valleyed city. Is really, really rough. Here's that. It was an iron sight. He leads the shot perfectly. That's highlight reel material. Boom!
I mean, at this point, I think the Falcons might want Rozhawk. It's at least a safer drop than that. As looking out on the circle so far, we've got Irina that's up in Zarki. Stolber is going to go over to Furia. Everybody else on the outside is going to be FW. Twisted, who's down into Milta Minor through Power. Inside of Milta proper is going to be Anyone's Legend. And Gen G doing a bit of a regroup with the Expendables playing in the Gatka fields.
Man, I'm not even mad about them dying to that. Like, that Car 98 shot was so freaking sexy. Like, you can't even, like, when that happens in game, you're like, well, they earned it. That was wild. What a shot.
Yeah, there's a lot of small moving factors that we're trying to get everything eye on right now. I think that we're trying to see if Michael's got anything that he's going to be bringing in, so we'll keep an ear on him for just 1 second. We do have a red zone that's going to appear on top of JDG and Begapa, but shouldn't be anything too scary right now for those guys. Very slow in rotate, given the fact that this is a pretty centered circle, but the center meta is still staying quite strong.
Yeah, we got teams definitely going to a couple of those high ground spots in the middle. The issue is we still have, land ratio, and if that shift goes north of the river or south, everyone else has to make a transition. So a lot of our players getting decent spots, but ones where they can keep their cars protected and make a big transition. When you talk about TPP, it takes that car value to the umpteenth level. Sure, 4 cars is an insanely important strategy when it comes to first-person perspective, but as we make this transition, because of the extra vision you can utilize with cars, because of the need for cover, because of the quick transition, cars are paramount, and these early phase 2, phase 1 preparations for shift are going to revolve a lot around keeping those cars safe and keeping them on hand.
Curious to see if the Falcons are managing to get any of their blue chips back, or what the situation with that is there's not a lot of people around them. They did have one of their players go very well, I wouldn't say centered, but a little bit off center, and that's going to put them surrounded by Na'Vi players. And I think that might be what Tig is over here for, looking for blue chips. I don't know, though. Let's go ahead and see if we can get the comm set up, and let's do a quick listen in. Oh, they're on full-on silent mode right now. We are listening to their comms, but there's just nothing happening with it.
I heard a guy shoot an AK in police, which is really weird.
One of them are police. Where did your car get popped, Tig? Sorry? From Bend.
It was either Bend or, like, Volcano. Probably from Bend.
If you're gonna look for info on our tip stick, you should be playing like orange or something. Like, yeah, I think you got like summer orange line.
I was just looting and waiting for FW. I was gonna save 4M drive field as well.
It was the guy at Volcano. It was a team hacker.
Roger.
They're shooting at a car on island.
You're completely alone, H1.
Yeah, I'm stunned.
Riveting stuff from the Falcons. I do like that their comms are completely silent, unless it's feeding valuable game information, right? Like, there's a discipline to the way that they do their conversations.
Yeah, and also good idea on rotation and tracking, knowing the fact that it's going to be FW that's going to be close to them. I don't think that we've seen FW make an appearance in the kill feed. Really, it's just been the Falcons, and that's been about it. The only ones that have gone down, so that's just going to be all on knowledge coming into the game, and idea on rotate. H1 is pretty surrounded in the circle, as you heard Tiggleton say, is he's got T1, I think it's Petrichor Road, and Na'Vi all just entrenched around him in position. So Tig's just kind of roaming around on the outside of this, figuring out how he can even get into the circle.
Yeah, it's a tough one because this is the best part and the worst part of Erangel. If you get that early rotation, you get a good spot, you get the shift, it's a really good win condition. But if you suffer like the Falcons did, where they get ambushed early, they fall behind on rotations, like you end up with Tiggleton driving around the entire north of the island to try to salvage. Meanwhile, Begopal up here in this compound, looking around. I think E Arena has to know. Are they going for the crash? They are. Legend.
Rolls right up next to Park Pro, waiting to see who's going to come through. He's got Shoddy ready to go. Plays it slow, waiting to see who's going to step through. Gets the taps in, makes it look simple right off the kick. So, here come the reinforcements. The rest of Begopal just running down the hillside. E-Arena realizing there could be some problems. Opan's very isolated. Does have reinforcements at least back behind him in Nurenz, but the full wolf pack from Begopal going to make any type of push from here very difficult.
I just don't think they know that Opans is up there. So we saw the crash from E-Arena. I think that they got up there quietly, and so Begopal does take a shot. They now know that Opan's there. This buys them plenty of space to work from that garage house. And I mean, you got to withdraw Opans at this point, but I don't know how you do it.
I mean, Lyrics was trying to play into the west. Begopal already saw him in movement. This has just kind of turned into an awkward standoff where you're kind of entrenched over here. JDG also has a 2-2 split. It's pretty far around this one. Nade being a bit of its own problem right there, as I think that Opan's, well, smokes are now starting to come out. Songjong, he wants to play this aggressive. Nurenz is going to have to keep his defense very strong. Park Pro already knows where he's going to be at. Peeks around the trees, but Opan's in a lot of trouble. Good throw coming out from Songjong.
That's Nade, a good push there, and we're going to have to immediately see them fall back as Nurenz goes ahead and tries to get some cover down on the car so we can just get out of here. Get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, Lyrics was even up into the north at this point. It's just time to get out of point position. Circle has gone back to the southeast, so it's going to be other side of the river, so everybody up here is going to have to be making some rotates. We've got Michael with some information and eyes on the game so far.
Yeah, I'm fully expecting Falcons to be fully playing on edge of zone or in the blue this game. I think their comeback plan will probably have them land in Yasnair if they can do it, just because of that insane shot earlier in the game.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise. It's just full damage control. Here's H1 we just saw kind of hunker down in point.
Whoa!
Twisted's caught up in a firefight right now with the Expendables, who just made a send right into Apps. Twisted, this is comfort territory for them, though. They know how to play this very efficiently.
You never enter a two-front war in Europe, and you never fight Twisted Minds in apartments. These are two basic rules of war. And here we are, Expendables saying, yeah, we can take this. And I just expect Twisted Minds has defended, played, and owned this spot for so long. I think they like it when this happens.
Easy presentation for some points. I love the fact that how they secure two buildings, but not too aggressively. Notice the fact that the cars are going to be a bit closer to the position that the Expendables are going to be playing from. Expendables still sitting in that 11th place position, while Twisted eyes on the top three still, as it is just 5 points away from the Freaks, and they need a big game if they want to even have a chance to catch up to T1, who is presently playing themselves into a pretty good position. 2-2 split, not far off center.
Let's take a look at a little bit of loot for Tiggleton as he continues to sort of salvage as much as he can out of this game. Throws a 6X in the trunk, grabbing some supplies for his friends, potentially. T1, who's dominating the leaderboard right now, still in a great spot. Furia, though, getting real close, chasing him down. Panzerfaust ready but not in hand. Tong Mu hitting Furia as he tries to push forward. T1, I think, could be saved by a little bit of that pressure.
Well, I love the fact that they are staying committed in this one for right now. They have Furia up in their face, and I knew that this was just a matter of time. I think that Tig was just waiting for everybody to get away from him before he went for the reses. The full regroup from Furia has happened onto the duo for T1, and the other duo is staying pretty committed, just having faith. There you have got an angle of defense, and just going to go ahead and let the other two players kind of hop in vehicles and slowly move out of point. All of this still happening around H1, by the way.
Mm-hmm. This is about the pace that I expect for this map. It's going to be a little bit slower in the mid-game as everybody secures their spots. Nade being cooked up by Wicked. If he can hit this, it would be big on T1, but I think he decides it's not worth as he doesn't really have a follow-up. It's just hard to watch every angle at once as T1 chases the rest of his teammates away.
Anyone's Legends got to be a bit careful about this now that there's everybody from T1 right next to each other. T1, though, going to be on the receiving end of that damage. Emergency pickup has been called from E Arena. Looks like they're just going to try to figure out where the circle is going to lay for this one. Anyone's Legend, though, they've got to be careful. Na'Vi eyeing this one, gets some damage, but there is a pretty decent crossfire if he's not careful.
I mean, they've already taken the tires out. He has very little hope here. And we go back to the Tiggleton efforts to escape. He jumps out. He gets the one. He seat swaps, goes around the back, tries to make the play, but Bagopa was not having it as they come around with the entire army of cars, the whole fleet deployed to kill Tiggleton.
I mean, free point for Bagopa. They've got to continue on their path. They keep going this way, though. Downside is that they're going to bump into FW. At least Tig completed mission, though. He called back into the other players. Have to see where they're going to be hopping and jumping. Furia making their own committed run right through everything. Twisted kind of still caught up with what's going on into Abs. Means that there's at least an opportunity to get in the hillside. The circle has popped down into the southeast, and it is just going to be running right into parachutes. Posa, that is just crazy. Takes down Nurin so fast.
Nurin's never stood a chance. Where's this Furia been all week? As they make a push up, Kalanzine firing into the smoke, trying to make something happen here, as Na'Vi does have the high ground. I don't think they're going to push up over the top. They're going to be pretty content to just hold this position for a minute and let everything settle itself out as that circle pops, and it is really centered on almost everybody.
Yeah, it's just going to be more of a crunch in. It's Bagopa on the outside, JDG on the outside, and just territory control. E-Arena does get eliminated. Emergency pickup not going in their favor. Falcons are trying to parachute in right now, but under some pretty serious duress as there's a lot of teams taking bot shots, and it's just a bit messy in the north, but I think that most of them have managed to land.
They can land. There's just not a lot of real estate, and Tiggleton was in charge of driving around and finding supplies. They got him. Bagopa picked him off on transition, which means Falcons are going to be coming in severely underfunded. And it's going to be a very tough game for them to continue this climb out of 4th place. Meanwhile, though, Twisted Minds, who's at 93 points, does have a decent spot in the circle and 4 alive. So this might be that moment where Twisted Minds says, hey, it's not all about Korea. We, too, can play this game.
Bagopa getting closer and closer to FW. Who's playing a couple of little sneaky angles right here. Bagopa just playing the dip at the crossroads. No need to make too desperate of a push. JDG rotating on the other side of this, though. And it's going to be along the pathing where Jinji has got set up. Bean looks like he's going to be the man out, feeding information over in the rotate. Should have probably spotted that, but I think that JDG is doing enough of a shift along the hillside that it is, of course, going to force Jinji back down the hill. Not the cleanest of sight lines, but 17 is going to spot him on 1. First stage of the gauntlet at least started to get completed, but remember, Fury is in the dip just a bit further ahead.
Yeah, it's tough, too, because they want to get these knocks. Otherwise, JDG is going to leapfrog them and take a better hold position in the middle that Genji will ultimately have to cross. Meanwhile, T1 got into it with 4AM. 4AM opened with some strong knocks, but they've been able to turn it back around. Kalanzine now with JDG, because remember, JDG drove past, ended up down here where Fury had just eliminated EA, but now it's them getting torn apart.
It just is the catalyst. Everybody now looking into this. You can see Na'Vi taking shots. If you look down at the mini-map, it's just a plethora of lines all on top of Furia. JDG, it's an absolute mess on this point, and it's just a matter of survival. Circle, though, at least pops, goes up to the northwest, keeping, I think it was Absent School in play.
Yeah, from a very quiet to cataclysmic on that feed just over the course of a couple of seconds, as teams had to make those forced transitions after the shift. EN going to go ahead and make that final push onto 4 Angry Men. They do wipe them, but they should be able, I think, to get everybody back up as well. So T1 in a great spot.
Okay, now you've got to make some more, I guess, dedicated, dangerous rotates. FW just going to sit it right next to Bagopa. Bagopa's going to get kind of stopped off on their point. Freaks are going to go for a bit more of a regroup now that Falcons are eliminated. Bagopa's a con, just getting whatever shots he can onto FW on top of him. Here come the reinforcements. This is a great counter move, but up on top, Na'Vi really supervising it at all.
Bagopa in cars, unstoppable. Furia eliminated from the high ground. Na'Vi putting in work, but that Bagopa crash was absolutely gorgeous. If I'm them, I say never ride a compound again. Just drive cars.
Well, they're going to continue that strategy. Park Pro in a car up to the, I guess, the southern area. This Na'Vi 2-2 split strong enough to do damage, but doesn't eliminate either squad for the time being. Bagopa still sitting on 4. They've got to continue their path into the zone. It's just 6 sacks that's going to be ahead of them. Issue is, this hillside is not going to be very comfortable as most of the strong positions already taken. T1 in the BRDM, roaming forward, scouting, feeding the information back over to the other players, and it is about time to get the kills started up as Petrogor Road spots out EN, but it's going to be Wicked that gets the kill.
Nice job, T1, crashing a team that's been having a lot of trouble so far in this event. Anyone's Legend having trouble even with comms as they've got 2 different language functionalities. T1 does come in, gets that BRDM run over as Wicked gets knocked and flushed again. I will say that was a good hold against T1. Himas now trying to make something happen as Raining wants to go up and save Type.
Slow and steady. It's the little engine that could, trying to go up the hill and see if he can get to Type. But it looks like Human might have an idea to come after this. Spotted it at range, realizing there's an opportunity. Squad in first, vulnerable, and Human wants to get the opportunity, but it's going to be a second too late. Type is thrown in the BRDM, and now it's just pathing. Do they have a Panzerfaust at the ready? UAZ is set up waiting for it, and I think that they've just got to relent. Go back into position.
Freaks will fall back to a cover spot. They have a compound that's inside the circle. They can't risk being distracted from doing that. Na'Vi trying to hold against BGP. Bagopod, nice play by Park Pro as he does get that burn down. That's going to open them for another aggressive breach. Bagopod showed up today and said, we don't care. We're playing aggressive. If we see you, we fight you. And they're doing it over and over again.
Na'Vi is going for a regroup. Could be at the worst time for Bagopod, playing the opposing side of this. Na'Vi, you talked about they wanted the kills. Well, they've got the presentation in front of them. The problem with it is it's been Bagopod that's been on their own run so far. Na'Vi on the low end of this also has to be careful because Sixax is going to be right next to him. The longer we can see Extends survives, it could open up an opportunity for these guys on the outside. A couple of shots coming out. It's going to be Song Jung on one side of it, PO on the other. In their defense, Fairest just doesn't have the opportunity to go for the shots that he wants.
I'm not sure if they saw him yet as PO does back behind the car. He hits with the grenade. Doesn't get the kill, though. PO able to make his way back to cover. Now Song Jung knows exactly where he is. Pulls out that grenade, cooks it, tosses it, bops it. Doesn't even need it as lead ultimately leads to the death of Hakatori and Fairest.
Here comes Anyone's Legend. They want to try to pounce on this as well. And Extends now the only one up. Everybody that came to rescue him down, and he is just trapped in the smoke. He's going to go down. Anyone's Legend trying to pounce on the Bagapa, who's sitting at 9 kills. This is going to be a hazardous situation because Bagapa feels like they are on it right now.
Bagopod has been playing out of their mind. 9 kills already. 4 people alive is a wild flip for them. They've been using cover absolutely incredible, dodging grenades like they're made of Kevlar. And meanwhile, Lil Ghost and Show are engaging with the Freaks here. Twisted Mind is going to be overseeing this as they continue to dominate in their apartments. Maladoc getting aggressive. He goes down. The cross was too strong. Tanvu had an off angle on him.
A lot of utilities probably been burned over here for as long as this has been going on. 17 in the high ground. Back behind all of this is the focal point is definitely apartments. Jinji is going to be holding down school. Petrichor Road going to make their rotate. Remember, we still have that weird situation going on with Bagapa and Anyone's Legend on the outside. Example, looks like he does at least manage to get a bit closer on the side of this one, but Sixax waiting to see if he can backstab the rotate for Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and get healed. They desperately wanted to try to get to Maladoc to pick him up, but it just doesn't seem like it's in the cards. DN Freaks now has the high ground in the apartment complex, and it is impossible to fight Twisted Minds one-on-one in the apartments, but it is not impossible when there are 3 teams entered into this area with Petrichor, who also has Overlook if you try to operate on the roof. So it is a very tough area for these guys to play. I expect the aggression to wane just a little bit as the 3 teams will wait to see if they can get a peak trade and what else might happen.
On the outside of this one, Bagapa and Anyone's Legend both playing right along the edge of the zone, caught up in a firefight. No real options except for just make a bit more of a commitment, but it's going to be the guys that are playing inside the apps with now the supervision on the hillside, and it is getting dicey. Anyone's Legend down to 2, but Bagapa also down to 2. Sixax trying to get a bit more involved in it, but it's going to be Petrichor Road that keeps vision and keeps him out.
I26v6 killing tires as best he can. Anyone's Legend still trying to hold on as him and Soul are the 2 left standing. Speaking different languages, using the best English they can to communicate. It's going to make this a very difficult push as FW is eliminated.
17 still on that hillside, also has great vision on the Bagapa. Circle goes to apartments yet again. That means that school is going to be out of play. UAZ just hopping up in the air for just a second, making it a bit dicey for cover. Soul, Himas, in a little bit of trouble. Damage stacking up more and more. Himas goes down. Soul, the last one up. Bagapa just trying to cling to life. Has to be careful. It's going to be 7-7 on the other side. Taking shots right into their backside.
Mingming got a nice little cover there through the bush, trying to finish off Soul if he can possibly do it. Soul did manage to get Akan, and Bagopod has been put on the brakes. So they're at 10 kills, eliminating Anyone's Legend. These guys down to 1, but they're not going to care with 10 kills to the better. This has been a really good game for them.
Jinji sent Orca over next to 17, and that was punished really, really fast. As I think that Jinji, are they going to make the commitment into this run? They don't have too many more options. They're all kind of stacked up on it. They've just got to go. And they've got to get the shots, at least get some damage in. 17, now they were doing the harassment on all the hillside firefighting, finds themselves under that duress position. The Expendables taking shots into this at range, and this a little bit of a dip, not feeling too comfortable for too much longer. If any utility hits, one nade can just absolutely ruin him, and Flame has a Panzerfaust.
A Panzerfaust is a really bold res, but they do go ahead and get it off. 17 trying to split into 2-2 to negate that Panzer just a little bit. Grenade's going to go out to buy some zoning space with utility here. Xiaowu is going to know where they aren't based on how this goes off. They do nice damage with that first 1, 2, 3, 4 more grenades all go out at the same time as Sho tries to wrap back around. Flame going to hide inside the smoke, get as much vision as he can. Clory's the Expendables on the roof of the 3rd floor of the apartments also getting involved.
Panzerfaust does connect onto a vehicle, but doesn't get what they want. Big damage onto Flame. He's going to go down. Moore is now also getting involved. Jinji was wanting to try to slow back down the pace, regroup all back together, get their reses back in order, but that's just given rally time for 17. They are finding ways to get a piecemeal out of it time and time again. Little Ghost, the Zamortars get closer and closer and force Jinji back up against the blue zone. Tanvu gonna pop Flame, and Jinji in a lot of trouble now.
Meanwhile, Park Pro Solo drives over and says, I'm going to get involved. Why not? Let's try to steal a kill here up on the high ground. So look for a little thieving from Park Pro as the fight goes off. Orca with a nice grenade going out. Lil Ghost trying to dodge those mortars as everyone in the lobby has decided to throw any ordnance they have in this general direction. How many grenades do you guys have? It's wild.
I mean, they were in school for so long, so Jinji should be pretty looted. Jumping from smoke to smoke, it's a matter of time before Park Pro finds a way to ruin anybody's day, and it looks like it's going to be Jinji as the focal point for it. Sho is going to spell it out Orca. Orca at least gets a knock on a Little Ghost, but 3 players still up. Begapa trying to find more. Nades rolling down, does get the flushes, but look at the damage coming up from Park Pro.
Big damage, but he hasn't been able to close it down. Meanwhile, the Expendables see him from the distance, and the glories of Clories as he puts another $100 in his pocket. Bold play by Park Pro. I respect it. 17 does ultimately get their last player up and comes away as the winners from that exchange. And I got to tell you what, Match'em, I think they got to increase the weight on these grenades. There is far too much ordnance available to these players.
17 at 8 kills right now. Freaks and Twisted still down in apps. With the way that the circle is popped, it means that it's going to be 17, the team that's got to move. Twisted, the Expendables, the Freaks, all inside of apps, Petrichor Road, and they're a little bit of a building on the outside of it. And 17 has been, I mean, everybody that has vision onto this. I mean, Freaks, the Expendables, I think even Twisted, and where we can see Lou playing from, could be able to spot out any movement. This is going to be disastrous for 17 unless they find some vulnerability to exploit.
This circle being on 4 of the actual apartment complexes that have people in them is absolutely wild because Petrichor can just hold their spot. They don't have to engage here. 17 is going to kind of slow creep with this blue. They'll be able to stay alive. So I expect us to be in a very tight couple of maybe a minute or two here where everyone's just trying to find information. And if a fight breaks out, the third parties, once this closes, are really going to be the difference maker in this game.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm looking at this, and so 17 has a chance if they can get a knock onto somebody from the Expendables and really only has to deal with the Freaks, or if they just opt into a very wide wrap down into Petrichor Road, but that's going to be under shots for a long time. It looks like it is going to be the Expendables push is what they're going to be going for. They're just going for as hard of a committal as they can, and remember, the Expendables are a bit vulnerable, but Tanvu on top punishes it so hard, and it's just 2 players up for the Expendables, but now just 2 up for 17.
2 up. It is better in than I thought they would get on that crash. Clory's going to go to the high ground as the blue is going to slow them down. I like that little portable shield so they can't do a short nade toss. They can force the res, and to be able to get 3 players this close to the apartment for a crash is actually, I think, a success for 17. Maybe not.
This is a great play coming up from Petrichor. They're just trying to sneak into this using this distraction that 17 has set up. They can't really get the shots in, but they are at least getting some damage onto the Freaks and keeping this into separated firefights. Clories wants to look down on it so bad. Does get the knock. He's just going to play up on top of it all. He has so much vision, but he can't get the angle. He goes for the Batman, drops down, and finishes them all off. 17 is annihilated.
That was a sick move. Bruce Wayne comes from the high ground, couldn't get the angle from the top, and says, you know what? When all else is lost, I must jump. Tanvu goes to loot, says, I should get a couple of these boxes too, sir, as I stopped the initial crash. And Guman up on the hill going to go ahead and try to hold.
Yeah, Petrichor Road couldn't get their shots on the Freaks, man. That kind of sucks. So they're still just trapped over here.
All right, Chloris and the guys from Expendables going to get themselves built back up. They got to repair, get a few more items out of those boxes. There's not going to be a lot of utility in there. We saw 17 burn almost everything they had in that fight up on top of the hill with Gen G, so there's not going to be a lot of recover potential, but what they really need out right now is smoke grenades so they can make the transition to other apartments should they need to do so. There's going to be a lot of windows you have to smoke if you're trying to make a transition here.
2 players still up from the Expendables just shopping right now. They've been trapped over here for quite a while, right next to the Freaks and Twisted, and that could be a big play. As remember, it has been a game of attrition, really, between these 3 squads for a long time, so 17 just dropping in a ton of extra utility for the late stages could be absolutely massive. Freaks, the closest to the center dot in this. It's going to be Twisted a bit further away. The Expendables do have to move to get into the circle. Petrichor Road, other side of the hill, and it's really just all going to come down to vision and the game of chicken on who goes first.
And that will open the door for everyone else, right? You know, when that first fight breaks out, it's time for you to try to fill from behind or slip in. Petrichor going to have an idea of possibly doing that if Freaks ends up mixed up with Twisted Minds. The Expendables going to get in the car, start to slide forward. Heaven has vision on them right away. I just don't know how you get in, man.
Yeah, they don't really either. This is just kind of a desperation play, hoping that the smokes are going to give them enough. But Human just wrecks Tanvu and doesn't work the first time. Not really going to work too well the second time, but it is going to be Twisted Minds that sneaks in, seeing if they can exploit the distraction that is being presented.
I like that they're being aggressive about that. Botulinum going to go up there and try to clear the bottom floor with the Molotov, push him out of the room. Expendables is eliminated. He's going to toss that first Molly to buy them a little bit of space. Good grenade out that front door to slow down his potential push. But that Molly, very strong. The double Molly made the fire spread just a little bit more.
And now he has to retreat from that angle. Example's going to go down, and it's going to be I2 6v6 gets it. But 2-1's going to go down. Heaven's going to spot him. Just Lou, and he's already in a lot of trouble. Petrichor Road on the other side, kind of giving him some space to at least get his meds back in order, and that's going to be all she wrote. Ming Ming's going to be the one to get it, so it's going to be Freaks with 4 up, and then Petrichor Road on the other side with 3, but Petrichor Road has gotten themselves into a very good defended position, and the Freaks are going to have to assault it.
I love the Twisted Minds took the incentive to try to push that. I love that Freaks were able to hold it. They never lost their anchor positions. They never pulled anyone off the roof. They just locked it down. Huge grenade that says, oh, we know you're there. And Petrichor with a tree and a rock has to hope to do... go to the blue, man. There's no way to push this. How do you push this?
Well, the Freaks want this because it gets them so much closer to T1. Petrichor Road just wants anything on the face of the earth. Down in 15th right now. Anything that they can find is going to be absolutely massive. Petrichor Road, though, taking a ton of nades, just dropping right on top of him. So Loot ready and waiting on the high ground of it's going to make this so much more complicated. They get to navigate with all the information, but Heaven does get knocked. AZ is going to be playing the other side of the smokes, looking down at the Doritos. No time to go for Rez's. I2 6v6 is going to go down. Ming Ming trying to go forward, takes some damage off of this covered point, but at least forces the yellow away. But Salute with the Panzerfaust, ready and waiting to pounce on anything in front of him. Nades coming out from Ming Ming. Can anything connect?
Nice push there. Human gets knocked down as AZ does get a play. Lots of grenades coming out. Petrichor has been camped out, not having to use their utility. Down to 2 as they try to make this go on a 2v2. Salute down as a 2v1. Petrichor could close this out. Ming Ming on the right side. AZ on the left. The Dorito, all that matters. AZ with the jump shot. And it's Petrichor Road from the outside. Crushes the apartment boys.
Runs up and takes it away. The moment that Salute went down, everything spun back around. Petrichor Road knew that they had the momentum, but I mean, that was still a really good game for the Freaks, and I think that got them within just touching distance of T1.
It actually should move them up very, very closely. Honestly, T1's going to be ecstatic that Petrichor pulled out the win, or I do think Freaks would have put them in a 1-to-1 chase going into the last 3 games of the day. Petrichor picks up the flag. They're going to walk over to the map select. We've played 1 Tego. We've played 1 Orangle. That means anything is still up for grabs.
What is the road that Petrichor is going to send us down? This is a bit of a wild card, as it looks like it is going to be Miramar as their choice, keeping it spicy for game number 3.
He was like, Ming Ming, your input is not required. Miramar it will be, as they pick the map and we head to the Dusty Dunes.
Let's go ahead and tag in Coloris and Michael to give us a ton of insight on that last game.
Yes, thank you very much, boys. I was totally on board with you. I thought to myself, what if Ming Ming doesn't agree with the choice? What if he's just going to come and be like, wait a minute, what are you guys up to? But yes, I've got Michael here joining me as we were watching that game backstage. And obviously here, Petrichor Road. It is pretty much a home circle for them here, Michael. However, there was a lot of bouncing around from school to compounds here for them to get this win.
Yeah, it is very odd for the School Apps team to find themselves in the single yellow house east of Apps. Usually that's a team that just makes a circle 2 or circle 3 send. It's like a full-on Roth player that you'd find yourself in that house. But yeah, usually not the School Apps team.
No, definitely not. Obviously, we saw at the beginning of the game the most insane shot. Michael, for me, that has to be the shot of the tournament so far. That was barbaric.
Yeah, that's just why these international events are so good compared to regionals. You just see some world-class players hitting shots, and honestly, Shrimsy probably got hit like that, and he's just thinking, yeah, I mean, this just happens. What can you do? And then Shen just comes in full momentum and just cleans out Kickstart as well.
No, definitely. Now, talk to me about how this all played out. I mean, DN Freaks, it was difficult for them to really deal with where Petrichor Road was. Of course, Twisted Minds was a bit of a focal point in this game as well, right?
Yeah, I saw Twisted Minds. They were sitting on the hard edge of Circle 1, and they hit like a 45-second, 30-second pre-drive, full sending it through the middle of everyone. Just go Apps. They want to go home. They love playing out of Apps. They take as many Apps as possible and spread out one-on-one. They control as much as they can. If one guy gets crashed, it's very easy to leave and regroup with his teammates covering him.
Of course, we're watching as, unfortunately for Clories, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, has to fall all the way off Apps here to try and get this full cleanup on 17. This was a moment, Michael. It's always difficult in PUBG when you can't face exactly down for that angle.
Yeah, I know how he's feeling. You just have the inner rage that you can't look down far enough. You're like, yeah. I'm going to ruin the game right now for my whole team. I'll get in there. It's me or him. It's me or him. One of us is dying. You just have to jump on his head and attack him.
Yeah, tough stuff as we look at these final moments as well. DN Freaks has just been a force, just an absolute force throughout all of these TPP games. There was a moment where I thought maybe they were going to be able to do something here against Petrichor Road, but the big swing around. And Michael, it's a very important win, I suppose, for Petrichor Road, because I don't think that they're going to be in contention for that $50,000 first place, but every single kill you get $100, every win you get $1,000, and they can try and challenge for that, I guess, end of day 5,000, right?
Yeah, and I mean now they shouldn't be in last anymore either. I think it's also important for a global partner team to be putting on a good show. I did think that DNF and Twisted Minds could have controlled this Peril win because they were in that single yellow house and they did not pop all of their tires. So Petrichor drives from that single yellow house to the shack that they then win the game from, and that should not be allowed. If you go to that single yellow house, you are meant to have no cars left as soon as you get there. Everyone should be popping your tires.
Well, it looks like Petrichor Road will take the #1 spot for the moment, but it is Falcons just a little bit behind them. The problem for everybody else, especially for Twisted Minds with only the 15, is DM Freaks and T1 are not slowing down. 19 points and 18 points on the day so far. It's a nice little bounce back for Furia, Michael, who on Tago was able to control quite a decent eastern spot for a little while, and then of course kind of it all falls apart once Falcons has the spot that they were controlling.
Yeah, I think Furious find themselves in a lot of just like mosh pit weird fights where they just want to show individual skill, but it's just so hard at these international events because every single player you're fighting against can 1v4 you in a split second. I just don't know. They have some good games with like 6-7 kills, but then they also hit a couple donuts and then they maybe have some low confidence. And I think they're finding it a little bit hard to keep momentum, but they have so much talent. It's probably about confidence, to be fair.
Yeah, for sure. Enjoying your cast so far, Toffees. Obviously, you've been the eyes in the sky as we've been watching some of these games go down. I don't know how we're going to slow Korea down, man. I think T1 and DN Freaks are looking primed to be with the champion here for whoever it may be, right?
Right.
Let's check in with Bella, though. I'll get to you in a moment.
Your form is incredible. Can you tell us a little bit more? What is the rise in your form? Tell us all about it. 혹시 디셈버 선수 이번에 폼이 너무 좋거든요. 그 원동력은 뭔지 디셈버의 12월 디셈버의 디셈버가 왔거든요. 좀 이야기 들어볼 수 있을까요?
比赛打到第3天，你的表现越来越好，能告诉我们原因吗？
调整好了，然后我们沟通也好一点。
지금 여기에 잘 적응하고 있고요. 계속해서 열심히 연습하고 있기 때문이라고 합니다.
He said he's been integrating really well, and he's put a lot of practice in, and that is the reason behind his rise in peak form. All right, that is great. And Cold, you were also the top leader on day 2. can we expect more of JDG's potential and spectacular plays with the upcoming TPP form change? 이제 콜드 선수는 데이2의 킬리더를 탑을 찍으면서 정말 멋진 플레이를 보여주고 있거든요. 이제 TPP에서의 JDG의 활약 어디까지 바라볼 수 있을까요?
这次赛事你的下数量很多的，那我们在这个 TPP 模式的在 JDG 战队有什么样的表现呢？有什么样的表现？我们这个战队，你们 JDG 战队。
我觉得是上次 PGC 失利之后尽快调整成这样的吧，因为 PGC 没有进到复活赛，然后就是很早就淘汰了，然后也想了很多东西吧。
이제 여기 연습한 지는 많이 얼마 되진 않았지만 여기서 잘 적응하고 있고 더욱더 여기서 좋은 활약을 잘 하도록 더 열심히 노력하겠다고 합니다.
He's not satisfied with the amount of practice they have gotten in so far, but he's rooting for more practice times, and who knows, JDG will take it even further. He's excited as well. Well, we only have 3 matches remaining. What is the final ranking on the leaderboard that JDG is rooting for? 이제 3매치밖에 안 남았습니다. JDG 어디까지 올라가길 노려보는지 한번 들어볼 수 있을까요?
还在有3把比赛，整个这个 PMI 赛事就要结束了。你们的那个最终目标排第几名？
尽量往前5打吧，然后多调整，然后去适应明年的比赛。
일단 이제 얼마 많이 안 남았지만 최선을 다해서 일단 최종 상위권 안으로 진입하는 것을 목표로 하고 있다고 합니다.
I mean, it's not a lot left, but they're trying to get it as farther up as they can. All right, thank you, December and Cold One Night. 加油 Say bye. 再见.
Well, thank you very much, Bella. Thank you very much to JDG as well, who was looking for the catch-up. And, of course, Cole 119 and the boys have been looking fantastic. But it is difficult to catch up to those top titans. As I go back to what I was asking Toffees before, man, because your banana's back, you're back, we're good to go. And we have got ourselves the position where T1 and DM Freaks is running away with this at the moment.
They are. I do want to say I love the JDG answers. They were long and meandering, just like their in-game rotations. And I do think T1's dominating this overall event. But what is really cool to me about this event in general, James, is when we started today, we made this comment about the daily winner makes teams like Petrichor, who only had 22 points coming in today, dead last, still play as if there's something to go after. And here they are, after 2 games, leading the day. So there is a world where you come in 22nd with no hope of getting paid, which we know that's the hardest part of being a pro, or at least I think it might be, Michael, when you spend all this time getting to an event and don't go home with really any cash to show for it. Petrichor shows up, is in pole for $5,000 plus kill cash. Like, that fires me up that everyone still has a chance to make money.
That's a good point, actually, Michael. What's it like to walk away from, like, I don't know, say a tournament like PGC, for example? Why are you pulling that face?
I'm just gonna do him that way. God, I love you, James. I'm sorry, Michael.
God.
Get you some burn oil.
Yeah, is in the bin after 2 tournaments. What happens?
Welcome to the desk, Michael.
I made 5 money over 3 tournaments.
5 money?
5 money.
Sick.
5 whole money.
Love that. Love that.
Wait, actually $5?
Something like that.
No.
And I had to spend it on getting some noodles.
Hey, they do good
per
noodles
diem
over there in Bangkok.
Really
that's
good
for sure.
noodles.
Their daily per diem is what's keeping them alive right now.
Poor Michael's. We put him into flashback mode over here.
Suddenly the screen turned black and white. But anyway, we are currently in the final day of the PUBG Players Masters Invitational with 3 games remaining. And Matrim, I mean, if Twisted Minds is going to start catching up, it's got to be soon. It's got to be now. And now we also know the next map that's coming up.
Yeah, and this is going to be, like, they have to have just a banger game. They've got to get everything aligned, especially making it in the later stages of that. But it was so hard to get the kills at that point, right? Because all the fighting was on the hillsides.
Definitely it was, as we look across good old Twisted Minds themselves. Michael, how do you think the Molodoct fill-in has been so far?
I think, although Molodoct MVP'd one of the PGSs, yeah, don't know, Perfectus is so good as well. So just missing him is like, he kind of gets looked past on Twisted Mind because of the other superstar players they have, but there's so many tournaments, he just top frags, and they just have so much. I think that team's just built on years and years of reps, and I think it's sucking for them a little bit, and then it does also suck that they come against DNF, who seem to have popped their ultimate ability, and they're shooting way differently than everyone else in the lobby right now.
Toffees?
Listen, they're here without a leg. They had a leg sliced off, and sure, they got a really nice peg leg made out of the finest wood, but you're not going to have the same dexterity. You're not going to have the same skill. You're going to have to play like a bunch of pirates, and that's what they're doing right now, taking fights when they come up, doing a little bit of stealing here and there, but also having to hunker down, right? Their Tartuga was the apartment complex, and they just sort of held their position there and hoped that the troops would leave them alone.
Yeah, and they were sailing in on those pirate ships from mill to power. That is not the normal Twisted Minds Erangel. So definitely difficult, but let's check in with good old Paper Thin, who's down on the stage.
With a big win on Erangel, they choose Miramar next, and our two top teams are neck and neck. 4 points separate them right now. Who is going to take this next game? We don't know yet, but we got the Dusty Dunes coming up. Let's get that plane up in the air. It's time for Miramar.
Thanks so much, Paper, and off we go. Plane path is going to be down middle south and in just a bit west of middle. Miramar, a map that can give you so much if you can get it. You guys had talked about Twisted. This is their opportunity, man. Miramar, foot pushes, high kill counts. There is an opportunity, but I'm still so impressed that they're here, given the fact that they even had to play with Tab one of the days. They had 2 different peg leg stoffies that they were having to play with, and still trying to compete for those top spots.
They're just dancing across that desert, but the desert is tough for them. There are a lot of holes, and anyone who's rocking a peg knows you don't want to step in there. You don't want to get knocked down, and this is traditionally, actually, percentage-wise, their worst map currently. So this is a tough call for Twisted Minds to make that catch-up, and it kind of makes you wonder, does that play into the selection process? Does Petrogor go, hey, we would like them not to get points. Let's pick a bad map for them as they head into this one. We're looking at I26V6, the newest member for Petrogor, as obviously we don't have Ikes left here again. Will we ever see him return? Who knows? Next year's a new year, but I hope to see him come back. I miss Ikes left.
I mean, he is kind of the heart and the soul of Petrichor Road in so many different ways, and they're trying to do modifications. Of course, the JDG, T1, Hot Drop, and Chumasera are going to be something that's going to be continued. No point in relenting, but this could spell some problems. Just 4-point differential right now for T1. If they go down here, it could be massive, but T1 has been so dominant on this drop. I just couldn't imagine it going that way.
Absolutely. Again, though, I do like that they picked this. It's one of those maps where you know that your leader is going to have to go into a hot drop right out of the gate, and you challenge them. He goes down, punched to death. He got the Uzi, but could not load it in time. Cold 119 with the double barrel. Pop, pop. He goes, and that's 2 down as JDG is dominating right now.
Just type the last one up, and of all the times for JDG to show up, now could just absolutely spoil the tournament. 4 players still up for JDG. Type all by himself. They know exactly where he is. The push coming out. Shots connected. Cold goes down. And it's Type on a just full salvage mission right now. He jumps out. Nowhere to really go. He's going to go down. That's all she wrote.
Type got 1. I was hoping he'd get 2 at the very least, but it's not going to happen. JDG going to go ahead and get all their reses and comes away with a big win. T1 has been doing great on this drop match room, but it was not to be. The punch out, the aggression of JDG to say, we're not even going to go for guns. Our goal is to get that first knock with just fisticuffs was bold and beautiful.
I mean, if you can't win Chumasera, like, 9 times out of 10 at this point, to stab at the enemy that you've been dealing with and potentially screw them out of first place is a victory in a hot drop that kind of rallies everything that has been going wrong. The Freaks, massive opportunity right now. 4 points is all they need to surpass T1. Twisted, if they can have a big game, they can be right back in the competition with T1 as well.
That's true. We only have 3 games left to play. The winner takes home $50,000 and the bragging rights of being the first TPP international champions of a new era. In the same way that Full Sense will always get to say, we were the FPP champions, right? We finished out an era. Whoever wins this gets to stay. We started it.
Looking at the circle, it's going to be kind of around that Monte Nuevo point for the center. That means El Pozo with FW, Begapal already in good points. Petrichor Road kind of caught up with the expendables on the outskirts of Chumasera. Gen G going to be rotating right back behind this. Delwyn trying to see if he can steal at least a couple of points. Still sitting in that 11th place position, but not going to find it yet. Here comes new targets, though. Maybe it'll work better this time.
Maybe he'll be Delwyn and not Del Whiff this time around. Come on, man. There we go. There we go. He got it. Chewy from the back, though. Yike.
Just going to hunt that one down, see if they can get the res. Ming Ming does go down. It is going to be Calories that takes him away. A lot of potential for some edge fighting on this one as anyone's a legend. Fury is going to have to regroup. 4 Angry Men, the Freaks, Na'Vi, Genji, and Irina all need to get in the circle still.
That was nice, though. Petrichor did rush over there, and while he was flushed, I believe he was able to snap up that blue chip very, very quickly. This early in the game, that means that they'll be back up to full strength, hopefully, as they continue to pursue their daily dominance. Because remember, though Petrichor is in 15th, right now they're in first overall for the day, which is a $5,000 prize if they can hold that position.
I mean, take the money that is presented to you. Genji is going to get a bit ahead of the Expendables. They're playing more in the southern area right now. JDG is going to be pretty close to them. Petrichor Road has pretty much any pathing options until they get in next to Begapud that they can want to go for. Twisted Minds, though, the looming threat on the hillside. They are going to be playing more into the west. They've got an open path down. Very curious to see where Twisted opts into going here as Calories is going to get all the information he needs on Orca. Shots on the other side of it, and that's going to be an easy flush.
That was great by Cloris. He did the shooting. Tanvu sort of helped with the off angle. Neither of them was overly aggressive. They get themselves a nice little flush there. This is a big game for Twisted Minds, who's in the middle in that third place position. They could take over the lead. But also for Falcons, they have to really honestly win this game in order to be in that race for our final two. It's 77 points. However, they have a decent spot towards the middle. They should get the final shift, or the next shift at least, and put them in a head-to-head with Twisted Minds. So keep an eye on that one. And then 17, who's in fourth place right now, doing a little leapfrogging rotations, but also in a decent spot if they can take this next compound without getting picked off.
A lot of our squads playing along the more field lines right now. They're going to be kind of the west of Picado in that area, or more coming out of Pozo itself. The hillsides just to the southeast of Pozo are extremely strong in the circle and pretty much centered as well. So if anybody can actually get to that point, but it is so hard gate kept out. It feels like 17 might have a path that they're trying to go for, but Begapa is playing the lower side of that hill and trying to shoo 17 away from it. Are they going to just go for the hillsides? It looks like that might be their stop-off, but I don't know. It's just too dangerous, and what is going on with Furia? All stacked up right on top of 4 Angry Men. Tongmu down, but here comes the chase from Shin. He gets the shots on Kalazine. It's just full-on jousting over here to try to keep yourself alive.
Furia has been an adventure in this event so far. I never know what to expect from them as they go head-to-head with 4 Angry Men. I don't think they're going to be happy with that exchange. Kalazine left behind, and I do believe that this should just result in them leaving. They got to the circle. They'll move to a placement position. Oh, wait a minute. They're stopping at the rock. Maybe they are not just going to give up.
I mean, they've got good covered point to play from. They've got themselves in a good spot right next to the circle, so they can control this for quite a while longer. It's just a matter of how much of a commitment do they want. But shots from DL shoo them away, and that might just be enough to make them say, not worth.
Yeah, that's a good one. I think they also were sort of scouting to see if they thought they were going to take the blue chip of Kalazin. Like, was it worth to go down there and try to get it back?
Wait, are they going for compound or are they going for Shin? I couldn't tell. Because they were kind of going more aggressive on the northern side of that compound around it. I mean, you can see 4 Angry Men in some trouble, still under duress from the Freaks.
That's the problem with the Freaks. Everyone is always under duress from the Freaks. Every time we come to this, it seems like our observer's like, wait, we got to pop over there because the Freaks are messing with somebody again. At 113 points, it's not shocking. They're in a really good spot to catch here for T1. And I think it is actually kind of cool that the last time we crowned a TPP champion, it was a Korean team. And the first time we're going to do it in the new era, it's starting to feel a lot like it's going to be a Korean team.
Oh, Na'Vi running right through Twisted. They want this hillside. Batu's up on it right now. Full-on Mountain Goat coming in effect. Doesn't get the shots that he wants on it. A lot of damage coming out from Na'Vi. Batulans just has to surrender the angle. Other players for Twisted playing the hillside, trying to keep some cover onto him. Jacob at range. Example's got to put in work, but Batulans does go down, but it's going to be from Kickstart. This is the potential for Twisted, and Batu already down and out.
That was a great job of the Falcons getting involved with the one. They knew that the fight was started with Na'Vi. They were in a good overlook position, and they're using this to force Twisted Minds to have to go forward into Na'Vi and make them basically do the dirty work for them. So there's a stronghold here. Lewin example, having to make it happen. Hakatori being very, very aggressive, and Molodok on this off angle for the anchor. I really like that.
I mean, if anything, Batu can now just kind of micromanage the other players, feed them information, but Na'Vi just came into this with authority. You said the fact that, everybody's been saying the fact that these guys want to play for kills and they want to stack them up, but it's been kind of a slow start. This is a good position to play from. They're going to have a lot of vision, and Twisted's going to have to be playing from the back foot from here on out. And I think, they're just going to surrender the point entirely, cut up to the north.
I think that's smart. Move away. Work those losses. Maldoc let them know that Na'Vi was falling back off of their initial push, but it's too dangerous of a location. Meanwhile, DL goes after Seoul. Anyone's Legend has yet another Panzerfaust. And while Seoul does get Salute, Heaven will trade that out. So they should be able to get him in the car and possibly get out of here.
Don't even care about going for the flush. They sense that Himas is coming after him. No, never mind. They do want to go for the flush, but it's been a bit of a problem. They are at least going to get him, and are they picking up the blue chip?
He stayed too long, DL. He wanted to get the blue chip so that they couldn't res him. Moves as soon as the grenade hits the ground, and I believe he gets out of this one. That was very proactive by DL, but absolutely ludicrous, risky.
I mean, a little bit of, slander onto Seoul there, being like, no, we're going to take you with us. You're a Korean player. You stay with us.
This guy crazy. I love that he did it. I love that he went for it. This is a player who has actually been a standout for the team. Not always talked about, and everyone in Freaks feels like they live in the shadow of Salute. But I really feel like over the last 6 months or so, players like DL have become incredible to watch. Always good players, but now real linchpins on the team.
Yeah, DL and Guman have had this growth period here where it has just been absolutely dominant. Pozo, the center point for this circle, and now it's about time. Going for Pozo. Do you think that maybe there's a chance for an urban ending as we've got a lot of rotators? Most notably, it's going to be the Expendables, JDG on the outside, Na'Vi from the position we saw just a second ago, Falcons just to the north of them, Twisted trying to get in the circle. Up to the northeast, we still also have Furia and 4 Angry Men stacked on top of each other, but looks like Furia's got eyes on the circle and just wants to get there as fast as possible.
As he starts his rotation, Twisted Minds has arrived. They do a little bit of a juke on the rock, just pretending it was a crash, throw off any campers. Twisted Minds with the next level plays. As they do crawl in, now you got the Freaks. Here's the cars coming, so they're going to collapse, but Twisted Minds back into something they're most comfortable in, a multi-level apartment.
This is a bit scary. Vegapunk making the committed in push right next to where FW's already defended up. The shots don't really connect at the start, but there's the follow-ups. Everything comes apart really fast for Vegapunk. On the outside, it's just Pio by himself, but it is Pio. We know that he knows how to play by himself pretty efficiently.
Yeah, that was a trap start to finish by FW. They had guys stationed on the second floor. They knew someone was going to drive in out of desperation. That's what happens when the circle's centered on Pozo, and they maximize 3 kills out of that. Pio does back off, but Pio's not one to leave a fight. He's like, you hurt my team, now I must wait.
Yeah, see if anything spicy happens around him. He has been spotted, though. He's just got to drop down to his belly, but FW can't really surrender this. Up on top, Little Ghost, though, is going to say, hey, thanks for the information and thanks for the free kill. I'll take that perfectly fine. Looks like Delwyn is going to be coming back in from this one, and the Expendables have a path over into the west, maybe eyeing around where E-Arena and could regroup with him.
Little Ghost was literally like, hey, guys, I just found a $100 bill on the ground. Cool. And
quite literally. Very
right?
true
Exactly.
on that one. And now we've got Falcons looking from high ground. I mean, if Batu's not here to do it, that means the Falcons can do it, right? We've got a little bit of a situation as it is going to be Gen G right in between them on the Falcons.
If they have a guy scouting, we're fucking nuked.
I think two of them
from the west, bro.
They're team ready already. I'm not one.
Pushing.
You guys need to push?
Is he above?
Yeah, you guys
Down
are
orange, yes.
He was on
I'm
blue. He
nading.
gave ground from there. He's
Nading.
deep. You guys can take ground. They're going to leave.
They shouldn't have all been able to leave. There should still be a guy here, no?
I don't know how many pulled in. I need 2 cars.
Looks good.
Okay.
Good job, Tig. Nice.
Fuck, I failed. No, I should have gotten 2.
Was a
Good
full
job,
second
Tig.
round.
I like that. Good, clean comms. They left it to H-Win. You see Kickstart doing some off calls, and then the rest of the way is just making sure that we're not just going to loot and hold. Can we verify that there are no players left up here? Really clean, effective push there by the Falcons.
I mean, Tosi managed to sneak that one away. You heard the Falcons say that there should be another one up here, and they just didn't really know where he got out to. So, well done on him. That's going to be a regroup on the hillside. Is to the north, we still have Furia trying to hold down the compounds. It's going to be 4 Angry Men all around. Good encroachment, kind of half circle around that point. Gen G also did call an emergency pickup for the circle, depending on how it pops. Pozo, of course, going to be the center point that most of our teams are going to be playing from. Na'Vi, whoa, big northern shift. Is this going to go crater fields and keep in most of Pozo? So big rap from our squads from the south.
The Falcons literally heard the heavens open and like a hymn start to play with that shift because it gives them an actual functional location to get into on the north side. Before that, they were just looking at Pozo going, where do we even go?
I hadn't seen too many people go for the emergency pickup with these like open roofed warehouses. That's kind of a new little variation we've seen. Hadn't thought to do that one, but hey, it works, it works.
I hadn't thought to do it because I know that if we did it, Poro would like get smashed against the roof on the way out somehow.
Bro, you know. Somehow he does these
Every
things.
time. I've never seen a man miss so many e-pickups in my life. Don't know what to talk about.
He somehow knows how to have the worst thing happen to him in every situation. I don't know if he's just unlucky or if it's just cursed.
I think it's just running to the pickup late. All right, let's check in with Furia, our wild cards here. Kalazine being called back into the fray. Warehouses, cars, they should have plenty of things to hand to him to get him back up and running. The problem for me with Furia is this is a team that was killing it in TPP in the Americas region and is not doing so here. And it kind of stresses me out, Matt, because it makes me say, are we not ready for this transition? Is PAS going to be a disaster next year?
Well, that's what I was kind of thinking myself with the way Furia has been playing. It doesn't feel like the way I would expect Furia to be playing. Falcons now caught up with 4 Angry Men, making it a bit easier for Furia. This is a very wide split 2-2 for 4 Angry Men. Falcons don't necessarily know that. They just have to treat it as though that there's a ton of people around them for the time. Gonna get Nate to get some damage, but Jelly doing a good job of staying alive. Finally gonna go down. H-Win's gonna connect, but it's gonna be shots coming up from Sololzi to take down H-Win.
Anyone's legend is not winning, but they're there hurting people constantly. As Shen does ultimately steal that with the flush, Tingleton going to turn and drive away. This hilltop was just too hot, and they decided it's not where we want to stick around. So Kickstart going to get lost as well. And the Falcons, after a really good cleanup on Gen G, see a shift, they go for it, but 4 Angry Men beat them there.
This has gotten into a bit more of a dicey spot, is the Falcons are just getting shot from 3, maybe even 4 different squads right now. That's going to be Shrimsy going down, and there was a massive cost for the Falcons now, just down to a solo, at least in a decent spot in the circle is Tig.
Tingleton and the rest of the team thought they had gotten a blessing with that circle, but it turns out to be a curse, as now Tingleton just has to lock into a hole with his car and say, I guess I'm just waiting this one out, boys.
Eyes on other big movements as remember T1 down. Freak's going to still be in Pozo itself. Twisted's going to be playing inside of Pozo as well, very close to them. So if we need to see another shrink up to Crater Fields, that means Firefight's going to be down around Pozo. We still got JDG roaming around right next to the Expendables. Everything coming down to where's this circle going to go? The hillside's being very lit up right now as Gen G, Irina all on top of each other. We keep in some of Pozo, we keep in the hillside. So it is going to be a firm collapse in from all the squads in the west.
Things should kick off pretty aggressively here as our teams try to make their way, and it looks like Furia might be working an E-pickup, but I don't know where you drop if you take it. They don't have a lot of options. Maybe the edge of the crater just north of the field. There's no way it's got to be a scout pickup, right? Like send one up to figure out where to go.
I would be afraid to go up that hillside because where those compounds are at, you know that there's already somebody up in the hills. You just saw that like Falcons just got ruined over there. Mm-hmm. An emergency pickup could let you leapfrog and try to get into Pozo, but that's not going to feel any better. They do let it pass, but I don't know what you do. Everything's going to be a bad situation. Petrichor Road right on the edge of the zone, trying to control and corral everybody else into other firefights. 17 going to be one of the squads that they are trying to keep control over and kind of forcing 17 more and more to the south as JDG still has to deal with the Expendables right on top of him. And anyone's legend just going to get a whole bunch of friends real fast, and that's going to be Furia.
Teams are going to start to kick off in a second. We see Furia making that transition. I think we have Mark Powers with a quick update on Furia's plan going into this endgame.
Furia, look, they had a lot of lessons to be learned from day 1 and day 2. But as I say, to them, it's all about keeping numbers up. No surprise they went for the recall. No surprise they got the reset now. Now they're going to get an aggressive stance in towards the south side of the zone.
They're trying to get that aggressive stance, and I get that that's the plan, but the problem is everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face, and Furia has been getting punched in the face over and over and over. They're going to have to drive themselves to the hospital with this jaw. It's been shattered so badly.
Cold, big performer for JDG on top. Eyes on to the Expendables as Furia is just going to continue having woe after woe hit them. Maybe they can team up with Tingleton and become an unofficial green squad between the 3 of them. But JDG's got to continue to control this angle as efficiently as possible, try to force them more into Pozo, and that's going to open up sight lines for Petrichor Road. The Expendables, no real good options, and AZ lines in. Tanvu at least finds a building to stop at.
The Expendables once again crashing into wherever they gosh darn feel like and suffering a loss in doing so. But the problem is that scatters everyone. Lil Ghost tries to make a run to get away from them, and in doing so is exposed to Petrichor. That's what, honestly, the Expendables are just chaos goblins.
I mean, that's what gets them the points every single time, forcing everybody else to play around what they want to do. JDG in some trouble. Chewy's going to drop nades right on top of him. That's one. December 12th in some trouble as well. Bounce going to go. At least tries to use the car to get some distance away from it. But Petrichor Road, they've just got control over everything to the west. But now the Expendables getting involved, trying to shoo Chewy out of that point. He's in a bit of a problem. Tires being popped. Lots of issues coming his way. But the hillside should save him.
He's trying to get out of there, but it's a Han Solo. There's not a lot of places to go. He does go for the full reverse, somehow survives and gets to heal up as they absolutely chewy JDG apart. I don't know what JDG was thinking. They got dismantled by that push.
2v1 fight between Furia and Tiggleton. As it's all kind of come down to this to stay alive, the circle has gone back down to Pozo. That means that some of the hill is going to be in play where we're at right now, but it's going to be right on the edge. AL, E-Arena, all converging on this. Na'Vi still got the high ground. That's going to be pretty close to 4 angry men, but E-Arena is going to have to deal with Genji right on top of him, and Cold still alive from JDG. Petrichor Road also has to push in, at least into the hillside or Pozo. The Expendables going to be gatekeeping them.
All right, Big Tiggleton. Sick, apparently. Also, holding down the entire team right now as he's sticking to his rituals, trying to make sure that he can play this. JDG is now officially eliminated as Cold 119 goes down to the blue. This is it. Americas versus Americas. It doth seem to be like this so often.
Oh, yeah, and what sucks is that there's a decent chance that really Furia or Falcons might not get too many kills out of this. It's a matter of really what anyone's legend wants to do is we do have ourselves some team comms that we're going to listen in on.
I just don't know why he's not pushing you. It seemed like the far guy didn't even know you were there.
Yeah, he did.
No, he had no idea.
Furia, boys. Team's being quiet, giving him time to cook. It's what you want your team to give you very small pointers, let you make the play yourself. He does so. I think that was a emergency cover that he threw at them. And there he goes. But it's not even... Oh, yeah, it is Kalenstein. Nice play by Kalenstein, finally, to take that push.
The Expendables in some trouble. Petrichor Road in some trouble, as this is just going to be everybody running in over here. 17, not really getting too involved yet. Genji up on the high ground on the hillside, just trying to make their push into E-Arena, but that's being supervised by anyone's legend, so it's just dicey and dicey for everyone over here. That's going to be Genji eliminated, but now, E-Arena, you at least took them out. What do you do next? Because now you have to deal with everybody from AL on top of this hillside, and that's going to suck.
It is going to be horrible. Anyone's legend up here on this high ground. Wicked has been kind of a non-factor in this tournament so far. This time, though, he's got 3 kills. When he can go up on the high ground and play at his pace, he seems to put in a lot of work. Example, watching from a distance, he just jumps, man modes his way out of there, pops the parachute, and is going to be looking to join his teammates. I think he's going to get away with it.
It's kind of hard to hit this because, I mean, you get that little bit of sway that happens on the parachute on initial opening. So they're going to try to steal that and do manage to do it. But now they're going to deal with Furia in the lower ground. Na'Vi, this is just no real good options. Twisted, though, has managed to find at least 1 kill over here with the way that the circle's set. They're right along the edge of the zone. FW did kind of get into a point round below them, but, ooh, man, that's a great circle for the Freaks as they just need 2 more points to overtake T1.
Oh, nice shot. Hakatori, the man, the myth, the legend. It doesn't matter how his team is doing. Hakatori is always doing well as he pulls the grenade out, pushes forward on Kawazine, gets the spray to follow it up. Little help from Sosed, and off they go. Furia eliminated by EMEA. Him-ass out by the tree. Not a lot of cover, half a smoke, and a lot of prayer.
Yeah, there's not much that really can be used on this hillside until you deal with Na'Vi up here, and they are a consistent threat to every single one of these Remnant squads. They still even have Fairest Waver on the other side of it, denying out anything. Himas is going to surrender it over to blue. Now Na'Vi has a lot of control in the circle. Up on top, looking down into everything. The Expendables on the other side, eyes onto the Freaks. the other major control point in the circle.
Nice move around. This is that moment in the circle where everyone starts to try to feel each other out. It's going to slow down for just a second, and the moment that there is a crash and the third party opens, you're going to see that kill feed just start to spam as everybody makes their moves in to the spot. FW going to collapse on these warehouses. They're bringing the rest of the team in. Sixack still holding the anchor role. He'll close with the blue, and they'll be in a pretty good position going forward. Twisted Mind's not in the circle yet, in a tall order to get in as they try to scout. Molodok playing the point man almost exclusively for this team right now.
Yeah, the other players were trying to see if they could get any eyes on FW, who was taking over one of the compounds that are just down to the south of the circle. So, going to start being open vision for the high ground Na'Vi. Not going to be the best of angle to approach from. Lou's at least going to get some information. It doesn't look like there's anybody danger close to them. But remember that Twisted, if they go for a path over here, they still have to cross a road, and that's why they've got the smokes down. This is going to eat a lot because there's just no cover to deny out any of these fortified positions. Molodok is going to go down, and it is going to be Guman, but this should be resable for now. But there's still another cross on this road that they have to deal with, and a lot of smokes are being burned.
Yeah, this is a very difficult situation for them. And on top of that, it's DNF that's holding them out, the team that's currently ahead of them on the boards, in a position to pass T1 to take over first place in this event with only 2 games left to play. DNF, pole position in middle, hard cover, 2 fields to watch, easily some extra kills on the board. DNF is... this is a throw if they don't win, I think.
Well, it's also a very big game potential for Na'Vi, as most of these squads are going to have to walk into open corridors that Na'Vi has control over everything from. They get to see every movement. They get to have an idea on who's going to be going after who. And you can see they're kind of trying to force TE and going for this res to maybe go a bit closer to the Freaks, trying to force Twisted in that line closer to FW, forcing FW closer to the Freaks. If they can get enough of these teams to stack on top of each other and do the damage, they can run down from this high ground right on top of 4 angry men who's just kind of hiding in the shade of all the bullets above them and just steal away this game. But I do agree that you are correct. Right now, Freaks have the highest control point that they could play from and the safest area that they could play from.
Beautiful as Twisted Minds tries to cross the street. we don't have the comms because it's not in English, but I guarantee it's frantic at the moment as they try to figure out what options do we even have. And the only option is a Guman grenade up over the top, and that ends Twisted Minds' run.
Exactly. Perfect timing. Na'Vi now knows, okay, we've got this new position that we can shift forward to. We've got the rock. We've got the control. Just still keep it going. Really, it's a matter of, do they want to allow FW to go after the Freaks, or do they want the kills themselves? This is a squad that needs a big climb. You can see that they have managed to at least touch up next to Furia, but that is a 7-point gap, and then another 6-point gap to try to catch up to the Expendables, and the Expendables just refuse to die over there on the edge. No matter how many times Na'Vi takes the shots at them, if they get a knock, somehow TE finds a way to continue going, but it feels like it's just about done. There's no way to get out of this one, backing right up into the sight line.
I don't know what the options are as the Expendables are eliminated. They've been Chaos Goblins in this match. They finally go down. DNF looking to set in stone that this is potentially their tournament, up to 123 points with a good chance to get even more, though Rise makes the move on Salute, countered by Heaven.
Na'Vi's making their move right on top of 4 angry men as well. FW down to just 2 players, but Canaxi is popping off. Big way for this lobby right now. Sixax, last one up. Guman on the other side. Peeks along the doorways, closing the door just to buy some more time. Shotgun does not get the knock. Guman tries to go for the stall with some stuns. Peeks it back around.
He did it.
Does connect. The Freaks stay alive.
F your shotgun, he says. And he gets them down. Freaks making plays as they go to a 10-kill streak. Meanwhile, in the off, it's Na'Vi against 4 angry men. They're making the most of the ability to fight here while Freaks were distracted. Hakatori trying to come down this hill, but 4AM holding the low ground very, very aggressively. It's not going to last long, though, as DNS still has 2, and it's in their best interest to turn around and try to backstab this fight.
They've got to get the reses. They've got to get their meds back up. There's a little bit of time that Na'Vi still has to try to close this out. The Doritos right up on top of Longs, playing along the smoke. Longs going for a peek out, but it's read by Hakatori. So up on the high ground, it is going to be Na'Vi, 61 points, and Freaks presently in first place with 2 players having to walk into a very fortified circle from Na'Vi.
Na'Vi in a great position where I thought Freaks had this. That loss of 2 to FW means they've got to push the dot. Hakatori from the high ground getting tagged up as DL does a great job of covering this, but essentially it's now a 3v1 and a 3v1.
This is going to be really peculiar. If a crossfire angle is set up by Guman, maybe takes down Sosa, that could open up DL on the other side to try to get something. But the way the defensive positioning is set up from Na'Vi is so clean. Everything hinges on Guman. Can he get this nade to connect onto somebody? But Na'Vi already knows. He's already playing around these positions. It's just got to be careful. Nade does come down, get some damage. Doesn't get the knock. Guman still playing this a bit wild. Nade connects, but doesn't get the knock again. Lots of damage, but it's still not enough.
Guman making plays. Kylaris going to be ecstatic. He captained him after the recommendation from Paper Thin yesterday, and he is paying dividends with 6 kills on this match so far. It would be a tall order to win this one, but if they do, I dare say it could be borderline legendary. Taking Na'Vi out of a defensible position in a 1-1 split would be wild.
DL's got no options, just trying to use the vehicle for some type of cover to see if he can get in. Sosa takes a lot of damage. Guman does get the knock down into a 2v2. DL trying to get some more support set up for his teammate. Guman on this hillside, starting to become a bit more unlocked. DL just runs through, being a distraction. Shots not really connecting, and somehow getting into the circle.
It's gone to the 2v2. That is absolutely wild. Guman gets another $100 in the hopper. Ferris going to lump up against Hakatori, and the two of them playing side by side. DL, not a lot of cover down there. He's got the car. He's got the smokes. He's going to make a send. Guman's going to have to cover it.
How does he keep getting into this new point? These guys are just playing off of each other perfectly, using distractions between the two of them. Hakatori one side of this, Guman on the other. You can see DL just trying to get some way, some angle in on this circle to provide some support, but it's so hard. There's a dip that Na'Vi is playing from right now, and so much of the utility was burned by Guman beforehand. DL in this low ground position at least gets to the rock, and it is just back and forth. And Na'Vi cannot find a way to take down the Freaks, even though they've gotten so close so many times.
Na'Vi just has to wait. Deal's got his back to the blue. He's going to have to move first. He has 0 cover. Both of the guys from Na'Vi going to go ahead and stack full boost. They're in a really good position. That said, I think I saw an there. So if there's a chance for an opening knock from Guman, that could allow DL to move forward here as they try to knock. He's moving to a spot. He knows they're going to peek him when he pushes. This is really good.
The smokes coming out from Guman to provide cover for DL lines up perfectly. There's still shots just wild into the smokes that are connecting onto DL, but again, the longer that DL stays alive over here, it opens up an opportunity. Na'Vi playing from the back foot right now has to be careful. The blue zone encroaching onto both of them. Guman starting his push forward. It's got to be some big play from Hakatori on the other side of it. Hakatori takes down Guman. There's the follow-up. The blue zone being the one that forces it all, and Na'Vi gets their big game.
Na'Vi does. Hakatori played very, very well, but honestly, I got to give laurels to DNF. Getting out of that warehouse at all was shocking, and then being able to walk away with 2 additional points for it was really impressive from downhill, from not being as close to the dot. That was huge by the Freaks.
This is an absolutely crazy game. Na'Vi, what do you want? You get to set pacings in. Let's go ahead and bring in Kalaris. Give us some insights moving into this next game. Kalaris, where do you think that Na'Vi is going to go?
Oh, it's a tough one for me. I think maybe it's back to Miramar again. What do you think, Michael?
I think they shouldn't pick Tego.
Look how hard he is when he's like, yeah. Grassy pastures, BR.
Back to Erangel we go here for Na'Vi. Good win from them. I don't think they're going to be challenging for that #1 spot here, but it's still a strong win from that high ground. As Michael, what did you make of Na'Vi being able to take this one against DM Freaks?
Yeah, I noticed that at the very end it was star player versus star player, IGL versus IGL, Ferris, Hakatori, Guman, DL, and it was yeah, I feel like most of these wins in third person usually come from the team that is having the high ground control.
And of course, we jump in back on this hot drop scenario. Terrible here, really, for T1 Matrim, considering they should be in the hunt. I thought if DM Freaks was going to win that, you absolutely send T1 back to the hot drops, because if they keep being stubbornly committed to these when they're potentially challenging for #1, I think it's going to go DM Freaks' way.
Yeah, and I mean, out of all the times to falter in their hot drop, T1, that is a terrible feels bad, because nothing really came out of that game. They lost all opportunities, all momentum, and then they even lost the hot drop that they've been winning time and time again. That's a lot of mental blows to all stack right on top of each other.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why I love this new draft thing, right? Like, in the old days, we'd have like Na'Vi being like, well, we can commit to a hot drop for the first 3 games and see how it goes. You can't anymore because you don't know what's going to get picked. And on top of that, you might get, like, they might T1 you into a hot drop to hurt your ability to win in the last game. That adds this whole new level of sort of draft strategy that I think is really fascinating and could change the way that not only do we do analytics, but the way that teams approach day 1 and day 2 of these tournaments.
Yeah, I totally agree. Michael, considering that we're not going to Tego currently, do you think T1 should be pivoting here?
Yeah, I just think that team needs a bit of a mentality change if they want to be taken seriously by teams like Twisted Minds to win tournaments. You can't just be hot dropping it when you're in first place. It's
right.
Like everyone goes into every tournament saying Twisted Minds are probably going to win it. And T1, if they want to be pushing for a global partner, if they want to be pushing to win titles, they need a little mentality change, especially if they're in the lead.
Well, Kalaris, I've got a follow-up question regarding this. We're going to Erangel, where we do see T1 Yasnaya 4 Angry Men hot drop. 4 Angry Men kind of pulled away from it last time. If you're 4 Angry Men, do you kind of hope that you can do the same thing that JDG does? Because if you can kind of win that firefight this time, that means that T1 might have to start thinking about surrendering these hot drops in the future just so that way they can hold leaderboard position.
Michael?
I don't.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think that, I think 4M are just, they are a team that want the position they're in now. They do not care. It's T1 have to leave Yasnaya as much as it sucks, and you're going to be flustered from looting a new spot, and it's not ideal because you don't have the reps. I mean, 4AM are 4AM, and they went there today. They just had a weird fight with Falcons, so T1 get away with it. But yeah, well, let's see if T1 are ready to win a tournament or if they just want to sort of solidify their jobs for next year.
I think there's been a small change on that Erangel hot drop, though, in that it seemed like T1 was very focused on the west side of Yasnaya as well as Nolene on the spread, whereas 4AM was going over to the east, right? So the technically, yes, they're kind of in the close vicinity, but there's not as much conflict as I was kind of expecting. So maybe that arises again as we take a look at our day leaderboard so far. And it's DN Freaks again. Petrichor Road, though, Toffees, has been present in a lot of these late games to be able to get themselves a cool 30 points.
Yeah, they do walk away with a good amount of points. They played that game very, very well, as they will now take over that day leaderboard. Petrichor, who needs to win this if they want to take home some cash, and he wants to get a couple extra points back, but Freaks should be in good shape.
All right, well, we do have Mark ready as well, who's checking in with Alrain from Na'Vi. So let's hear from Mark about what Na'Vi's thinking about that win.
Hey guys, I've got the superstar again for our best grab someone from Na'Vi. Great win though from your guys. Obviously converting that from the high ground though. What does it mean though coming in for this next game though? The guys should be pretty pumped.
Yeah, unfortunately we're not able to fight for the first place anymore. But this is our first TPP win on LAN, and I think the boys will remember it. So we're really happy with that.
I know talking to you at the very beginning, it was all about aggression today, pushing, trying to get as many kills as possible. I know the first couple of games didn't go. Are they guys going to still stick at this, being more aggressive and trying to find the amount of kills they can find?
Sure. The prize pool distribution on this tournament rewards you with the kills. And if you are on the second half of the leaderboard, you cannot play just regular. You need to do something more aggressively, push and stuff. Yeah, but it didn't go our way as we tried, but we tried.
And obviously you guys picked a wrangle. Obviously you didn't get deterred with the hot drops for T1 at all. So obviously clear indication that you guys are just playing your own game, right?
Yeah, we will just play our own game. We'll try to maybe try one new thing for our team. Because in TPP we want to use this matches to try new stuff, to actually prepare for TPP next year.
What's the new stuff you're trying?
That's a secret.
It's worth a try, guys. I can hear him getting ready. I'll get out of him after camera. I'll throw it back to you guys. Appreciate the time.
All right, thank you very much, Mark. Thank you, Alrain, as well. I'm sure that he's enjoying a good time with the win. Let's check in with Paper Thin for the next game.
But they have chosen Erangel, so we're going to see it one more time here today. We've got 2 more games. Buckle up. We're getting ready. Let's get into Erangel. Let's go.
And here we go. The last Erangel for the PUBG Players Masters Invitational. It's eliminated from this point forward. It has been a pretty much big bloodbath every single time we have seen it.
It has been. It seems to be punctuated by teams moving early as the name of the game. I do think that we're not going to... I think those hot drops are going to agree to split. We've got too many teams that are looking to make money right now. Alrain put... While restating the tournament's format for us, he also reminded everyone there is $100 per kill. There's a daily winner value. So there is an impetus not to just throw bodies at another team because you want to make a point. I really enjoy that. I like the idea that there are stakes. There's ability to get these players paid down to the very last shot in this event.
And I got to give respect to Mark. He tried. He was like, what are these secret strategies? You know, maybe hoping the fact that he'd get the slip up, but no, Alrain held it together. Playing Bad's going to be taking us over Georgia Pool and ending down up next to Milta. So a pretty diagonal path that should put everything on the map.
Yep. If you want to go back to that interview, you can see all of the secret stuff in the background. If you pause it, I think you can read Mark's Discord as well on his phone. So a lot of fun background stuff there. But Alrain not giving away a secret. I don't think he has a secret right now. I think they're just winging it. And I think they plan on going to the drawing board in January. And the secret is we're just throwing stuff against the wall and see how it feels.
The secret is we need to get Hakatori into a better high ground spot so that way he can shoot everything. That's the master strategy developing. I mean, it might just be a change in drops, too. Like, that's the one thing I've noticed whenever I talk to players. They're like, oh, we've got this new secret strategy that we're developing. And it's like, instead of dropping Stalber, we're going to go Yasnaya. And you're like, oh, okay.
It's true, right?
That's great.
But it's also funny because you heard Batulin say in his interview, he's like, well, we're not talking about it either. Everybody's trying to keep their stuff close to the chest. And I know Batulin told me once that they had their entire calling system stolen by another team because they were on the stream. And teams, when Twisted Minds does stuff, teams respond and they copy. So I do think there's a world where the format change is such a massive impact on the early ecosystem of next year that it's going to be like, remember the old days when players wouldn't even let you into scrims or show you drop lobbies because it's a secret. I don't want to discuss, so there'll be secret drops. Like, we might go back to that. That's kind of entertaining while also hilarious.
And incredibly annoying. That's the way I remember it. Circle has gone to where the Western Bridge coming out of military is kind of the center point. You have to assume that we are going to stay on the main island and not go over to military, but the way the circle's been popping, who knows? That does also make it a pretty awkward circle given plane path. Only really the Expendables 17, Genji, and Na'Vi in the circle for the time being. So not a lot of really solid territory as Gatka Field's eating up a lot of this as well as water too.
Yeah, I think Genji's in a really good spot here. They're going to be able to loot quietly. They can camp the bridge. No one's really going to push too aggressively towards them in the south just yet. So they should have a very good early game.
저는 숲에서 방송하고 있는 오아라고 합니다. 안녕하세요. 우승에 가까운 팀은 T1과 DM프릭스가 맞는 것 같은데 제 마음속 우승 가능성 팀은 배고파입니다.
EA, because I'm cheering for Thai team to winning the champs.
Twisted Minds. Now we've only got 5 games remaining. I think Twisted Minds can keep that point threshold high, so they'll be able to try and cross, but they've got to chase down DN plus T1.
끝나고 맛있는 거 먹자 얘들아. 사줄게. 1등만 해봐 일단. 가보자. 못하면
EA fighting.
Let's go Twisted Minds.
That was
I'll buy
terrifying.
you dinner if you win, or I'll punch you if you lose. Sounds like my boys when they're playing Pico Park over there. I like that. I like that gamer attitude.
Eyes on the circle, you can see that Fury is calling emergency pickup, trying to leapfrog over Everest. JDG is just going to be the south of them. Begapa over into the east. Park Pro actually getting here pretty quick, though. I don't think he's going to have vision. This is a pretty safe area to emergency pickup out of. Externally, we also have the Falcons trying to get on the circle, but, I mean, with Death Road pathing into Potato, nothing feels super good yet.
This Fury pickup's fascinating to me because perceivably they go to Sosnovka. They get a whole bunch of space for themselves. But it depends on a very unlikely shift. I hope that instead we see them jump out somewhere around the crater or the quarry and maybe push out of there because I think going to Sosnovka is a really, really rough choice at the moment.
Especially given the fact that you're going to be dropping in with, unless they have a second emergency pickup. That's usually the way that these go. JDG, though, has found one of their own. I would have to imagine that you have to drop along coastline, maybe push your way back in one side or the other, because if you jump military, you don't have a second emergency pickup. Unless you find a car, it sucks to get back across, and chasing the circle on that bridge is just asking to die.
He pulled a Paro! He pulled a Paro!
Hey, look, it's December the 21st and not December the 12th, so he's a little bit behind right now.
Nice, that's a good one. Also, quick update, 4 a.m. and T1 both did go to Yasnaya for the most part, but as often happens with Yasnaya, it's just too big of a city, and it's just such a pain in the butt to fight in. They're going to go ahead and split it and make rotations, I think, out the left side. T1 already on the move.
Eyes on where Furia might go for their cut, as they're going to be pathing over the bridge right now. Now, a lot of our teams are kind of playing this more into the north, into the the area around Pachinki and the hillsides. Furia does cut before they hit the bridge, so pushing into the west, probably Primorsk, kind of quarry what you were talking about a second ago. I wouldn't be surprised if probably the other players for JDG do the same thing.
Let's see, Freaks in a position to try. They took over the lead in that last game. They didn't just do it by a little, match. The fact that they went from second place to a very, very strong 13-point lead with 2 games left has got to make them feel pretty good. I assume they'll play relatively safe in this game and try to send middle to make sure that they maintain that position.
I mean, T1 now having to go for the chase. Twisted right back behind them. It's been a couple of opportunities for Twisted, but it's so hard to find points in this lobby right now. It's just been very difficult circles with everybody just kind of pouncing and destroying each other, and then remnant squads limping into the circle. People already have circle control. You get high kill counts for squads like Na'Vi whenever you play from high ground, but I mean, Twisted just kind of getting forced out of it. Oh, there's JDG taking down Poza on their landing.
Furia, that's a very aggressive. So the E pickup, they went straight to Ferry Pier with it, instead of sort of dropping out in quarry and working their way in. And it seems like maybe this wasn't the spot, as we got a nice big spread out here. So they'll lose a player and try to tuck in and do their best. This has been Furia's day, though. It just feels like their ideas on macro are there. They're just not executing at the tail end of these rotations.
Yeah, the micro movements in the macro aren't where it's working for them. They've got the macro down. They know exactly where to go to get in strong point. This is a very strong point for the circle, very safe. It does also mean the fact that you're a bit behind. Remember that JDG also did do the emergency pickup right back behind him. So this was 2 emergency pickups landing right next to each other, and JDG just spotted out on landing and managed to pick off poses. So the strategy was there. It was just the catching of the shots from behind him is what kind of got Furia.
Excellent work. Also, just a quick update. Our field reporter, Mark, went for some coffee, but it was closed. So, we can all laugh at him as he tiredly trudges back to the field. Is there anything you guys in chat would like our field reporter to find out for you? He has access to the coaches, some of the players, our production staff, and I think he can even ask his parents for recommendations. So anything you need, tell us in chat, and we can send our field reporter out for a good time.
We did see a glimpse of what the Freaks are thinking about in this rotate just a moment ago, so thank you to the spectators. Spaceman, you know who that is. Leave poor December 12th alone. He was left all by himself. He had to drive all the way over here, and now you're going to point your guns at him, and that's just mean.
I like that he's just practicing his speaking. He's like, okay, this is how I get a car in third person. It's like they're using every ounce of training they can to get ready for next year.
It's going to be pretty interesting to see the developments and how teams are going to opt into playing aggressive versus more passive, all these other types of things. Twisted doing a regroup. This is going to be on the eastern bridge. I guess they're going to go for the safer approach that we sometimes see squads do. Just cut south, go along military, then try to go along that western bridge, or maybe even go for ferry. A couple of different ways you could play it. The arena that was down on military base is going to be playing a bit more into that western bridge as well. Everybody else got some space to play, but the coastline's popping off, Toffees. I mean, we got Furia, JDG, Genji over there. Anyone's legend. Then everybody else just kind of spattered across the hillsides north of that.
Yeah, Genji actually gave up the camp position to move north. Na'Vi took over the bridge camp, so EA may run into some trouble there. And then 17 did an E pickup. The problem with their E pickup is the drop path is there's nowhere that's open. So I don't know where they go, as the entire path of that helicopter is contested.
I mean,
here they come.
W is dropping late, and it's going to have the same idea, Ferry Pier. And Furia kind of caught a bit unaware on this one. Forza Kraken's got a ton of friends on top of him in just a half a second. Rises off down to the south of this, and Zakraken's just going to have to hold. This is scary, scary stuff. And now his footsteps are going to get heard. He goes to a very strong defendable stairwell. We've seen a lot of pushes just go absolutely awry on this, but instead just going to use the distraction to get back, try to get to a reinforced line where his teammates can provide some form of cover.
Nice there. Nice defense from Furia as they back off. A lot of prize money on the line here. Roof shot by Rise gets Kraken down. Kawazine now has to fall back. I think they have to just abandon Kraken here.
Yeah, this is all problem upon problem, and JDG, fortunately, in choosing to not get involved, they like their hillside position. They were very focused in on this at range. Furia has no way to go to the north. If they go to the east, like you were talking about, Navi's kind of in a loose bridge camp right on the outskirts of this, so there are very few places that Furia can get out.
Yeah, I mean, that said, though, I think if they can just get into a house with 3 and just lock it down, they've caught the circle. It's best just to wait out the bloodbath. We got JDG, we've got FW, EA's going to bop into Navi right now. Genji's going to third-party that fight. It's about to get a little bit crazy as these teams search for not a lot of space in a very small circle.
4-2 players up for Furia, just watching the house that they used to have, seeing if anybody runs, and that's all Gazeri can do. Kawazine, the same thing. Pacing has slowed down a bit in the center areas that we're going to be looking at, but externally it's about to get a bit more wild. Over to the east, there's a ton of squads that are stacked on top of each other. Na'Vi does get some shots into what's going to be going on with the rotate across from military. To the east, we've got Falcons. They're going to have to brute force their way along the line. We're 4 angry men. What anyone's legend is at, Twisted Minds, they're all stacked up over on top of each other to the east, while Begapa as well as the Freaks have to come in from the west.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tall order. Navi's got a good angle on EA. They actually backed off of their hold on the bridge and let EA get across for the most part. Nurens, I think, did get stopped on the bridge by some high ground fire from the lighthouse. But they did better than I expected. Furia, though, being attacked. FW is not giving them any space, Matchroom.
Oh, good counter push between the two. I love the fact that Furia sent one player on the outside to defend. Dana 1 down, gonna get flushed. This is back into a 2v2, and this feels way better than just 2 seconds ago.
Yeah, Kawazine and Furia, they showed that they tried to look weak. They fell back. They baited FW into a push, and when they came at them, they handled it very well by jumping out of the house and getting that wraparound. So now it's Ryzen 6 sacks, trying to figure out, we had an advantage. Now what do we do? Because they are spread out. They can't protect each other. If one of those goes down, it's going to be a flush push by Furia.
New contender may be approaching. Human is playing right along the coast, right next to the pier on the outskirts of this, trying to scout for the rest of his squads. If he hears the firefight, this could be the Freaks thinking about getting involved.
Yep.
Red Zone's going to appear on top, but Genji is going to think just popping a couple of shots over into Petrichor Road. Petrichor Road just kind of playing into Gatka fields themselves. Bit open, destructible shack, probably about to get really destructed as the mortars just rain down. Petrichor Road at least staying alive, though, for now.
Holy crap. You see 4 mortar tracers in the distance. That is wild. They've collected all of the mortars, Matt.
All of them raining down right now. That is scary stuff. Is the shack finally going to get blown away by the impact alone?
Genji's really been leaning into mortars. This is the second game where they hyper-packed mortars and used it to dislodge someone in the field.
Hey, if it works, it works, man.
I mean,
Take your free kills.
A lot of teams will pick one up with like 2 or 3 mortars. I feel like they're hyper-prioritizing them.
This isn't the rotate you wanted, Falcons. Begapa right on top of you. These guys will scrap. That's going to be H1 having to turn around as a BRDM going to be chasing after him now. Kickstart the rest of the boys from the Falcons, realizing this is a massive problem. Even the Expendables taking long-range shots into this. Park Pro is going to hop out, try to see if he can catch somebody on the Falcons close, but it is just a spattering of green right across the green hills of Erangel. And the Falcons have nowhere to really go to try to get away from this. They're all just being corralled together.
It's a
and
trap.
That's going to be, they have to defend up. Pio on the other side of this, he wants a piece.
He's not going to drive away. He says, your trap is my trap now. And they spring the shark tank. Pio jumps out, pulls off the Dragonov. The rest of his team comes in, but Tig is waiting on the tree. The spray pops out, and the Aussie Murder Master goes ahead and lights up Songjang.
Here comes the BRDM, though, and that's a problem that has to be contended with. Tig's going to have to dance around that one for now. Trimsy's got his own set of problems. Pio on the other side of it. It kind of broken off into a whole bunch of little micro 1v1s, but 17 at range going to spout out Pio and take that one away.
Nice work from Sho to give a little bit of
stole
extra
the
action
BRDM?
there. They get it. You get it for free.
I think that somebody jumped out to try to go after him, and so now the BRDM is theirs with the Expendables right underneath of them.
Glory's going to try to get away, but nope, Kickstart will not allow that to happen. A really nice play. Strimzy got Bagopod to follow him and dragged all of their players into a high ground trap where now they got a BRDM and Overlook on the Expendables, who is also chasing the fight.
I don't know if Falcons know about Duck Juice, though. He is really close to them. They're caught up looking down the hillside, and they might be choosing to go after that Navi and in their own world of trouble. As the circle has popped, it left a little bit of the water in play. right on leading into military as well. So there's like a smidgen of that that's still accessible. So T1 in a phenomenal spot while everybody else just kind of stuck dealing with like hidey holes, except for Gen G, who's got the only other compound in the circle, really.
Great news for T1. They're able to hold Icebox completely uncontested. They even have a res beacon just in case when they took it early on. And everyone else is going to have to scrap for transition as Tanvu opens the door, trying to fight back against Tiggleton and the Falcons. Shrimsy spraying the drive away. Can he finish the job?
Blue zone ticking, trying to add in some more. Duck Juice does get some damage out. Delwyn's going to go down on one side of it. H1 on the other one. Tiggleton down as well. It's starting to stack up. Just kickstart the last one up. The Expendables finding a lot in this. And now the BRDM just rolling down the hillside comes to a stop. Kickstart, nowhere to go. And that's going to be Begapa stealing some of those kills. The Expendables feeling pretty good at 4, though.
Yeah, the Expendables played that very aggressively, and it worked out. They got a double. Duckshoes got a double knock on the Sonics, and it just kind of left them reeling as those were their anchors.
Don't take this. This BRDM is cursed. Everybody that gets into it dies. Now the Freaks in a bit of trouble, down to just 2 players as well. They made this push along the lines with JDG, but now it's going to be at least the flush. This is a pretty precarious push up the top of the Suze, the last one alive. He could potentially ruin the Freaks and open this game entirely back up.
I think right now the biggest benefactors of this fight is T1. They're watching the kill feed. They are cheering out of their minds for this fight to go against DN Freaks. They need JDG to play this well because it's going to allow them to catch up as they head into the final game of the day, and they need those points. 133 right now on DNF is crazy.
Can see that there is a res coming in from Park Pro trying to get all the Big players back. New circle has revealed itself, leaves the compound that we're presently sitting out. The Expendables need to get in. 17 needs to get in over in the east. There's going to be a cluster of teams that are going to have to fight. Of course, FW and Furia are going to have to get some separation. As soon as they just kind of juking back and forth between the 2 different points, waiting for the stairwell. Can he get the peek around? Does get the knock on a 1. Can't get the second one. Freaks find themselves another point.
And they keep racking it up. That's the problem. Even when they lose 1, they walk away with 3 extra points. Ian trying to knock a little Twisted Minds out of the sky, and he does. That was a lot of shots, but it worked out. His example just falls to his death.
Na'Vi in a shack, pretty decent position in the circle, but that's going to be about it. E-Arena's got a very strong hillside. Twisted Minds right on the edge of the zone. They're being gate camped out by T1, though. Genji on the opposing side of it, also in a gatekeeping position on a 4 angry men and 17. Most of this circle is going to be dead. The northwestern section of it is just fields, a couple of hay bales, and nothing that anybody wants to play. So the cluster is going to be the collapse onto the hillsides, most notably around where AL is going to be at and where E-Arena is. And if you can get far enough in, maybe even try to usurp the position that T1's playing from.
Yeah, that north field had a mortar attack and a red zone strike. So there's no hay bales, there's no shacks, there's nothing left out there. T1 in a really good spot. I expect Heather to start to move up that hill in just a little bit and try to secure a place, but they are in a very good spot. 17 and 4 a.m. now having a battle outside the circle. Both of them desperate to move in a little bit closer. 4 a.m. though knows that they've just got to go for it.
Oh, and they're running right into Little Ghost. Man, Little Ghost is just having a resurgence. This guy is clutching up big plays for his squad. Other side of it, Jiawu! He never stopped being good. 4 angry men just in so much trouble. Tongmu, the last one up, trying to see if he can get a drive-by, and even that is denied.
That 4 angry man was just throwing their bodies at that fight. Right? Well, that's the beauty of a BRDM. The Expendables, who got it from the Sonics, who got it from Begopa, are putting it in good work.
That just broke my voice. Sorry about coughing there. I was just not expecting that one in the process of taking a drink. Externally, FW still kind of alive. 2 players up. Gen G, eyes on the circle. 17 has path in. Don't forget about Park Pro. He called in his boys just a moment ago. See where they're going to go. I don't know if anything's going to be good to land on, though.
I said Sonics. Oops. The Falcons had the BRDM. It got stolen. Here's a grenade, though. Nice dodge by...
does it?
Right? They were lost Sonics for so long. All right, Opons. Nice little hop up on the hill, trying to get the high ground on FW. Jacob making sure that he's not backed up in the smoke. And Opons getting the information from Jacob's like, he's got to be right here, and then peeks down and gets that kill.
All right, here come the reinforcements, kind of, for Begapa that are trying to land. What do you even loot? there's nothing. Oh, Twisted, though. They've got some goals, and those goals are onto anyone's legend. 2 players still up for them right now, and it is just messed up inside of this. Batulin's hiding inside the UAS. Wicked on the other side of it.
Work.
Jumps out, does get the knock. Sneaky Batulin strikes again.
That's wild. That was messy. That everything about that was messy, and it's still messy as we see a grenade come in. Soul does 57 damage to Batu, who's able to get a heal off, but the car executes him to finish the job.
Gen.G converging on this. T on the other side after Na'Vi. Hakatori has a goal, though, and that drops 2 of the expendables right out of the BRDM as it rolls off into the horizon. Tanvu's still alive. Vegapod nowhere to land as they're just still circling up into the heavens. As I got eyes onto Heather, who's finally starting to retreat. It looked like he maybe wanted to go after AL, that was very weakened. He does actually manage to finish it off with a fadeaway nade. He just drops it and walks away.
Na'Vi out here executing their secret strategies for TPP. Shoot people driving.
Aha. Keep a Panzer
I kind of like this idea that they're like, we're going to go in the field. No one's going to be able to visual attack us because we're going to be at max range with our deployables. We'll just hold.
Look, the strategy is you set down multiple shields with Hakatori in the middle so he can just pop up and shoot at everything that's around him. Then he has full 360-degree control area around you. Voila, you win.
Hey, how many teams died with that BRDM? Like 4,
right? The Expendables
like,
are now dead, so that's...
Yeah.
I mean, technically, they also ran over 1, so that would be 4.
Cursed. I'll take that. I'll take that. Quad. That BRDM is the MVP. Killed so many teams. So said inside of the shack, using his TP peek to get a little extra information up on the top of the hill. Not a bad spot, but hard to play offensively out of.
Hey, Vegapod actually managed to land right next to T1. So a couple other players have managed to find some guns, some tools to use. E-Arena uses the distraction of them landing right on top of this to see if maybe they can make a push after T1, but I mean, T1 just defending so cleanly right now, only has 1 player get knocked. The Freaks, though, on the other side of this, they're playing in the field, and they've got Park Pro, the other side of Vegapo, waiting to strike.
Cook it. Cook it. You know Salute's there. This should be an easy get from him when the time is right. Also, that was the first time T1 has been contested up there at Icebox. They did a great job defending it. FW Esports eliminated elsewhere by the blue, and Bagopod does make the move. Type getting down and flushed might actually crack open their ability to hold this area.
It's also right on the edge of the zone, and Songjung actually goes to the other stack of 6, so T1 in a much more dangerous position than they were just 1 moment ago. This spot from Na'Vi being heavily rewarded, man. It just keeps getting the circle go right here.
Songjung actually snuck into that second 6-pack, and that is what did them in because they sent our Type over there to scout the next move up the hill, and he was ambushed inside the house. So nice little play by Songjung to find some extra points when there's not a lot left for 2 players.
Hakatori spots out Nurens, gets the knock onto him. Up to the north, let's not forget we still have 17. Gen.G still alive, 4 players up. The way the circle is going to pop, though, it means that Gen.G's hillside going to be extremely strong. 17 might go for a push onto the hillside itself. Na'Vi is going to be trying to hold out everything that's going to be happening with the Freaks over into the west. T1 has to make a move, and let's not forget about Opon's right on top of it all. He does spot out Heather. Big shots coming up, and now Songjung, the last one up. The Freaks on a rampage over here, stacking up the kills more and more. 6 already. T1 got 5.
There's only, we got 2 more games, 1 more game to play. It was 1 more game, and the Freaks are out of control. 3 players up. T1 does manage to get the res, but I hope, man, I hope this comes down to a T1 Freaks showdown at the end of this match because T1 needs to put some points in if they want to be able to chase them in the final.
The benefit is everything's kind of fallen apart as far as the other squads around them. It's just going to be Songjung holding down that other 6. 17's getting ready to make their run. Keep in mind, Gen.G still has Bean very far back behind to defend. Where do the Freaks opt into going? I wouldn't be surprised if they might have eyes on this hillside as well. Gen.G's going to get a lot of friends really quick. Na'Vi is going to be able to take shots at the backside of this rotate. 17 collapsing on one side. It's going to be Freaks on the other side of it, at least splitting between the 2. T1 also making a push into the compound that Songjung's at, all at the same time.
17 now tucked in here as they get aggressed from the top from Gen.G. Na'Vi from the bottom, but remember, Na'Vi's down to about 30 rounds on each of their players. So there's not much they can do to help with the backstabs. They'll sort of reserve this for a push and possibly flushes, but they need Gen.G and 17 to really kick off so they can come in and clean up some ammunition and some utility afterwards.
I mean, Navi's already foot pushed across the road. They want to get involved in this. They know that there's a great chance for a stack of kills, and they are right back behind all of this. Hakatori has to be careful. Jinji's positioning on the other side of it. Songjong, already aware, tries to go for a big nade, but it is rejected. Post going to deny, and T1 now knows that they've got company. Danger close.
Hakatori managed to get a box on his way in. He's now fully kitted and ready to go back into the fight. Bagopal holding this line. He's got that S12K. Looks like he's going to throw a molly outside. He switches to it. He gets the kill. Tries to duck back into the room to shut the door and buy a little bit of space. Nade, bad bounce, blows the door off. Songjang waiting for his chance to go for the peek. There's the cook by End. When he peeks, he'll get blasted, but he decides to bounce instead. Nice play. Songjang's still very, very low off the back of the grenade, using that 3-peek, but the molly is there. He saw him getting it ready to toss. Get on the toilet, boy.
The Freaks went down inside of all of this. Songjong kind of being the ruler to figure out which one of the other Korean teams has the best chance going into this last game. If he can take down T1, the Freaks are going to keep their lead. T1 realizing that they have an opportunity. Ian goes down. It's going to be Tosi at range. Koreans just destroying the dreams of other Koreans right now. Heather needs to take down Songjong fast. He needs to get Ian back up. They need to stack kills. And it is turning into a massive problem as Jinji is the focal point for so much.
It does, but DN Freaks being down and T1 limping means that it opens the door for some other teams to pick up a few points here. Genji in actually a really good spot as they managed to hold Na'Vi off, and 17 sort of stuck in the middle. Songjang still in this showdown with T1 as Heather would love to take this P90 and do a little bit of work.
Songjang just reads this perfectly, time and time again, bouncing between the points that he needs to play. Finally, Songjang is going to get flashed, but Heather can't do much about it. These buildings are notoriously hard to push, and whenever you move into TPP, it's just your death. Once you walk around that corner, it just feels like everything goes wrong. That's why you see a lot of the players peeking from the window on the other side of it. Heather just says, this just isn't even worth it. I'll just wait to see if you make a move on the other side, because no part of this compound is inside the next circle.
Exactly. It's almost better to just leapfrog here and then take yourself the prioritized defense position. Though Heather is looking like he wants to make this move. He's kind of getting that lined up with the laser. Both of them staring at each other. The flash is prepped, but Songjang has to expose himself to get the flash into the spot that he wants it.
It's all just kind of stalled out right now. Songjang going to go for a little bit of the push out. Good flash. Gets it. Songjang runs right in after Heather, but now he's got to run back out on the other side of it. Heather just consistently being blinded, doesn't have the vision. Heather finally connects, takes him down. There's at least 1 point. We've got 4 teams remaining, and it's going to be Jinji holding one side of the hill, Navi on the other, Xiaowu in the middle, and now it is going to be about Heather trying to see if he can find anything else.
I think if that's not a P90, Heather loses that, but he gets a good spot, holds his position, and now loops back around. Going to try to hit this box and see if there's any kind of utility in there for him. He's got 4 smokes, needs a couple of meds, and now has to push into a very full circle over in the middle. Genji and Navi have just been set up in a firing line. They finally exchanged some bullets, but I do believe that should be a resible situation for both teams as they're kind of just holding this old school revolutionary line, like literally firing lines across a field right now.
The big thing about that, though, is that Tosi going down was the southernmost player for Jinji, and if they commit in a res, that's going to deny out 2 different points of potential impact, allowing Heather with the potential to access this. The issue is Navi. Navi now has more control onto this angle and knows exactly where that firefight has been going on for so long, so unless Jinji gets the reses up fast enough, it's also kind of its own precarious position for Heather, while Xiaowu, still the snake in the grass, waiting to ruin somebody's day.
Being on this transition now, Genji, I like that they're being patient about it. There's a nice shift. So again, I would settle in for a little quiet time.
Oh, Heather's been spotted by both sides of this now. But Xiaowu is taking shots at Jinji. That's going to distract. Navi also kind of trying to figure out what's going on in the middle of this. They spotted out the vehicles, assuming that a snake's finally starting to get a bit more active. Heather keeps taking the shots at Navi, but Orca on the other side of it, there's nowhere to go. Xiaowu goes down, so that's at least more placement points for T1. The longer he can stay alive here, but I mean, no fight is happening between Jinji and Navi until Heather goes down.
Yep.
It's just not happening.
It's like they've agreed to work together before they end up going into themselves little 4v3. Heather with that P90, just very, very troublesome, and I think probably ends up just going down to the blue maybe here. I don't know how he can push this logically.
Well, he needs every point. The people that are in this race, not necessarily competing against right now. So you can see he's throwing down every bit of smoke that he's got. Jinji is moving more aggressive onto Navi's position, given the fact that it's been predominantly Navi that's been having to hold back Heather it's been a very big detriment to Na'Vi as Hakatori just has to stay focused in over here, and smoke after smoke keeps coming down. Heather just seems to have an unending supply, and he's actually getting pretty close to the circle. And look, Gen.G just keeps getting closer and closer to Na'Vi due to this.
Nice play by Flame. He goes ahead and gets that knock on Sosed. Heather is down, so the run is off as it's a 4v2. Orca and the boys have the high ground, and Na'Vi, not a lot of options.
Koreans in the hunt for the top of this all, but Na'Vi on their own independent run. Gen.G putting in the work, finding the games here at the later stages. Just one up. Gen.G takes our penultimate game.
That is, remember, Gen.G won the last major TPP International, and here they are, 12th place, but a win nonetheless here in this game. They will get the cash prize for getting that chicken dinner, as well as the kill cash to go along with it, and they get to pick the final match of this event.
Oh, Gen.G, you could have set the pace for everybody. Are you mean? Set up something like, I don't know, Miramar, Erangel, those types of things where you potentially see those hot drops for T1 and put some pressure on your Korean brothers, or do you play it a bit safer? We've been seeing a ton of one very specific map that nobody was expecting. Where are we going? Rondo, of all places. Gen.G throwing us a curveball.
Twisted Mind's going to be very happy with that as they've got a chance to get back in this, but it's going to be all about who can chase down the Freaks and T1.
We're going to go ahead and throw it over to Colaris and Michael while we're getting ready for our last game.
Thank you very much, boys. Well, that I did not expect here as Gen.G throws an absolute curveball against the wall for the last game as well. Joining me, Michael, to talk about that one here, as this was a spicy end, Michael. We were talking back and forth about how DM Freaks could move, how T1 could move, how Gen.G could move, how 17 could move. It was all over the place.
Yeah, I think because of that circle, was it 5 or 6? I think so many teams had to move on each side. You could play that game out 10 times and you'd have so many different winners just because the situations play out so differently every time. If Irina had a stronger fight in T1 wouldn't have they wouldn't have had a chance at all. Or then Gen.G gets pushed by 17. If 17 had pulled up on the north side of the hill correctly with an anchor, and then Gen.G don't win the game, then T1 can third party the hill. Like, it could have played out so many different ways if we played that over.
Yeah, definitely. As we were watching back some of the highlights from this game, I will say for Gen.G, having the compound that they did, as soon as they eventually were able to push off where anyone's legend was, where Twisted Minds was, and take control of the full hillside there for me, Michael, that felt like the pivotal moment for them to win this game when the circle comes their way. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, like most games, each game has been whoever has the high ground in this third-person lobby, you have to root for them to win the game. It's just you have to see some world-class strategy, world-class players pulling off some insane plays, which is possible, but yeah, Gen.G definitely had it, should have had it in the bag for that win.
Yeah, not too bad. And of course, DM Freaks and T1 going up against one another. I felt like there was a moment where DM Freaks might have wanted to try and put the boot in a little bit against T1, but Heather standing strong and still surviving. There's been so many great individual players. We're watching as Little Ghost gets to pop off. The entirety of T1, the entirety of DN Freaks, Michael, really showing some world-class play here for the TPP.
Yeah, and especially Guman as well. Being an IGL and performing to that level with so many kills is not... This is not what happens. Usually your IGL is so focused on plans that he's not thinking about getting kills at all. That's why you see players like Hakatori always top performing, because he doesn't have to think of that. Fairus is doing it. But Guman being on the top frag of the tournament and IGL his team in the first place is completely world-class level.
Well, for sure, as we take a look towards the very end of this game as well. And with Na'Vi being in the position that they were, I'm not too surprised, because where 17 went, Michael, was a little bit dicey, I think. What did you think about the position they took? Was there any other different options they could have taken? What do you think?
Yeah, I think if they look at that back, everyone knows the bowl they pulled up in is complete death, especially like when Gen.G are the only team on the hill. You need to do something creative. You need to pull up on the north side of the hill where Na'Vi can't just shoot you in the back as soon as you try and fight Gen.G. Like, they need an anchor.
Right, for sure. Let's check in with Bella though, and we'll get back to that in a moment, as she's down on the ground.
All right, you guys were looking great. You showed up on day 2. Now I want to know what the prep process has been like for you guys. 이 아레나 둘째 날부터 엄청나게 활약을 보여주고 있는데 이번 대회 어떻게 준비했는지 한번 코치님께 들어보고 싶습니다.
ก็จากที่เล่นในวันที่2ก็เพราะว่าแบบ วันแรกอ่ะเราไม่ได้แบบฝึกซ้อมมาเลยเพราะว่าเราแข่งแบบอีกรายการหนึ่งมาก็เลยแบบไม่ได้เตรียมพร้อม TPP มาเลยแต่แบบวันแรกก็เหมือนแบบยังจับจังหวะไม่ได้แต่พอวันที่2ก็แบบเริ่มจับจังหวะเกมได้แล้วก็ทำได้ดีขึ้นเงี้ย
둘째 날부터는 조금 자리 잡히고 해서 좋은 결과가 나왔던 것 같습니다.
I mean, day one, we were just getting back from the flight. We were getting settled in. And then day two was when we could actually, play the game without the lack of practice that we were facing. It sounds about right. I feel like everyone's been pretty tired after PGC. Now, you started off today as 4th. What was the talk like after ending day two so greatly? I would like to hear more about that as well. 이제 둘째 날을 4위로 마무리를 했어요. 어제 경기가 끝나고 난 뒤 어떤 이야기로 오늘 마지막 날에 임하기로 했는지 들어볼 수 있을까요?
ครับก็อย่างเมื่อวานนี้ผลงานเราได้ที่ 4 ของวันนะครับซึ่งอยากทราบว่าวันนี้เรามีการเมื่อคืนนี้เราพูดคุยอะไรกันบ้างแล้วเตรียมงานกับวันนี้ยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็มีแบบคุยเรื่องแผนการเล่นวิธีการเล่นนิดหน่อยครับแต่ว่าหลักๆก็คือคุยกับน้องๆว่าก็ให้เล่นให้สนุกแล้วก็เล่นให้เป็นตัวเองครับประมาณนั้น
네, 어제 브리핑 좀 하고 오늘 준비하는 과정 속에 그냥 팀원들이 재밌게 좀 즐기고 오라고 얘기했습니다.
We did our usual briefing, and you know what? But I told the boys, let's just go have fun and enjoy playing the game like we always do. All right, thank you, Lakshmi. Thank you for joining us. But would you like to stay? Because I have the crowd predictions from the fans here at PUBG Sangsu. We have a tie for the first place. Both DN Freaks or T1 are predicted to win, each with 37.9% of the vote. You can really sense how the fans are feeling the energy. Coming in third is Pegopa with 10.5% and followed by Genji in 4th place with 4.2%. So what will the final outcome be? Let's find out with our last match of the day here at PUBG Players Masters Invitational 2025. Bye.
Well. The prediction of exactly dead even between DN Freaks and T1 from the public coming on in here to round this out. As that is going to be difficult here to see if they're going to be able to take it. Joining me, of course, Michael, to kind of round things out as well. If you had to put your money on it, DN Freaks or T1, even though DN Freaks is kind of in the lead, who would you go for, Mr. Michael?
I think just based on how many donuts T1 has had this tournament, I would say DN Freaks. I think we've never seen T1 win anything. I don't know, they've been contesting, T1 should be 20-30 points in the lead, and I don't know, I want to see DNF win, because it's just, you can't be doing that if you want to be winning tournaments.
And it feels like eventually DN Freaks, this roster was always going to win an international, and if it's this one, good for them, right? Like, there was a lot of PGSs where I felt like they got close, could have done something. There was, like when you look at some performances across other internationals, I think they could have got close, but Freaks has really come into this very prepared, very strong.
Yeah, they just have a full TPP buff. In FPP, it's like they were Squirtle, and now they came to TPP and they're Blastoise, and they're just destroying everyone. They're all popping ultimate abilities on every game. Everyone's killing everything moving. It's insane by them.
Human's definitely the Squirtle, but he has become now the Blastoise. But he looks amazing, right? Like 7 kills in that game on Miramar. And then obviously I think a lot of people, if they're playing fantasy, might have also pivoted through the days to kind of at least include one of these members, if not Human, looking oh so spectacular. Let's take a look at the points coming in from that game, though. It's 19 going the way of Genji, who have not had the best of times with it, let's be frank, but it is another South Korean team alongside T1 taking the lion's share of these points, Michael.
Yeah, it's just hard because this like Genji, they swap from B-Nigel to Orca, and Orca is their superstar player. So they now have a lack of superstar player crisis, because the IGL, it's not likely that he's going to be top fragging like Human is. That's why it's such like a freak incident that you just see him popping off so hard. Sure. So I think they're struggling a little bit, but it's nice to see them get a win.
Here's our day leaderboard. DN Freaks once again leading the charge. Na'Vi, though, with a bounce back on a day number 3, considering we used to be thinking of them as day 1, and then that's it for a lot of the international tournaments that we've had so far. But Toffees and Matrimony joining us back once again. Toffees, you were casted alongside Matt for the rest of that game, and as well as the games that have been going on today. That was a fun ending here on Erangel, and now we're going to Rondo.
It was a chess match that sort of erupted into the firefight, and they come away with the win. And I think when you talk about this total leaderboard right now, Freaks at 138, T1 at 130, this map pick is really good for the Freaks. They are uncontested in their drop here on Rondo, whereas T1 very likely will get mixed up with Petrichor, who has nothing to lose. So there is a very good chance T1's going to have to off-drop this spot, which opens the door for weird things to happen. So I think Freaks is in a really good position.
Yeah, I think that what Michael was saying as well about T1 having to almost swallow a little bit of pride if they want to try and take away that top spot from DM Freaks is very important, as they need to try and wrestle that #1 spot away. But it is, by the looks of things, a 2-horse race. But one nation will stand strong at the top here in South Korea, unless we see the most insane game from Twisted Minds. And technically on Rondo they're very good, but I don't think we're going to see that insane game coming out from them, Matrim, because that's a lot of points that they got to make up.
Yeah, I mean, we got to get the Freaks collapse. It's everything, but we also got Paper.
We do. Let's let Paper take it away and get it done.
To this one more game, the last match at the PUBG Players Masters Invitational. 2 teams in the hunt. The Freaks at T1 looking to claim their destiny. We're ready to Rondo. This is it. It all comes down to this. One more match.
Yet in TPP. This is going to be an absolutely ludicrous way to finish this out, because so many teams are going to be coming into this blind with no idea on how it's going to go, and this map can sometimes throw us some crazy curveballs.
We're looking for a circle to shake things up. It is a 2-horse race at the top, but there's still the day leader, the game winner, the kill count totals, $200,000 being given away at this event, spread out through multiple different ways to get access to that cash. It means that I expect teams to play this to the bitter end, but I think Michael's onto it. T1, if they want this, they've got to swallow some pride. They've got to make some tough choices. And honestly, I think they got to stop playing a little passive. They were quiet for me in the last game. They had a good spot and they waited for the circle to come to them. But ultimately, when they lost the shootout, it put them too far behind.
And this is a hard tell, because whenever we talk to Sonic regularly or we talk to the players, they do not ever want to give up their hot drops. Even whenever we saw them in PGCs and other stuff like that, they're like, no, we feel like this, it's like surrendering their pride as a team to give up this point. I'm very intrigued to see on, does the chance of winning deter them on drop, or do they stay in their committal? Do they think that, no, we can just beat Petrichor Road, we can get the 4 points, and that just puts us 4 points away from the Freaks? Do you risk it all if you're Sonic and you're the rest of T1? It's going to be crazy to see how it goes, but it does look like it could be a bit of an early jump, and T1 is going to be trying to aim for the win.
T1 looks like they are going to try to take this one. I like the decision. I do think there's a world where you can justify the hot drop as it prepares you for next year, because they're not going to get a chance to scrim against Petrichor. If they walk away here, which they will, they're going to be contested all next year as well. Twisted Minds and Na'Vi landing right on top of each other. Twisted Minds in 3rd place at 108. They have to have an insane game to have a shot at winning this. So I expect them to just sort of continue to practice their system. You kind of heard Patulin say this in his interview. We're working on it. It's a secret, but we're preparing. We focused all of this year, the end of the year, on PGC. We had a shot to win that. Now's our readjustment period. And that does feel like what we've seen here from Twisted Minds. Some good plays, but not the clean perfection that they're used to. You know what I mean?
Definitely not a clean Perfectix at this event. I will agree with you on that one. But also, we haven't had a chance to talk about the circle has popped, and we actually have Jadina City, and it's into the east. But this is like a big opportunity for Molodok to learn a ton and really transfer the back over to his team and really garner a lot of knowledge and a lot of skill and make him an overall stronger player that we've been kind of analyzing. How does he fit into Twisted? Where does he go after this with all of this information?
Maybe that's why he's dying first every time. They're not letting him listen to their comms. They're just like, you're a sub. You don't get to hear us. He's just muted. That'd be hilarious. No secrets from PBT.
Poor Molodok, just kind of stuck over there. This is a pretty crazy circle, though, because we still have the river that's cutting through right, I wouldn't say the direct middle, but just to the west of middle. We've got the lakes that are in play. there's still the convergence point between the river that's up to the north and the one that's coming in from Jadina City as well, where they got that little mini lake that kind of fits in on. And the way that the circle wraps, it kind of follows it along on that the western side of it. So the Expendables in a great spot at the start. T1 with that early jump onto Jadina City. Very rewarded. Gen G, though, this is interesting. Petrichor Road. You've got a couple of bullets and a dream.
Yeah.
Gen G, I guess, just going to retreat from this. What else can you really do? All of the rest of Petrichor Road's after you.
Yeah, Petrichor is going to be closing this gap down. I like the circle you brought up. Oh, here they come. Very aggressive. Mingming's going to sort of lead the charge. Both firearms. The second charge from the Pico coming in. There was nothing he could do. That was just overwhelming force.
Yes, give him the pan.
Right?
Petrichor Road,
and
I love
that
you.
man. But this circle. So we don't get water ratio until circle 4, which means that if we see a strong eastern shift right out of the gate, it's going to shake up these players very aggressively. They're going to have to really re-examine the way that they would normally play Rondo, because while we're used to seeing sort of this Neox test track, the right side of the river is not something that we see very often. So I would love nothing more than to see a really cool east shift that challenges our players on their last match of this event.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we saw one in one of the PGSs, and that's been about it. It was a crazy game because you get a lot of verticality in the way that these hills kind of recess down, and it makes it for kind of these multiple hilltop firefights. It's kind of similar to what can happen on Miramar. If you're an agent of chaos, though, anybody that's in chat or watching this, you want this to go southeast on the circle. Give us some Jadina City. Keep a lot of water in play and force these really contained northern firefights, because this has a recipe for some really hectic circles, no matter which way it goes. But I feel like that's going to be the one that could give us our very first Jadina City ending.
So I do want to point out, while that leaderboard is up there right now, for those of you watching at home, winning the overall is $50K, but winning the daily is $5,000. So while Na'Vi is not in the hunt for the overall right now, they are only 9 points short of winning the daily, which means that with this centralized location and a quick transition, they could make $5,000 and take that away from Danawa. Now, if DN Freaks, however, does make that choice and they win the day and the overall, that's a $55,000 afternoon.
Ooh, this is intriguing. T1 has left Jadina City. They've gone more north. That's going to put them very close to the Expendables. After this, anyone's a legend. So there is the opportunity for some firefights, because you know the Expendables are going to try to keep territory control. Raining, taking some damage, but doesn't get knocked. Duck Juice calling for reinforcements. Delwyn's going to be the guy that just runs right after it, but Duck Juice with the nade doesn't get the knock. T1 staying alive as the rest of the reinforcements for T1 come in. Delwyn gets spotted, doesn't go down.
Nice play there. Wicked is going to get the drop on Delwyn. Long distance shooting to try to cover up this push. Ian makes a nice play. Remember, he's not even like involved. This is supposed to be T1 versus the Expendables. Anyone's legend is just stealing what they can.
Duck Juice, that peek back was dirty. Ian goes down. Remember, we still have anyone's legend at range, involved with one of their players. Kalori's on the other side of the wall. Tanvu's now got himself the Panzerfaust out. Ian slowly bleeding out. Heather bleeding out. More pressure starting to mount onto T1. They've got to get themselves back together. Ian does get flushed. Shot comes out from Raining, gets the knock onto one, so we're back into a 2v2 very quickly, but everything is starting to be more and more difficult. Peaks between every single angle. Up on top, Tanvu coming up big.
We're using windows that they didn't even know existed for this fight as Type goes around the corner, gets the pop, drop, and flush on Clories. T1 is eliminated as Duck Juice makes the play. The Expendables in a compound, when allowed to go ham, are wild.
All dreams now turn to twisted minds. If you don't want this to go the Freaks, 30 points between them. The Freaks not inside the circle, and this could be a dangerous circle for them to come into. Twisted, though, they know that they need points a big way, and the focus point for them is going to be 17. Jiawu already down.
Here comes a nice push. Molodok following. Lil Ghost, he's been an ambush monster all day, and will continue that job. Molodok doing a bit of the scouting first. Botulin with the BRDM, driving back and forth through. That's a great way to find someone. Just drive circles around the radar complex.
It's fine. I dare you to take shots at me. Now you're just going to be revealed. Show, yeah, you've now just become a big focal. But the Little Ghost ruins the day. Lou gets a retaliation knock. Example out. That means Molodok now down. This is getting dicier by the second for everybody except for the Freaks.
All right, they're playing 17, playing this very, very carefully. Little Ghost going to go with some smokes and try to move forward, wants to get around the BRDM. Batulin now actively surrounded by 17 game. He's got vision on the first peak. Grenade going to get cooked up here. First throw, followed by the second. Batulin somehow survives the flash, jumps back into the BRDM, and lets the grenade do its work.
They got to get Molodok back up pretty quickly. Sosed's dancing around the outside of this one. Doesn't want to get involved now too quickly because has realized the firefights ended pretty quick. Sosed just going to see if maybe there was something else he could vulture, but nothing is going to reveal itself. That did come at a cost. One of the players for Twisted Minds now out, so this is going to have to be a massive game, already losing example of all players for Twisted.
That was a rough loss. Also, a shout out to T1, who was not willing to help us keep this one close, as DNF really looks untouchable now in terms of that $50,000 matchup.
I mean, yeah, they are managing to make their way in the circle. They're coming in the Neox factory back behind Na'Vi. The only potential for it is them going down early and maybe Twisted getting a res onto example. Trying to see if any res stations are going to be close enough to go for, but
That said, though, there is still Na'Vi in the hunt for that daily prize. They've got 4 up. We're going to be looking to take it away from the Freaks. So DNF going to be up on top of that hill right now. Twisted Minds relatively close to them with Molodok, and Na'Vi down the hill. So this actually could end up being the day prize determined here pretty quickly as well, as Na'Vi's in a bit of a wide 2-2 split if they get crashed.
Yeah, and Freaks know the fact that they just have to play a slow, steady control game. But remember, the way that these rivers kind of come in from the north and the south makes this a connected choke point in the circle. If you're going to be playing for the more eastern side of this, the Freaks have put themselves right on the bottleneck of that containment. Navi's on the other side with Twisted, but that also does mean Petrichor Road, Falcons, and maybe Furia. Furia looks like they might be going a bit more north. Could be going into the position back behind the Freaks, and the Freaks have to keep their heads on a swivel. Otherwise, they could just get run up on, not even expecting it.
At PGC here this year, Thailand wins in Thailand. It looks like Korea is going to win in Korea. PGS America's when, Matchroom? When?
I don't know. We need one, because anything to give the Falcons a little bit of extra
Falcons
steam.
need one.
They need that third, fourth place just being consistent. Probably the most consistent team outside of maybe Twisted is going to be the Falcons, because they get third and fourth more than anybody else.
That's not the kind of consistency. Actually, it is a good. I mean, that's good.
It's good.
I should go back on that. Well, I miss the days when like second and third place still got respect. You know what I mean? Like, you're still the third best team in the world. That's pretty good.
Yeah, but you know, it's the way it works in these survival games, man. It's all about first. Twisted, they want more. They want this res back, but do they have any idea? Yeah, they know. They know it's gotten a bit too scary over here. Kaozin on the other side, throwing out a lot at Lou. He's got to be careful. That nade's going to be right underneath of him. The timing, though, not cooked enough. Furia on the hunt, losing some trouble. He was going to be the guy to bring Example back, and now he's trapped. Other side of this is a Kraken has spotted him. He's going to be rolling in, and oh my God, Lou, you're in a ton of trouble. You're going to go down. Twisted. This feels terrible. The only benefit for Twisted is that 17's already down.
They came to get back in the game, and instead they were crippled as Lou is eliminated. Twisted Minds hoping for the res, and now Lou not only goes down, but he does it with the backup blue chip as well. So Twisted in a pure salvage.
They are pretty centered with the new circle pop going right for where those two rivers are going to be meeting. Falcons, Freaks, and Furia all pretty much on top of each other. Begapa, the Expendables, doing a bit of card jousting between themselves. You know, that's just bumping into each other to force them into the right direction. Pio taking a lot of damage, but Akan does get the knock onto Songjong. Park Pro does spot out Duck Juice. This is just an exchange between them all, but Expendables just losing more and more with Tanvu, the last one up.
You know, the Expendables don't really seem to care about losing people or things. They charge, they have fun, they enjoy the game, and honestly, it's probably one of the most fun parts of watching them. As he jumps out of the car, hopes to get to the tree. Park Pro actually gives him a breath of life here. And Tanvu says, all right, you're going to let me live? I'll play that game.
All right, here comes the flank round from Akan. Smoke's trying to give him something to play. Blue zone is ticking, but it's PO on one side. Now it's Park Pro, Akan on the other. It is Tanvu, though, so you got to give him respect. Khan prepping the nade. Tanvu prepping the counter nade. Khan getting some damage, but there's just too many angles. Akan's going to finish it out with the nade, and that is going to be the Expendables eliminated. Begapa finding some more points. Slowly creeping up. Remember, 17 has gone down, so there is a world where Begapa can end up in fourth place.
Be a nice push by Bagopaz. They try to grind their way up that leaderboard. Twisted with 2, still looking all right. Navi's got 4 and would love to get the $5,000 for being the winners at the end of today, as the Freaks are in a pretty decent spot. They're very spread out, but they're working hard to find their way pushing forward into this map. Leaving Neox Factory, they got a little bit of a forward position with Salute. I'm curious, though, will it be enough as the next shift comes in? It's still very much centered up on that river.
Well, the doctor really wants to get rid of this glider. That's going to be, this is a Kraken just kind of roaming around, trying to get some more information for his boys. As he's going to be over the other side of the river, getting pretty close to Mayron. Mayron belongs to 4 Angry Men right now. To the south of that's going to be FW. Jin G is holding down position just to the west of that. At the crux center position of it all is going to be E Arena, playing in the lake right next to where the 2 rivers converge. Navi's going to be on the other side of it. Of course, Petrichor Road to the south, and then we see this dust up between JDG, the Freaks, and Falcons all in the west.
Also, don't forget to go over to PUBG Esports West on X and register for your chance to win 2,000 G-Coin. One of 6 random viewers will be drawn, so now's your chance to get over there before the end of day and have a shot at 2,000 G-Coin.
Intriguing, as this is the potential for a very big game for Bagopaz if they play it well. 7 points, not the hardest to get on this stage. They just coming into the circle very, very late. It is going to be Jin G, the ones that are potentially gatekeeping them out. Falcons making their shift in. It's going to be pretty close to where we see the setup for the Freaks. Panzerfaust ready, goes to the opposite side of the wall. That probably just saved him. The nade, though, coming out from Deal. How's it going to bounce? Do the Freaks read it? Or Falcons read it? Falcons, let's go ahead and get a listen in as they make this push.
Don't be
Car from the west right now. Recrashing on the north side, boys. On your north.
Two knock. Double B's in. Chill, double B's in.
Okay, one pull up on the back.
Flash one. Right behind us. Car on our left.
That's it, play off on yours. Maybe back. Okay.
One standing inside. One standing inside.
My kills in the stolen.
Oh my god.
Hey, bro. What the fuck?
We're good?
I'm gonna fucking
kill we're good. We're good.
Tiggleton, a fan of Monty Python and understanding the many uses of that word, as they do get a nice clear. DNF, the Freaks, the #1 team in the lobby, goes down. Probably not enough to get them off the top for the day, but that does open the door matchup for Na'Vi to get that extra $5,000.
So is this a rotate that we can see that Twisted is going for right now? As this is, I don't know, intriguing. Maybe to try to go back for those reses, get their players back into position, because Twisted knows that there's an opportunity here. Going to be keeping an eye on that one. JDG was taking shots at the Falcons just a second ago. They're going to retreat. Batulins is right on the edge of the zone for Twisted Minds. More information being fed over, waiting for it. And yep, Molodok, I think that this is the job. He's just got to run over there, get these players back up and prep. There's not going to be a lot of loot left in the circle, and Batulins has to make sure that he's not... I don't know how else to say it. He's just got to be extremely careful, because Fury is wrapping into a point potentially right back behind him, and he is by himself.
Yeah, he's by himself, but he's going to be playing that like patented Batulin save, right? So he'll kind of quietly rotate, do a little backfilling, practice his strategy. I think at the end of the day, they're just going to lock up and hopefully hold that 3rd place position, and should be able to do it as long as Bagopaz doesn't go off on some sort of crazy Banana Town tear. But then again, that's Bagopaz. That's PO. That's what they do.
And that's what they need to do. If they're paying attention to the leaderboard, 7 points. Batulins, not as worried about him now as the BRDM. He's trying to keep an eye on Furia in their rotate. JDG, though, they've got to be careful. They regroup. Bagopaz sees it. They don't want to push onto that side. Instead, they're going to be playing into the west. Bagopaz did a very big wrap. This is going to be the more open side as far as fields go, though. The circle pops, and it goes up to the northeast.
Northeast, E Arena looking good on the north of that water. 4 a.m. and FW going to have to go to war over this position. And Bagopaz, the team that wants to make a move, starting the rotation. But here you go. Longs opens the door. They got another couple smoke gun firing to try to transition into this. Meanwhile, I think that's Lou from the sky dropping elsewhere.
Yeah, they're just going to run back to where we saw the firefight happening a second ago with Twisted Minds. 4 Angry Men getting damage onto FW. Ooh. 6-Axe going to go down. 4 Angry Men, that nade looks pretty good, but it's going to be mostly eaten by the vehicle, so it's going to be just enough. Banana on the other side of it does spot out of a Tongmu. The glider has made landfall. 4 Angry Men does have one of their players down, and it's going to be Banana 1 that spotted it.
They're going to get rid of Rays and reduce 6 sacks to 4 as they have to push the final 2 here over the top of the hill. They've got to smoke out and try to make a move, but Shen not deterred at all, aggressively pushing this up over the top, and that is why sees him first, gets the blowout, and FW Esports is eliminated just like that.
Problems, though, is 4 Angry Men doesn't have much time. AL looks like they were getting a bit more aggressive on one side. Furia as well. Begapa runs right into a strong point, but that puts them right in between JDG and Na'Vi both. This is going to be pretty hard to survive from. Na'Vi at least playing the lower side of this right now. The only reason Begapa is feeling a bit more comfortable. Twisted back up to 4, trying to get their loot situation as good as it can before they have to run in. E-Arena in a great point right next to him, but Twisted in their own strong point. Issue is, Twisted's got to find kills. They've got to get looted quick, and they've got to get this together and go.
There we go. There's some shooting going on from Tozy. There's a Lynx in that car somewhere. Meanwhile, the Falcons on the outside rotation. They had a great crash earlier, but now they have to deal with Molotov in a fully strength up. Twisted Minds here again. Good nade going to come out. Falcons a little bit distracted, moving in circles, not sure where to go. Knocks on Shrimzy, the high ground from Example, and the Falcons mix it up with Twisted Minds for the umpteenth time this year.
And it's the Falcons that took down the Freaks, providing the opportunity, and Twisted is going to punish them for it. Tons of damage already onto the Falcons. Molotov on one side, and yes, Twisted is finding the knocks, finding the kills. Tiggleton at range, nowhere to really go. He's going to get spotted. Example starting to pop off as the pressure mounts. Twisted is starting to climb.
Example, my captain, we bow at your altars. The push goes on. Lou Molotov out to the left side. Example gets Tiggleton on the flush. Molotov sacrifices his life. Lou, accuracy through volume, but Tulin says cars are for killing and takes the BRDM around. His favorite trademark so far has been BRDM crushing people.
Twisted's got to get Molotov out of the blue, and he's going to go down. So there is at least one casualty in that. They really wanted to try to keep Molotov up at that hillside, just being a little bit too hard to start the car on. Furia does have eyes with Gizera onto Twisted. Externally from this, E-Arena still very strong on point. JDG needs to get into the circle, but the way the new circle is popped, it just favors right down onto that lake.
Very, very nice. I mean, imagine how they would be if they gave Molotov access to their comms, right? Like,
I know.
Wild Twisted Mind, so good right now. But again, this is one of those teams where like they haven't prepared for third person, and they're still here in third with a weird outside chance of winning this thing, which tells you that they are going to be wild next year when they get time to put their heads into the strategy.
But down to just 2. They have to get into this new circle with Na'Vi going to be gatekeeping them. JDG on the other side. Furia looks like they've just gone the AL side of this. AL still holding a 2-2 split. They were wanting to kind of hold a bit of this road. It's going to be whenever Furia comes over here, forces them into a firm regroup. So that means that that kind of hillside has been surrendered. Furia has some place to play. JDG, though, do you go for Park Pro and the guys from Begapa first, or do you just try to figure out some way to get into the circle? The east of them's pretty open. It looks like they just want to take care of Begapa. And Begapa, it's more potential points, but that's going to be Songjong down. Park Pro the last one up. It feels like 4th might be a bit too far as they're going to get eliminated in 5th. JDG only 4 points behind them now. That's the worst people to give those kills to.
Absolutely. I don't know if there's a world where Twisted Minds can get 9 or 10 kills plus the win, but if they could, it would be truly epic. In the meantime, Na'Vi still on track to win the daily 5,000. They have lost no one, and they still have a decent spot in the circle to pick up their needed points.
Na'Vi playing this lower section of the hill means that JDG's push could be pretty aggressive before they get a chance to firmly defend. Hard to go for peaks. Ferris is playing more to the north to try to make sure that nobody goes for a peek up and over it. Twisted, using the BRDM, playing right along this lake cropping itself. Is going to find themselves a place to at least stop over next to E-Arena. You said that they need to get a ton of kills. E-Arena is going to be right up in front of them. E-Arena just 2 points behind Na'Vi at the time.
They would like to make a push up here as they climb those boards. Example does dodge the explosion over the top of his head, but EA being very aggressive, where Twisted Minds is really stuck in a very small little grotto here without a lot of options. Lou's got to figure out how to get up to this high ground and supplant E-Arena. I don't know how you do it.
There's a ton of smokes that they've had to drop because they are vulnerable to JDG's positioning. JDG is still just trying to get in the circle, though. Cold is going to go down. That was a bit too close to AL. Fairest also going to be spotting. This is going to open up some more movement potential for Twisted now that JDG is starting to go down. Navi's finding the kills on it. So that's going to open up Twisted to be able to look back into this, see if they can maybe vulture up some points or go for E-Arena, one of the two. We're down to 20 alive. That means that there are 17 targets that Twisted can go for.
Anyone's Legend acting like the Flushing team, walking in a line. They sort of make JDG run for their lives, ultimately save Twisted Minds so that they can take this fight at E-Arena. And Twisted now has to make something happen. The BDRM off to the side, look for Batu to throw this grenade, jump back in, and maybe drive up on them.
They've got one knock. Are these follow-up nades going to be enough? E-Arena just goes in a more defended position. Nades coming back over onto Batu. He takes some damage. He has to get away from it. Now just going to run back to the BRDM. This doesn't feel too good. Is he going to go for a juke around? Navi throwing in some assistance. They spot out Jacob, take him down. That's going to be Twisted reading that well. They know timing on this. Right as the meds come up at range, though, there's nowhere really for E-Arena to go because Furia is pouncing on the back of this one. Twisted needs the kills. Furia is getting involved right on this perfect opportunity. But Tulin trying to go for some runovers. Juking between, but Zakraken gets the knock on Endurance.
Batulin loving his BRDMs as he continues to make a play out of there. Jumps out, gets the spray down, and jumps back in to dodge the grenade. Example going to get hit by a nice Cowanzine toss over the top. Cowanzine gets a flush as well. Batu just going in and out of this armored vehicle, doing everything he can to shore up some points. Gizera and the rest of the crew from Furia do get the backstab on E-Arena, eliminate them from the match, and now it's just Twisted Minds standing in front of them. This should effectively seal the deal as Twisted Minds is rapidly losing their power in the endgame.
Just runs back over. Example slowly bleeding out, but Furia knows they've got momentum in the firefight. They know exactly where Batu's had to go, just trying to use the rock for some form of cover, some form of safety, but there's just too many players from Furia. Twisted Minds does get eliminated. This lines up. Everything is now AO going to be going for a back flank on Furia. Navi going for a foot push after Furia on the other side.
I don't remember what the daily score was for Freaks before they went out, but Navi has to be right up on them. I think it was somewhere between 89 and 91. So if Navi can finish this out with just a couple more kills or a first place, that's a $5,000 end game for them. So as they go into this 4v4v4, they have to make sure they're playing it right because that's a big chunk of change.
Big potential game for Navi. 88 points. Every little bit more that they find here is going to be big. On the other side of that, Anyone's Legend playing up right back behind Furia. They've got, 9 points separating? 11 points separating them out. Sosed's going to spot out Gizera, get the knock onto him, and it feels like this section of the circle belongs to Navi and Furia just right up on the edge of it. Nowhere to go. They've got to fight their way out, but there's just two different teams waiting to pinch down on them.
Furia's got such a good high ground position. Navi just trying to make the most out of what they got, and what they got's a P90, which feels pretty good. The problem is Anyone's Legend is a bunch of hungry monsters as they spread out and take up most of the zone. That's bananas how wide their spread is.
Oh, the high ground, just nowhere to really go, though. Good shot from Posa is at least going to get the knock on to Extends, find something. Anyone's Legend on the other side. Nades starting to become a bigger and bigger threat. Hakatori, everybody from Furia stacked up. That's going to be 2 down. Follow-up nades going out. Nowhere to really go. It curves over to the side. The rock being just enough. Finally, it's going to connect. Navi gets a ton of kills off of it.
I think that's going to be them as our day winner. They also climb into 5th place. Navi told by our coaches today, we're working on a secret strategy for TPP. Well, maybe we're seeing it in action right now because that secret strategy is go all out, throw grenades, and don't be scared to push.
So Olsey goes for a good shift down to the south. Tries to keep containment on Navi, who is after those kills. Hakatori goes down. Himas finds him. Sololzi doing a good job on keeping him alive in this position. The longer he can hold this, there is nowhere for Navi to go. Wicked being the guy that's holding down the center. Soul now going for a flank position up on top. And this little bit of a dip that Navi has been playing for so long is starting to be its own doom.
Sololzi in a pretty good spot here. Anyone's Legend took a while to turn on. They've had some calm challenges throughout this event. It's nice to see them 4 up in the finals of this match.
Pacing, slowing back down. Navi wants to go for as much of a reset. Tries to deny out some of these angles. Make him a bit more antsy in these solo lineups because it is a 2-1-1 defensive line coming up from Anyone's Legend. If anybody, Wicked, Sololzi goes down, that's the turn of the tide and turns this back into a 3v3. man advantage right now with anyone's legend means that they're playing way bolder. Seoul just running out in the middle of all of this, tempting Na'Vi to take the shots, reveal how their defensive line has set as phase number 7 slowly closing out. Everything is just going to come down to how this next circle sets.
Absolutely. It's a great showdown. Navi's got the most to lose right here. They don't really know how many points they have overall, so they need to get everything they can out of this one to get that day win, as well as a huge add of kill cash, right? Every kill, guys, is $100. So for however this end game goes, if Na'Vi picks up these last 4, that's a big boon to their tournament.
Na'Vi all stacked up next to each other, down on their bellies, seeing if they can maybe sneak over, get close to Sololzi, deny out this crossfire angle. Seoul, Himmas, a dynamic duo in a higher ground position, looking down to see if they can snatch any form of attempt that Na'Vi can go for. The circle pops, and it goes right into the middle of it all. Sololzi gets some vision, starts to throw out some nades. Na'Vi just nowhere to really go, at least trying to find some way to firefight their way in, but everything feels stacked against them. Himmas on top of a building, trying to deny. Sololzi taking enough damage, but looming threat in Himmas waiting to open up as slowly and steadily Na'Vi is creeping forward. Fairest, gotta be careful though.
They're doing a great job using those double blues to try to push them off the rock. They do manage to get that knock on Sololzi with lethals. Himmas returns and gets extend. Now Sosa's close. Got the headshot. Couldn't finish the job, though. He needs to get this knock. I see a Pico screaming in. He wants the flank, Matchroom.
Jumps out, tries to go for the back flank onto it, does get the knock. We're back into a 2v2. Himmas going for a similar idea, counter moves. It is red though. Himmas has been spotted, goes for the side position, nades out, tries to rain him down a bit too far away from, actually rolls down, does get some damage. Not entirely red just yet. Remember the fact that Na'Vi still has to get into this circle and is firmly controlled by AL with 2 different sides of the circle in control, and a crossfire set up for Na'Vi. They have to hit their shots if Na'Vi wants any dream of making it into the zone.
It's tough to do against that P90. Himmas using it great. He's got 45 rounds left in the chamber, 16 on reserve. Sosa down to 40 and 29. Both teams going to be a little more careful here. Na'Vi ends up at 10 kills. Himmas putting in work with that P90. He's going to smoke for the jam forward. Fairest has a little bit of a side shot. Gets the flush on Seoul, but gets knocked down by Wicked.
Sosa now the last one up. Himmas knows exactly where he is, and the aggression starting to come out from Himmas, playing into the smokes. Sosa spots one at range, but so much danger far closer. Himmas, P90, peeks across the rock, and anyone's legend takes our last map.
They get 9 kills and the victory, but Na'Vi still walked away with 10 and a lion's share of the placement points. So while we know that it's most likely the Freaks that win, there's a world where Na'Vi also gets a big cash prize today.
I mean, a ton of kills.
So
you were
close,
talking about it.
So
We've got so much on.
Times they finally done it in their home country, in their home city. Your 2025 PUBG Players Masters Invitational champions are the DN Freaks. DN Freaks, please come on down to the center stage. Please give a huge round of applause to the DN Freaks as they have planted their flags as the champions of a new era here in PUBG Esports. Everyone, the award ceremony will begin shortly, so please stay with us until the end.
Okay, whatever.
And of course, that is the DN Freaks taking the victory here. Congratulations to them, the PPMI champions. Joining me, everybody, to talk about this one. As tough as DN Freaks finally getting themselves that international trophy.
Exactly, that's massive, right? The last time we saw a TPP tournament at this level, Korea won. The last time that Korea lifted an international trophy was 2 years ago, and here they finally break it. They break in, they raise a trophy again, and it seems apropos that it's the first of the return of TPP that they do it.
Yeah, Michael joining us here as well. They've been keen to get this victory. We were talking about how they were kind of on the edge of getting a victory throughout 2025, and DM Freaks beating out T1. You can see that they were not happy with this last result going out so early with T1.
Yeah, I think DNF might be added to the list of teams coming into tournaments that instead of just being like, oh, they might get top 3, they might start saying they can win this tournament, the same as T1, because Korea is so far ahead of everyone else, it seems, in third person so far.
Looking very good. Matchroom, of course, casting the final moments of this game as well. By the end, of course, it does look like Na'Vi actually might take that daily winners here. But I think the boys are right. I think people have to catch up with Korea and where they currently are.
I'm trying to figure out how high up on this overall leaderboard also Na'Vi ended up at, because they managed to stack up a pretty decent amount. I don't know if they managed to jump over the Falcons at the end of it. I think they might have.
Probably, considering they're getting all the way to that late game against Anyone's Legend. It's about time Anyone's Legend showed up here, of course. They were definitely working with some trials, I will say, Toffees, when it comes to the setup.
I mean, they were just, honestly, they were 4 guys who were good players having a great time, right? They had some visa issues. They made the best with what they could, and it's fun to see a Legends roster. That said, though, I just can't get over how powerful, as Michael said, Korea was. Having Kylaris on a cast with Korean dominance, it feels a little StarCrafty, but I kind of dig it.
I mean, you yesterday were saying you were welcoming the Korean Overlords. I was still holding out for EMEA, but yes, our Korean Overlords, you're not wrong. I'm very used to that across 15 years. Although, there's some other challenges.
Experienced, Kylaris. You're experienced.
Thank you. Yes, I would just go with the word old, but anyway. Na'Vi with some insane nades towards the end, Michael. And Hakatori, he lands them like the very best.
Yeah, I've never seen someone get so many double knocks with grenades in national events like Hakatori. Every single game, every single late game, he's getting double knocks. You just give Furia a complete knuckle sandwich of grenades right there.
Definitely.
Well, the kid's nuts, man. It doesn't matter how they do. He's always a good fantasy investment because Hakatori is like God mode 24/7. It doesn't make any sense. He is the future of PUBG Esports. There's no doubt about it.
I think my question is as well is where is Seoul ending up in 2026, right? Because obviously they get 19 points in this game. Yes, Anyone's Legend here. They're working with some difficulties and stuff like that. But Seoul, we know Matrim, he is still a fragger if he's on the right team. In D plus Kia, it was him carrying that backpack strong. So wherever he ends up on 2026, maybe we'll see some more Seoul there.
I mean, whenever we're looking at the talent that Korea's bringing out, we've seen Red Zone over at PGC. We've had just the rise of a whole bunch of new potentials and teams. You have to feel like Seoul is going to find somewhere to land and have a massive series for himself. But it's anybody's question right now, because now as we made the shift over into TPP, I'm really intrigued on how much roster swapping we're actually going to see in Korea, because look at how dominant they are already. If they start trying to build up some power teams, this is going to be brutal for the other regions to deal with.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who will make changes. Maybe a Genji change here and there.
We'll take Seoul.
Who, sorry?
Me, I'll take him.
You'll take Seoul.
He's on my team. He's a Copenhagen Wolves now.
Yeah, I heard the Wolves are actually I heard they're going to change their name to Blues Brothers because they're so sold out on booking this. It's been a wild game, though, and I've been excited to see. Day leaderboard, there it is!
Oh, thank you, Toffees. Yeah, we've got Na'Vi winning it out the end, so they get themselves a cool extra $5,000 to their names, beating out DN Freaks, who, well, let's be honest, they're walking away with the $50,000, so they didn't need this day winner, did they? So go away, DN Freaks. Still, Twisted Minds is up there as well, Toffees. They had a banger of a tournament, just not good enough to keep up with South Korea.
I mean, yes, but we also have been told in the interviews that they haven't prepared for this at all, where we know South Korea has already been doing their pubs and scrims in third person. So to me, that is a breath of fresh air for all you EMEA Chads to say, hey, we have a team who, even without preparing, is still putting up incredible numbers and playing very, very well. I think that's good news for you.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. All right. Well, Matrim, what an event. It's been an exciting one. Definitely different to what I was expecting, right?
I was expecting this to be way more casual, but you can see up at the top of this one, we are going to get the Freaks at number 1. Right back behind them, 6-point differential. T1, man, so close. 11-point drop down into Twisted. 17 going to be back behind that. Na'Vi, off of that crazy last game, does get themselves into 5th place.
I feel like if the hot drops didn't occur, T1 wins this. What do you think, Michael?
Yep.
Yeah, definitely ruined the tournament for them. They contested Rondo yesterday in, was it? I can't remember when they dropped it. And Yulin, yeah. They contested Yulin. Game ended in Yulin. T1 lost the hot drop, got 15th place. They lost the Chumacera hot drop, and they were only 6 points behind. It's insane they actually kept this level with contestant in 3 out of 4 maps.
Crazy stuff, Toffees.
I mean, to lose 4 points to JDG in that last game, and that's essentially, they would have got 4 points plus easy placement with where Chumacera was. That was the win. This is one of those teams, though, that I don't think they're going to take this too hard. When we sort of started talking about this transition, T1, I remember a couple of months ago, was that team where we're like, I think this is the team in third person from Korea. They've built themselves for what's coming. I think this roster was put together with the intention of being dominant in 2026 while developing skill during 2025. So while it's a frustrating loss and they'll hate that they don't get to raise the trophy for the first TPP International in this many years, it still shows that they are going to be dominant. There's no way around that when they go into next year.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. We heard the murmurs backstage. We heard that, you know, they were going to be able to come and frag out when it came to the games in TPP. However, I'm curious for 2026 what the catch-up looks like for EMEA, for SEA, for the Americas, Michael, because people are going to be working hard to catch up with where DN Freaks and, of course, T1 are.
Yeah, I think it's going to be at least 6 months, probably. I think Korea is just that far ahead right now. I think it's going to take at least maybe, I don't know, just you might have twisted like the top FEP teams. I think they'll be able to keep up, but I think like a new, like say like a new team that qualifies to regionals, I think it might take them a little bit longer. Like Furia, for example, they are the best Americas team in the regionals for TVP, and they weren't close to winning. Like Townsend is dropping like a 3KD in regional tournaments in TVP in Americas, and he wasn't anywhere near it in this tournament.
Fair. Yeah, makes you wonder what would have happened if Twisted Minds had Perfectix though, eh, Toffees?
I mean, yes. So, I want to touch on what Michael just said, because I disagree. I don't think it's 6 months for these two regions.
Okay.
I've heard a lot of teams talking, and I think what's really going to be the difference is if teams reform themselves based around who is willing to grind. That's going to be the difference. These guys have to get back on the sticks. They've got to play pubs. They've got to get reps in. And if you rebuild your team based on the guarantee that those guys are willing to put in reps, I think it's a 3-month turnaround tops. It's not that big of a difference. They can get there.
All right, well, let's check in with Mark, who's on the ground here at the PPMI, and see what he's up to before we get to the award ceremony. So where are you, Mark, in the world of South Korea?
Ooh, no, I'm still here. The players now starting clearing out. It's cold, I'm not going to lie, but it has been a really, really good event, especially seeing the changes. I think you guys are right. There's a lot to learn now. We saw some early deaths from teams like Na'Vi, where they got caught out from people hiding behind things like crates. And I did try to get a few secrets out from the guys, but clearly everyone's keeping it super, super tight. So I want to take the time to also thank you guys, and more importantly, thank PUBG Esports and PUBG for inviting me out here, and more importantly, thanks for the jacket, because it is cold. I've got to head out. I've got to go downstairs. We've got the award ceremony coming up, and I'll see you guys on the next broadcast.
Hey, where's my jacket? All right, Mark, get out of here, you. Get out of here. He's going to be flying back. It's going to be a good time. Thank you very much, Mark, for all of the stuff that was going on down on the ground as well. Always good to have someone there to be able to report on things. I felt like Matcham had frozen for a little while there, but no, he's just stoic. He's no.
Wearing the jacket.
After we get done, I know I actually did kind of want the jacket. I was also kind of eyeing the leaderboard as well, because whenever we look at this, we're talking about like how big, like how much teams are going to need to come back, and looking at all this other stuff. There was a bit of a falter coming up from the Falcons as they had their slide, but once we look at the top 3. And we get the diminishment back behind that. 17 Na'Vi, just 2 points separated. Begapa, who had their own run today, just 3 points ahead of JDG, which is just 3 points ahead of the Falcons. We still have a couple of squads that are fighting it out, still keeping this pretty close. If we see a little bit of tightening up, I think that there is a chance for growth. But the question is, whenever we look at our top stacked teams, yes, it feels like the tail end teams, whenever we start trying to move into our lobbies of 32s and group stages and 24s and that type of thing, how much talent is going to be ready on this one? Because whenever we're looking at this, I mean, 4 Angry Men, Petrichor Road, it was a struggle for them throughout this. And if anything, it feels like China outside of 17 and America's outside of Falcons and kind of Furia, we need a little bit more depth if we're wanting to try to assault this leaderboard more than anything else.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It makes me think to myself, if only we could have a resident pro gamer and think to myself, how well and ready is he going to be for a TPP onslaught from the likes of South Korea,
How
from the likes of
mission-ready is
EMEA. Michael, how do you think you're going to be ready for when it comes along?
Oh, I'm always ready. I bought a new gaming sleeve. My arm's feeling slick. I'll tell you now, every top frag, well, not every top fragger, most top fraggers nowadays are using gaming sleeves. And I've got one, and I think I'm feeling like the best player in the world right now. I'm telling you, I go there, I drop a 4KD. I'll be a champion. That's why I'm going to play with Seoul next year.
Yeah, stop that. That's not...
He's going to be mission ready.
Anyone's
Seoul.
Legend Michael incoming.
I mean, I was going to ask you, I want to see Copenhagen Wolves do well, but I'm asking is Snakers coming back? The fact that you keep saying Seoul over and over again has me a little bit worried that maybe you guys have a plan.
Trevor's watching this being like, I see how this is. Okay, what am I planning for next year?
I sent Michael on a PR tour to try to recruit Seoul while broadcasting.
Yeah, I'll happily sit out and let Seoul take my spot. Have Snakers and Seoul on that team together. I'll watch. I'll get my binoculars and watch from the stands.
I think all Trevor's going to be able to afford is a fake Soul. I'm going to be honest with you. There's not going to be any real Soul going in. We'll see down the line. But of course, you guys can check out all of the information for the PUBG Players Masters Invitational with the QR code. And also, thank you very much, Stephen, actually, for plugging the tweet about the G coin during that game, because I completely forgot to at one point. So I appreciate that. That was very nice of you. Look at it. He's got the brownie points. He's won. But yes, it's been a fun tournament, Steve. It's been good. It's been fun to actually have the rotate on cast as well. I really enjoy casting with you guys. How have the cast been for you and Matchroom today?
I mean, I think it was fun. It's like, again, you and I don't often get to take the reins on the microphone, so it was fun to jump in with Matchroom, who's been doing this forever, and get to call out some of these games. They were unique. They were fun. The drafting system was crazy. The fact that players are making money per kills makes everything matter, and that's my favorite. As we go into the new year, I hope we keep more of that. Incentives, bonuses, and reasons to fight.
Yeah, definitely. And here is the breakdown as well. Of course, we will have DM Freaks walking in with $50,000 as the tournament champion. And just so you're aware, we are waiting for Korea to be ready for the award ceremony, as well as a briefing coming in from the big boss himself. But we've got match winners was $1,000 every time you won a game, 1,000 to your name. Of course, Na'Vi walks away with the 5,000 from today's daily winner. And there was so much money on the line, Matchroom, for those kills. So technically speaking, if you went out and fragged out, you were getting a boatload of cash on board as well.
I mean, Human could probably put like the down payment on a car just off of kills before we even look at the overall prize pool and how that's going to get slet and everything like that. These guys that have been fragging are just reaping rewards. This is perfect. Right after we look at PGC, you're going to get the chunk of change from that. Then you get the chunk of change from this. You're going to be moving into 2026 feeling really, really good. And I got to say, I'm feeling pretty good about it too, because like as somebody that was just usually in-game casting these like big events at the tail end, I was expecting the earlier stages of each round in TPP to be significantly slower. That was not the case here. I was trying to come in with as like fresh a perspective as I could to try to figure out how everything was going, and the pacing for it does feel pretty similar to what we were seeing at PGC.
I think some of the chaos of I think we can discount the hot jobs, but the chaos of teams trying to get to central spots and central compounds because they understand the power of them later on in this mode, Michael, felt like that's where a lot of the chaos came from. What's your perspective on it?
Yeah, it was a lot of the Chinese teams were just flying in T as well. They just found the same teams, just one game they'll choose one team to grief, and then the next team they'll fly in another team, and then it ripple effects. And I think it's just people figuring out TPP, and then also maybe having the $100 per kill in the back of their head as well.
Yeah,
it's like, okay, I'll kill 2 people early, $200, and then I'll revive my teammates as well, and then we'll 4 up, and then we'll move from there.
All right, well, I'm hearing the award ceremony is almost ready here for the PUBG Players Masters Invitational. So we're going to have to shut up in a moment, but we'll see when this actually does go down, because we've got DN Freaks, the champion here of the tournament. They will be presented with a trophy as we head on down to the stage in a moment, but we're outside. Look how festive it looks over in South Korea. Well, let's head on over to the award ceremony and see what's going on.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're here at the PPMI. Time for the signing ceremony. I'm Paper Thin. This is Bella, and we have crowned our first champion of this new TPP era here in PUBG Esports.
Yeah, and to celebrate this wonderful occasion, we have a special guest that will be joining us today. And with us today is PUBG Esports Director Taehyun Kim from PUBG PC and Console Development Division. All right, so shall we welcome him?
Let's do it. Please give a warm welcome to Kim Taehyun.
네, 김태현 디렉터님 모셔보겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 네, 자리해 주시면 됩니다.
안녕하세요.
네.
안녕하세요. 펍지 배틀그라운드 디렉터 김태현입니다.
All right, I will be using my perfect Korean to translate. Hello, I am Taehyun Kim, Director of PUBG Battlegrounds. First of all, I want to thank the players, everyone here in the venue, and all the fans around the world who watched and supported this tournament. All made this stage possible today.
팬 여러분의 꾸준한 관심 덕분에 PUBG
Thanks to your incredible performances from our players and continued support from our fans, PUBG Esports has grown into what it is today. Today's tournament marks the starting point of a new journey for PUBG Esports based on the third-person perspective mode. Moving forward, we want to build an esports experience that more players can understand and truly enjoy watching.
All right, well, thank you so much.
He's got more. This change was only possible because of the constant challenges taken on by our players and passionate support from our fans. I want to sincerely thank them for that. We will continue to respect the great play and the passion of our players and building PUBG Esports together with our fans. We hope you'll continue to support PUBG Esports moving forwards. Once again, congratulations to all participating teams and today's champion. Thank you.
경기를
And I think
이해하고
you might go on a little
더
longer,
많은
but that's
팬분들이
it.
시청의 재미를 느낄 수 있는 e스포츠를 만들어가고자 합니다.
좀 떨리시죠? We're having a little bit of a tech delay, but we're going to be going on shortly.
이 자리를 빌어 진심으로 감사드린다는 말씀을 드립니다. 앞으로도 저희는 최고의 플레이와 선수들의 열정을 존중하며 팬 여러분과 함께 성장하는 PUBG e스포츠를 만들어 가겠습니다. 앞으로도 PUBG e스포츠에도 많은 관심과 응원 부탁드립니다. 다시 한번 모든 참가팀과 오늘의 우승팀의 축하 인사를 전합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 김태현 디렉터님의 축사 들어봤습니다.
Thank you so much. All right, now let's proceed with the signing ceremony. If you could go ahead and sign the check.
The champion team of 2025 Players Masters Invitational will receive a prize of $50,000. And in addition, teams have earned $1,000 for each chicken dinner across the 15 matches, $5,000 for each day victory, and an additional $100 for every kill. 디렉터님, 다시 저희와 함께 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. Wow, that's a lot of money, right? 저와 같이 드실까요?
Bring it over.
제가 도와드리겠습니다. 짜잔.
All right, I think it's time. We need to bring our special guests to the stage. Everybody, please welcome your winners of the final tournament of the year of 2025 for PUBG Esports. Please give a huge round of applause for the DN Freaks!
같이 들어주시고요. 먼저 사진을 한번 찍어볼까요? Can we get a little picture time? Left, left. Scooch to the left. Left, left. You go a little left, left. Let's everybody go to left. Alright. 왼쪽으로 이동하고 기념 사진 촬영부터 하겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. DN 프릭스. 좋습니다. 네. 김태현 디렉터님 오늘 함께 해주셔서 감사합니다. Thank you to Director Kim Taehyun for joining us today. And Paper Thin, you have the floor now.
All right, boys, I've got some questions for you. we need our mics first.
저희 선수분들 마이크를 한번 좀 받고
we
인터뷰를
go.
진행해야 될 것
Thank you.
같은데.
Do you wanna?
감사합니다.
Okay. You hang on to
내려놓고
that.
싶으신가요?
All right.
원하시는 대로 오늘 우승하셨으니까 원하시는 대로 하셔도 됩니다. 네.
All right. I want to start with Salute first. Salute, you've been a player who's won a global championship before. Now you're here winning this first event of the TPP era. How do you feel right now?
또 살루트 선수 우승을 많이 해본 선수지만 PGC 타이틀도 가진 선수지만 TPP 타이틀은 또 처음입니다. 일단 우승 소감부터 한번 들어보겠습니다.
뭐 일단 TPP 타이틀 처음은 아니고 저희가 마스터즈 한번 먹어봤기 때문에 뭐 그런 경험을 토대로 저희가 우승을 할 수 있었던 것 같고 그리고 저희가 우승을 했기 때문에 뭔가 TPP가 재미없다고 느꼈지만 오늘은 좀 재밌네요.
Well, this isn't actually my first TPP event. We've had a Masters title to our name, and maybe it's because we won the event, but TPP is actually pretty fun.
All right, very good. That's what we like to hear. Next up, Heaven. If you could pass the mic to Heaven, please. Thank you. So, Heaven, on day number 2, the Freaks kind of struggled. You guys fell behind a bit after a really strong day 1, but you came back here today and just destroyed. What were the adjustments that your team made from day 2 to today?
첫 번째 출발이 좋았던 데이 1 그리고 조금은 출발이 늦었던 데이 2를 지나오고 오늘 3일 날 마무리를 너무 잘 해주셨어요. 오늘 마지막 날을 기념해서 좀 어떤 마음가짐으로 임하셨을지 좀 준비 과정에 대해서 들어볼 수 있을까요?
저희끼리 뭔가 따로 준비의 과정은 없었던 것 같고 그냥 즐기면서 잘하면은 저희가 데이 1 때 좀 성적을 잘 내서 우승할 수 있지 않을까 생각하고 그냥 즐기자고 했던 것 같아요, 다들.
We didn't do anything special other than the things that we did on day 1, which is what, just play our game and have fun. And we did the same things exactly on our last day here today, and it worked out perfectly.
Fantastic. All right. Next up, I want to talk to DL. DL, you're the youngest member of the team. You're the newest member of this team. This is a big global win for you. Your first big global win. What does this mean for you?
DL 선수 팀의 막내로서 이번에 첫 글로벌 타이틀을 갖게 된 만큼 좀 더 의미가 남다를 것 같은데 어떤 의미인가요?
아쉽게 PGC는 마무리됐는데 그래도 내년부터 새롭게 시작되는 TPP다 보니까 뜻깊게 생각하고 있고 응원해 주신 팬분들한테도 감사하게 생각하고 있습니다.
We were a little bit torn that we didn't get the PGC title, but this is a brand new chapter, brand new opening with the TPP. So I'm grateful for the win. I'm very satisfied, and I actually want to give a special thanks to the fans that've been supporting us.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And finally, Guman, my God, you played amazing. We know you're a great player, but today, in these last couple of days, you have been insane. You were the top fragger in this event. What was different? What happened? You played out of your mind. I want to know, what motivates you to do this?
네, 규민 선수 워낙 훌륭한 선수라는 건 저희가 다 알고 있지만 이번 대회에서 남다른 폼을 보여주셨습니다. 최다 킬도 기록하면서 정말 규민 어디까지 할 수 있나라는 그런 순간을 많이 목격했는데 대체 어떻게 하신 건지 묻고 싶다고 하네요.
일단 저 스스로 3인칭을 별로 잘 하지 못할 거라고 생각했는데 뭔가 3인칭으로 바뀌고 나서 뭔가 앞으로의 제 이제 방향성이나 아니면 제가 이제 프로 선수로서 이어 나가야 될 그런 모습들이 어떨까 좀 생각했던 것 같고 그래서 오히려 좀 마음을 비우고 편안하게 이제 팀원들이랑 할 수 있는 올해 마지막 대회다 보니까 그냥 좀 재미있게 하자 했는데 그냥 좀 결과가 좋게 된 것 같아서 기분이 좋은 것도 있고 좀 이런 모습을 팬분들한테 더 오래 많이 보여줬으면 어땠을까 하는 아쉬운 마음도 있는 것 같습니다.
Coming into this event, I wasn't fully confident at how I would be comfortable with TPP, but instead I thought maybe it's a different mindset change I needed. Maybe I could use this opportunity to navigate what kind of pro gamer I would want to be moving on into the new year with a new mode. And because of that change in the mindset, it actually helped me to lessen the pressure and have fun with my teammates, which is what we're really good at. And although it does leave leave a bittersweet taste in my mouth. I wish that we would have been able to deliver this kind of mindset, this kind of performance throughout the whole year. But yeah, I want to say thank you to all the fans who believed in us and for joining us on this journey.
Okay, fantastic. And finally, Gyumin, a word to all the fans out there who support the DN Freaks.
네, 그렇다면 많은 팬분들께도 감사하다고 전하셨는데 규민 선수 한 번 더 팬분들께 영상 편지 이렇게 한번 보내주실 수 있을까요?
일단 1년 동안 저희 DM프릭스를 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하고 내년에는 각자 어느 팀에서 아니면 어느 모습으로 있을지는 아직 정해진 게 없지만 흩어지게 되더라도 4명 선수들 각각 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠고 감사합니다 항상.
And I want to say thank you for everyone who's joined us on the 2025 journey. We don't know what is in store for us in the next year, but wherever each and every one of us are, please keep sending your love. And I just want to say a big, big thank you to you all.
All right, well, thank you so much, guys. Once again, congratulations. And everybody, please give a big round of applause for the DN Freaks.
너무 축하드립니다.
All right. Well, it has been a long, challenging journey, but everybody has really given it all this year in the 2025 esports season for PUBG. We want to thank all the fans, everybody at home watching. We couldn't do this without you. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, and we send out our biggest applause to all the PUBG esports players that have continued to push forward and will continue to push forward in 2026, and we ask for your continued love and support.
All right, one more time. Your 2025 PUBG Players Masters Invitational champions, the DN Freaks.
박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
There you have it. The DM Freaks finally claimed themselves the international trophy they've been sorely desiring for now, what is, years. They take the PPMI, and with it, they take $65,900 to their name. Covering it with me here, I've got Michael, we've got Matrim, we've got Toffees to round out the day. Matrim, it's been a tournament, and South Korea looks unbelievably strong.
Oh man, neck and neck all the way till the end. T1 with their hot drops, finding kills, getting something, but also getting donuts because of it. And the Freaks on top. Human finding big plays. DL coming alive. Salute. This has just been an amazing roster to watch, and I cannot wait to see what next year is going to bring.
The crowd, they're going wild for the DM Freak. No,
crazy.
Crazy scenes from South Korea. But Toffees, realistically speaking, it's about time a team like this won a tournament like this because, of course, they are star-studded.
They were hard on themselves. They're saying it was a disappointing year. They got third at PGC last year. They got 2 second-place finishes at Internationals in 2025, 7th at PGC. Though that statement that he made at the end, I wish we could have done it sooner, and I don't know where we'll be next year, is a little bit of a deep dive for me and kind of shocking. It makes me think maybe, Michael, getting Seoul's not an option for you because it sounds like there's a rumbling of Korean restructuring and some super teams coming out of this, which I can totally understand, but it's also frustrating. If you are still looking at a world where your team's going to sort of get taken apart after this because you didn't do what you wanted to in 2025, and then you get a big win at the very end, that has to throw a bit of a wrench in the works.
That's what happens in Korea, man. When Danawa won the World Championship and then people could not coexist and then splitting up. But Michael, what's your take? What's your thoughts?
I've definitely been amongst, and I've heard a lot of rosters in the West. Obviously, they all plan on splitting up, but then they do something crazy, and then they're sticking together. And then also, I think the big factor, because you could just think, oh, it's a one-off luck thing, but the fact it's an out TPP, it means we might have sucked in FPP, but we might actually be the best team in TPP. So they might actually. There's a big chance they don't change anything, because as well, they might just have to go back, talk about it, and be like, yeah, we can make this work. We can be the best team.
That sounds like we want Seoul copium, if you ask me.
I will say, out of the roster for DM Freaks, Gyumin for me was the standout. I know we're not doing an MVP kind of thing. I'm wondering if you guys are agreeing with this, Toffees. I'll get your take on it because 7 kill bombs, a load of kills here and there, IGLing as well. He looked brilliant these 3 days.
I think tacking the IGL onto there 100%. I think there's a world where you can argue DL really was also a stand-up player, really working some good anchor positions, but the fact that he was also calling while fragging is incredible. So I would definitely give him, or agree with you on the MVP.
How about yourself, Matrim?
Oh, 1000%. I've had him on my fantasy team every single day since this thing started. Yeah, I mean, he has just been popping off and zero regrets. And in my opinion, he has been the star of the show.
He's mine on the last day. How about yourself, Michael? Have you been believing in the DN Freaks all 3 days? What have you been doing?
Yeah, he knew what he wanted. He came in and said, I want a new phone, and he just supercharged himself. So now he can buy like 10 new phones. He's going to have phones strapped up his arms everywhere. He's going to be tracking his steps and everything.
Yes, he will. Maybe a few watches as well to boot. Well, I think that does it. I think we are finished for the 3 days here for the PPMI. I'll get final thoughts from everybody. Matrim, you're first. Give it to me.
Ton of fun. Didn't know what to expect walking into this, but this has been crazier, way closer than I thought. Lots of great plays, and of course, we don't get a chance to do this usually because we're pretty much done at this point. But Merry Christmas and everybody have a great holiday. As I can't wait to get in some family time.
Yeah, this time last year, I was stuck in Turkey for Christmas because we were coming back from Malaysia way too late. But Michael, your final thoughts joining us here. Have you had a good time?
Yeah, I've had a lot of fun. Thank you for having me. And I also got to see Shrimsy get bulled headshot out of a car and get smooshed into the floor. So that made me very happy as well. That guy sucks.
I think Toffees might have something to say about that. What's your final thought, Toffees?
Yeah, that's a little dirty from Michael. He's the best, taking shots at the best player in the world. But I do want to give a shout to the Freaks. This is the first time that Korea has lifted an international trophy in 2 years. The fact that we're back to TPP for the first time since 2018 at the truly international level, and it's Korea that takes that trophy back up into the air again is really inspiring. This is one of those situations where I think that the future is bright for them. The idea that we're moving to TPP, I know a lot of folks are like, what is the future of esports going to look like? I love that we've taken some risks here. The prize pools, the $100 per kill, the daily championships has made it a lot more fun and kind of interesting to watch in terms of how it motivates players. So if this is an indicator for me of what the next year is going to look like, taking some risks, trying some new things, and having fun with PUBG, man, I'm on board for it.
Yeah, you've always got to be conscious of adaptation, and you've always got to know that in the world, things are always changing, and you got to adapt with those changes. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me here for PPMI. That has been me, Kalaris. That's been Matrim. That has been Michael. That has been Toffees, bringing you all of the coverage here. Thank you to Bella and Paper for augmenting things, as well as good old Mark augmenting things over in South Korea. That does it. Congratulations to DN Freaks, our champions here for the PUBG Players Masters Invitational.